Welcome to today's school board workshop. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board member Dr. Holness will now introduce his school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my pleasure to introduce the students of the William Dandy Middle School Pre-Med program as they lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Students in this outstanding program participate in engaging hands-on activities, laboratory experiments, field trips, guest speaker presentations, and academic competitions designed to inspire future careers in medicine and healthcare. Recently, I had the honor of visiting the program and witnessing students participate in an exciting hands-on team-building experience that showcased their collaboration, leadership, and enthusiasm for learning. William Dandy Middle.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated.
Thank you. As we begin, we reaffirm our strategic plan goal, 100% proficiency for all students, guided by our vision, educating today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. As an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement while empowering every student to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. We will soon hear from our registered public speakers. We ask that decorum be maintained and civility and respect be shown during public comment. Our General Counsel will assist the chair in maintaining decorum during this period. We also want to remind public speakers of the rules and expectations regarding the agenda public comment portion of the special school board meeting, as well as board policy. Attorney Dupree-Bruno, please explain the rules of public comment.
Thank you and good morning. Public comment is governed by School Board Policy 1020 and is intended to provide input on the board's duties, decisions, and the overall operation of the school district. The school board is viewpoint neutral during public comment. Per School Board Policy 1020, public comment procedures are as follows. Speakers must state their name, city of residence, and whether they are a lobbyist before beginning their remarks. All remarks must be directed to the board as a whole. The board will not respond to or engage with speakers during public comment, and no action will be taken unless the item is on the agenda. The time per speaker will be 3 minutes. Speakers must limit their comments to matters related to school board business, and for agenda items must remain relevant to the specific item. Comments may not address matters that are pending litigation, quasi-judicial proceedings, active investigations, or administrative hearings. Solicitation and lobbying activities must comply with applicable school board policies. Abusive language, defined as profanity, threatening, or name-calling, is prohibited. In addition, clapping, hissing, booing, shouting, yelling, or other disruptions from the audience are not allowed. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order by the board chair. Failure to comply may result in the microphone being turned off or a recess being called. After a warning, the chair may also direct removal from the meeting by law enforcement or the sergeant-at-arms. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Dupree-Bruno. The board wants to hear from you, and we appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful, orderly, and productive environment. We will now proceed with the agenda. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. So I would like to take a moment to recognize and thank Microsoft for its continued investment in Broward County Public Schools. As a global leader in innovation, Microsoft has committed more than $11 million this fiscal year alone, helping helping elevate what is known worldwide as the Broward model, a holistic approach to achieving measurable fiscal gains while innovating across all functions, from back-end operations to the classroom. Their partnership extends beyond technology. Through licensing concessions and funding for district-wide AI training, district events, AI recognition programs, student internships, project subsidies, and global exposure, including the recent BCPS customer story and film. Microsoft has also supported key initiatives through the Broward Education Foundation. More on that from BEF after the video featuring Justin Spellog, president of Microsoft Elevate. Beacon, roll the video.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Spellhog, president of Microsoft Elevate, calling you from a hotel room here in Valencia, Spain, where I have the chance to meet with some pretty cool schools doing some great work with AI. But I just wanted to take a moment to pause and highlight that over the past 2 years, Broward County Public Schools and Microsoft, I think, have built one of the most forward-thinking public education partnerships in the country. The work is already being recognized from our shared sponsorship and the Community Involvement Awards and the Caliber Awards, and to Broward County's historic adoption of 20,000 M365 Copilot license. That's the largest K-12 adoption in the world. The Broward model, sometimes I say the Broward way, is now being showcased internationally through Microsoft success stories and video storytelling as a blueprint for other schools, how they can save operational costs, build teacher capacity, apply that to the classroom, and drive differentiated learning outcomes. Broward, at the core, was not just about adopting technology, it's about shaping what responsible, impactful AI in education really looks like. Through initiatives like the AI recognition program, you're setting the standard for how districts empower educators and students responsibly. At the heart of this partnership is, of course, skilling, ensuring that every educator, administrator, and every student has the opportunity to thrive in an AI-powered world. This mission directly aligns with Microsoft Elevate and our commitment alongside Brad Smith's vision of AI diffusion to ensure that AI benefits are broadly and responsibly distributed to everyone. What's happening in Broward is not just transformation at scale. It's a model of how technology combined with leadership, combined with community, can come together to drive real outcomes for students. And we are just getting started. On behalf of Microsoft, thank you for your partnership, for your leadership, for setting the bar, for defining what's possible in education, inspiring so many other organizations like the organizations I'm about to talk to here in Spain. Thank you.
Thank you. This collaboration reflects a shared commitment to preparing our students and staff for the future, and we are truly grateful for their partnership. I would like to ask James Knapp from the Broward Education Foundation to speak about other events sponsored by Microsoft as part of the broader investment in Broward County Public Schools. Mr. Knapp?
Thank you. This is a momentous day in a lot of different ways, but one of them being this shows exactly what it means to partner with Broward County Public Schools and what it means when companies, organizations, people truly want to invest in the greatness that is Broward County Public Schools. The two-time A district isn't just words. We continue to live it every single day. So I want to say a few thank yous to the school board. Thank you so much to cabinet, but also to my board, and thank you to Trey Davis specifically and Adam Hall from Microsoft, who I'll ask to come up and say a few words. This is not a one-off. This is an investment. This is intentionality that Microsoft continues to step up and do what they know is right with a district that they know is the best district. And we're excited about that. They believe in us. Obviously, you guys heard from Justin himself. He's the big dog, and he's letting everybody know around the world what this Broward model looks like. And for us to be a part of that is a really big deal. The investment that they made in the Community Involvement Awards, in the Caliber Awards, and as we move forward, some other really exciting opportunities that we have that I'm not really sure because Justin didn't say them, so I don't want to say them. So we've got a few other things that they're investing in, but in this district as a whole, and what they want to do here, not just in our district, but now within our community. So now we're starting to bleed out and continue to help the rest of our community with what it is that we can do with each other. So I wanted to say also that just a little bit ago that there was an amazing presentation by Microsoft continuing to give back and doing what they could for some of our students and our student government folks. So that was really exciting. But with that said, I would like to invite Adam up to say a few words because he's been instrumental in this entire process to continue on. But the one last thing is also the innovation zone piece that we're going to continue to discuss and continue to move forward. Them being at the forefront of that is exciting. So thank you so much. Adam, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, board members, Superintendent Hepburn, cabinet members, and especially Chief Information Officer Trey Davis and his team. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'll be brief, but I do want to say what an honor this moment is for me personally and professionally. Over the course of my 25-plus year career in education technology, I've had the privilege to work with school systems across the country. But I can say without hesitation, what we've built together here at Broward County Public Schools is truly historic. This has been some of the most rewarding work of my career, not because of the technology, but because of the people behind it, and because of the passion, vision, competence, and creativity that drive those people. Trey, your leadership has been exceptional, steady, visionary, and grounded in what matters most, outcomes for students and teachers. And to your entire team, many of whom are here today, your directors, your staff, the level of competence, commitment, and forward-thinking mindset you bring every day is what has made this partnership real and sustainable. This didn't happen by chance. It happened because of intentional leadership and a willingness to think differently. I also want to recognize my team at Microsoft, some of whom are here today and many of whom are watching. The hours, the travel, the problem solving, the skilling work alongside Broward's exceptional educators. It's been a true partnership in every sense of the word. I'm incredibly proud of what we've all poured into this. And while today is a moment to reflect on what we've accomplished, I would say this: we are still early. These are very early days in the age of AI, and Broward County Public Schools is truly leading the world. We've built the foundation for something very special, and the runway ahead of us is both long and challenging. The opportunity to drive real transformation for your students, your teachers, and your community is still very much in front of us and very much within your reach. We're grateful to be on this journey with you. Let's continue to make history together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do any of my colleagues have any remarks? I think you all get the sense of gratitude from this dais. So thank you so much for all of this investment and hard work to prepare our students and our employees for the future. We will do a brief recess to do the check presentation.
Following you.
Yeah, Landon. Sorry.
All right, we're back. So this next presentation is the transition plan for our student advisors. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Hepburn for the presentation. No, I am.
At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wanza.
So as Mr. Knapp is entering the room, thank you, Ms. Leonardi, school board members, Dr. Hepburn, to colleagues all across the organization, as well as everyone viewing the meeting, both here in the chamber as well as online. I'm Valerie Wanza. I'm the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer for the school district. And on behalf of the superintendent and the board, it is certainly a pleasure for my division to oversee and foster and work with the work of our student advisors. This is something, while we do it annually, the transition of student advisors, and every single one is special, and it was an honor to see many of them today at the alumni breakfast. I will say that this one, I think, is probably ranks right up in probably the top two that we are transitioning. We always joke all the time, how did we let Landon leave without his bachelor's degree and a job? Same thing with Jay Sear, how did we let him leave without a degree and a job? And we're certainly, while we wish them well in their next phase of life, they have left a mark on this district that is probably unprecedented. And we certainly want to honor and recognize them today, as well as do the formal transition from these two student leaders to the student leaders who have been elected by their peers to serve in the upcoming school year. So with that, I think Mr. Knapp should be in the room. I think I gave you a long enough runway, and he is here.
Sorry, we're still taking pictures outside with the check, and it's on now. So everybody's still out there. Thank you so much, Dr. Wanza. I appreciate it. For the second year in a row, Broward Education Foundation has partnered with the Department of Athletics and Student Activities to host a breakfast, as was mentioned, and we were extremely excited about it. The foundation is excited to support and highlight all the good work that our students do, but also the impactful legacy that they leave. So last year we welcomed former student advisors to the school board, and this year we extend to all former officers and student leaders in Broward County, also known as BCASC. Today we welcome 30+ alumni leaders, student government advisors, and district staff to celebrate the incredible accomplishments that continue to come forward from these amazing students. On the screen, I think that would be the cue, but on the screen, you will see the names of hundreds of student leaders who have contributed to this legacy. It was on the screen, and now it's not on the screen. But now I'm on the screen. I am not the student legacy, I can promise you. Yeah. So we're gonna let this scroll because it's meaningful to continue to show the legacy that's been built at this district and how it just didn't happen overnight. The individuals that you'll be seeing on the screen will also be posted up on our website, and we're excited about that. But thank you to Landon for putting this together and making sure that every single name and individual is recognized for the hard work and effort that they put in during their time here when they were students. We're also especially grateful for the support and partnership of the Broward Legislative Delegation and our local officials who share in our same mission, empowering the next generations to be engaged. I'd like to, I think Robin is still here. She just walked out, okay. So this morning we were joined by Robin Bartleman, Senator Rosalind Osgood, State Representative Marie Woodson, and many other former student leaders, as well as the Commissioner Beamfer. I thought Beam was still here. There he is. All right, we got one. Hey, he's still. Beamfer, thank you so much for your support, everything that you continue to do on a daily basis, day in and day out, even behind the scenes. We know how much work goes into it, so we really, really do appreciate it. Finally, I'd like to recognize the district staff who supported these student leaders. Mr. Mike Rowland. Clap it up. Played a long-standing and instrumental role in support before, and Ms. Jennifer Hamilton. For her continued support, and Ms. Zenia Santiago. She's been practicing that wave for a week. It did work. It went well. These individuals are the talent behind what goes on every single day that we get to witness when it comes to Landon and some others in the preparation and the effort that goes into it is by individuals such as them. We're incredibly grateful for their mentorship and their impact and their legacy, as well as their leaders who allow them to do that. So obviously with Patty Brown being here and so many others that allow them to continue to pour into our students this way. So just wanted to say thank you so much and congratulations again to all the student leaders, to all of our team who allows our, others on our team to continue to pour in these students because that's what it's all about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Now we'd like to recognize our outgoing student advisors, Landon Spellberg and Jasir Leon. Landon Spellberg has served as a student advisor to the school board since May of 2024 and is only the second student to be reelected by his peers to a second term. Throughout his time in this role, he has worked to build a culture where students are not just included, but truly valued in the decisions that shape their education. While he has been proud to help expand opportunities for student voice across the district, the numbers and initiatives only tell part of the story. For Landon, this role has always been about the people who make BCPS so special. He is often honest that his favorite moments are not just school board meetings, but the time he spends in schools, sitting with students, listening to their experiences, and learning directly from them. Those conversations have shaped his perspective, grounded his work, and reminded him why this role matters. From day one, he believed this was never his position alone, but a shared responsibility to represent and uplift the voices of students across Broward County. Serving in this role has been more than an opportunity. It has been something he truly, deeply loves. Landon will graduate in the top 1% of his class. Earning an ACE diploma, the AP Scholar Award, and the AP Capstone Certificate, while completing more than 21 college courses. This fall, he will attend the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where he plans to double major in public policy and human and organizational leadership development. Thank you and congratulations to Landon. Jasir Leon has served as the alternate student advisor to Broward County Public Schools. The 2025-2026 school year. A senior at the South Broward High School, he is a two-term Student Government Association president and a proud member of the South Broward family, led by Principal Francois. He is also grateful for the support of the Broward County Public Schools Department of Student Activities and Athletics. Throughout his journey, Jasir has believed that leadership is a choice. To him, leadership is not defined by someone else's limitations. It has no race, no background, and no single mold. It is rooted in action, voice, and the willingness to stand for others. Serving in this role has been deeply meaningful. He has always viewed the position not as a title, but as a responsibility to represent students whose voices are often overlooked or dismissed. Jasir believes there is no such thing as an adult conversation when students are directly impacted, and that students deserve a seat at the table whenever discussions or decisions are being made about their lives. One of his proudest accomplishments this year was helping lead a county-wide mental health summit, bringing together over 120 students to focus on mental health awareness, resources, and self-care. For him, moments like these reflect the true impact of student leadership, students creating change for other students. Jasir will graduate with honors, earning recognition from multiple organizations. After high school, he plans to pursue a degree in public administration and public policy with aspirations of becoming an organizational leader and one day returning to serve his community as a school board member. Serving Broward County Public Schools has been an honor he carries with pride and a responsibility that will continue to shape who he is becoming. Thank you, Jasir, for your incredible service to our school district. I now turn it over to Mrs. Hickson for the presentation of the flags.
Thank you, Chair. It is my pleasure on behalf of Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz to present flags to Landon and Jasir. So if they'll both come up to the well right here. These flags were flown over the United States Capitol and are being presented to both of you in recognition of your outstanding service to Broward County Public Schools. And your dedication as student advisors. Congratulations and thank you for your leadership and commitment to our students and community. So the first certificate here says, commemorating the nation's 250th anniversary, the flag of the United States of America. This is to certify that the accompanying flag was flown over the United States Capitol on April 8th, 2026. At the request of the Honorable Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Member of Congress, this flag was flown for Landon Spellberg to honor his service as student advisor to the School Board of Broward County. Second one says the flag of the United States of America commemorating the nation's 250th anniversary. This is to certify that the accompanying flag was flown over the United States Capitol on April 8th, 2026. At the request of Honorable Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Member of Congress, this flag was flown for Jasir J. Leon to honor his service as alternate student advisor to the School Board of Broward County.
Thank you, Mrs. Hickson. Jasir and Landon, stay up there for a second, please. On behalf of the school board and the district, we'd like to present these two plaques to Landon and Jasir. Dr. Wanza? All right, and we will recess for a brief moment for a photo.
Get to get closer this time.
Thank you. And I also want to acknowledge Councilman Louis Reinstein from the City of Plantation, who's in the audience. Thank you. And I would like to, most importantly, turn it over to our outgoing student advisors to provide some remarks.
Whew. I was not expecting this. So before I begin, I want to acknowledge something very important. There's too many people in this room, especially the person sitting next to me, and across this district to fully thank. Hundreds who have poured into me and the group closest to me who have shaped me. I can't do justice in the limited time today the impact you have had on me, and I shared many of my thoughts in a message last week because one speech could never fully capture the impact this community has had on me. And I truly didn't think I could get through it without crying. While that personal reflection was going on, I've had the opportunity to think about what the past 2 years serving as student advisor and the past 7 as a district student government leader have meant to me. There have been many memories, many laughs, many smiles, many hard conversations, moments where I felt grateful to be there. And as I reflected on all of those moments, I realized something. The word that best describes this district is whole. Not perfect, because no community is, but whole. It's very easy to sit in this boardroom and focus on challenges. It's easy to focus on perceptions, headlines, narratives, and stereotypes. And I know some people may think that I'm too positive, but I don't think I'm too positive. I think I've simply had the privilege of seeing what our students actually experience every single day. A school district filled with opportunity, compassion, and resilience. What I've seen over the past 7 years is a district that continues to show up for students even in imperfect moments. A district that continues to evolve, and a district that's on the right path to success. Today, I want to share 5 moments from the past 2 years that defined that wholeness for me. The first was my visit to our non-traditional schools. I will never forget the young middle school student who looked at me and said, "What can I do to stay here? I feel valued, I feel loved, and I feel accepted." This student was in one of our non-traditional expulsion programs. And I said to him, "What makes this school so special to you?" And without hesitation, he said, "They see me for me." That moment has stayed with me ever since. I felt a student who finally felt seen. The second moment is our annual Play Like a Girl event. Watching 2,000 student athletes from across Broward County, students who days earlier had just competed against each other, come together screaming, dancing, cheering, and celebrating with one collective purpose, reminded me how powerful this community is. That's what makes Broward special. The third moment was our yearly student government convention. Just a few weeks ago, I was sitting on the patio, and I looked over at the Pompano Beach High School security guards, who probably they were seeing the most action they have ever seen in their career at that school. And there they were in front of them, seeing students from Nova, Western, South Broward, Blanche Ely, Dillard, Cypress Bay. Across the county, students jumping on tables, dancing, laughing, using fans, and making memories together. In that moment, none of them cared about their school labels, rankings, and perceptions. They simply saw each other as students, as leaders, and as friends. They built their own community. The fourth moment was serving on our Employee of the Year award panels. Listening to employees share their stories and their why changed me. Hearing someone say, "This school board saved my life," and hearing another employee explain that they were distraught they had to miss a single day of work to attend their interview. You can't fake that kind of passion. That's what makes Broward special. And the fifth moment is the one that will never appear on an agenda, in a report, or in a headline. It's the unspoken moments. The student who gives their friend a ride to school because they know they have no other way to get there. The student who quietly pays for someone else's lunch. The peer tutor who gives one final push to help someone graduate. And the student who finally speaks up in a speak up, speak out session because for the first time, they felt like someone was listening. Those moments may seem small, but they're not small to the students living them. In many ways, those are the moments that define a school district more than any data point ever could. And that brings me to my challenge. As I leave this role, I challenge all of us to continue paying attention to those moments. continue listening to our students and creating spaces where they feel heard, valued, and connected, because student voice matters. Every student in this district has a story that deserves to be told, including the students who it may not be easy to reach or convenient to hear from. Their story deserves to be told by them. Their voice pushes us forward, and it makes us stronger. So in closing, I want to say thank you. Thank you for creating those moments every single day for our students. And thank you for allowing students like us the opportunity to share our stories. Serving in this role has been one of the greatest honors of my life, and while my time as student advisor may be coming to an end, my belief in this district and its future have never been stronger. Because after 2 years of seeing this district up close, I can confidently say this: our greatest strength has never been our programs, buildings, or titles. It's always been our people. Thank you.
I'm going to try not to cry on this one. My mom always says, all I do is talk about is Landon. Landon. Good morning, Chair. Oh, God, okay. Okay. Whew, okay. Good morning, Chair, board members, superintendent, staff, students, and community members. My name is Jasir Leon, and today I stand before you for the final time as alternate student advisor to the Broward County School Board. Serving in this role has been one of the greatest honors of my life. Over this past year, I have had the opportunity to sit at the tables where decisions are made, advocate for students across Broward County, and witness firsthand the dedication that goes into shaping our schools and our futures. But more than titles, meetings, or presentation, this role taught me the power of student voice. I've learned that students are not just the future of education. We are a part of its presence. Every concern shared with me, every conversation in the hallway, classroom, cafeterias, and campus across this district remind me that students simply want to be heard, respected, supported, and believed in. At the same time, throughout this year, I have sat in many of these board meetings and watched people come before this dais, speaking to staff, board members, and one another in ways that wouldn't even be tolerated inside of our own classrooms or school buildings. And it makes me ask myself, what message are we sending to our students when disrespect is displayed publicly and normalized in spaces that are meant to model leadership? Disagreement is healthy. Accountability is necessary. Advocacy matters, but dignity and respect should never be optional. I believe this chamber should remain a place where people can passionately express themselves while still honoring the humanity of others, because our students are always watching. They are learning not only from what we teach, but from what we tolerate. To the students of Broward County, thank you for trusting me with your stories, your frustration, your ideas, and your dreams. You gave this position meaning. I may have to hold the title, but I carry your voices into every room I entered. To my fellow student leaders, thank you for providing the leadership, and it's not just about popularity or recognition, but it's about service, sacrifice, and showing up even when no one is watching. To the educators, administrators, and district staff, thank you for the work you do every single day, often without enough credit. Behind every successful student is someone in the district who chose to care. And to this board, thank you for allowing a student to have a seat at the table. Representation matters. When students are included in conversations about education, strong decisions are made because the people most impacted are finally part of the discussion. As I prepare to graduate and begin the next chapter of my life, I leave with pride, gratitude, and hope. Pride in what we have accomplished together, gratitude for every lesson this experience has had on me, and hope because I know the next generation of student leaders is already rising. No matter what life takes me, Broward County Public Schools will always be a part of my story. This district helped shape me into the young man I am today. So today, I don't say goodbye, I simply say thank you. Thank you for believing in students. Thank you for believing in me, and have a wonderful day.
You guys have us emotional this morning. Thank you so much. And now I'd like all of us to join me in recognizing our incoming student advisors, Lily Reed and Mikhail Suko. Lily Reed is a rising senior at Western High School. She has worked to represent Broward students in the past, serving as the Broward County Association of Student Council's middle school vice president in her 8th grade year and the president during her sophomore year. During her presidency, she pushed her project County Connections through BCASC in order to better connect high schools with their feeder schools. She has remained an active community member within Broward, working as a Harvest Drive co-chair in the fall to feed over 360 local families. Additionally, she recently went to Tallahassee to lobby for student needs by pushing state legislators to provide more funding to public schools, to work mental health days into state law, and to ensure every single school has a nurse available to students. And I personally got to see Lily speaking to legislators in a public forum, and she really held her own. So that was really, really exciting to see. Lily is incredibly excited to take on the role of student advisor in the 2026-2027 school year to yet again serve all Broward County students in not only being a voice for them, but to ensure that opportunities are constantly provided for students to be their own voice. Congratulations, Lily. We look forward to working with you. Mikhail Suko is a rising sophomore at Fort Lauderdale High School and comes from a background of more than 3 years of student advocacy. He was one of the participants in the first ever student and school board feedback session and has stood at that very podium on numerous occasions advocating for his peers. He is beyond grateful to have been elected to do so now on a county-wide level. At Fort Lauderdale High School, Mikhail serves as a member of the Principal's Advisory Board, working closely with school leadership to bring forward student perspectives and strengthen communication between students and administration. He is also a national finalist in speech and debate at the middle school level, making history as the first student from Bear Middle School to qualify and place for nationals. In recognition of his leadership and service, he was named the 2026 Martin Luther King Jr. Trailblazer Award recipient and is currently a nominee for America's Favorite Student. Congratulations, Mikhail. On behalf of the school board, we look forward to working with you both. Now I'll go to my colleagues to see if anyone has any remarks. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I'll be quick, I think. I just want to say thank you to both Jasir and Landon for being brave enough to speak your mind. I know sometimes it's difficult when students are in the room with adults to feel as if they have a space to say what they think, and you have shut us down a few times in a professional and respectful way, but really gave us a perspective, I think, that sometimes gets lost when we get deep into debate and into our adult pieces of things. So thank you very, very much for being brave enough to represent all of the students in this district and for being true public servants. It was never about the title. It was about what you could do to make things better. And as Dr. Wanza said, you have left such an impression on this district that will be your legacy, and we really appreciate it. And to Lily and Mikhail, congratulations. I don't know if you know what you're stepping into, but we appreciate you being willing to also be public servants for the students of this district, and we look forward very much we look forward to working with you in the upcoming year. And thank everybody for coming. And I would like to also thank the adults who allowed the students to spread their wings and to be brave enough to have those conversations with us. It's a lot of work in the background, and oftentimes you don't get the recognition. So thank you so much.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. There's not enough time, and our meetings are already very, very long. But first, Jasir, thank you so much for giving your advocacy to the district. I think you hold your own with us all the time, and I think you clap back and let us know that we're off topic and off focus in the most responsible and respectful way. I think you have brought an energy to the school board that was needed and a perspective that was needed. And I think your focus on mental health has just benefited the whole district for years to come. Landon, I don't even know what to say. I think you have transformed myself. I think you have transformed this district for the better for years and years to come. I think you are the most genuine and kind person that I have personally ever met. I think if we could be half the leader you are on this dais, we will thrive for years to come. Shelby, you're amazing. I ask her all the time how I can make sure my kids are like Landon, and she says, I don't know. So not helpful, but I just truly think you are an amazing person, and I'm so glad you are here. I'm so glad the district got to meet you, and we will make sure that we incorporate students for years to come. Thank you.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Thank you both for your passion. Thank you for being such a positive role model for the students of Broward County Public Schools. And thank you for using your voice as your power. And I wish you both so much success in your life.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say, London, whenever you're in the break room, I always joke around, and I said, he's going to be a great lawyer, and I said he's going to be a caring politician. So when you talk about being too positive, I hope when you become governor of this great state of Florida, that you remember the small folks up here. And so also, Jasir, I look forward to transitioning my school board seat to you when you become school board member after you finish college and all of that, okay? So London, you spoke of hope, and I can tell you when I look at both of you, I see great hope for the future. And when I look in the audience and I see the young people, that gives me hope. So I appreciate you talking about hope, because I think that is really awesome, and you two are certainly hope in action for a better future. So I'd just like to really thank both of you. And I don't know if you had briefed Lily and Mikhail about what they're coming into, but I assume you did not, because they're here. But thank you both so much, and I appreciate both of you. Good luck.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Welcome to Lily and Mikhail. I'm looking forward to working with you. I didn't start with the two gentlemen sitting over there just because I really wanted to be in this moment without getting too emotional. I already hear it in my voice. You took opportunities where somebody else could have just done the job or done the work, but you made it your own. You actually filled up every single bit of space and that opportunity for the district to grow, to be a voice for the kids, our students, to see them and make them feel actually that somebody saw them, listened, and there was change that happened with it. That's beautiful and remarkable. And you both have such great hearts. I'm really looking forward to following your story of your life because, gosh, I didn't even get into the education business until I was in my 40s. So I've been, kind of growing as we go here. But you guys, heads and shoulders above wherever I could be. And thank you for that. And really thank you for giving our students role models but also opportunity and hope. Thank you both.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. You both have grown a lot. It's been fabulous to work with you for 2 years and for a year. I want to say thank you for your growing appreciation of data and data-informed decision-making. And I appreciate the debates about topics and data and going forward. I will tell you, there's a legacy that you have in Broward County that came out 2 days ago. The Washington Post ran a front-page story, and it said school board should have students in key roles, informing or even participating in school boards. And everyone in Broward County that read the Washington Post said, doesn't everyone do this? But here we know that it works. And here we know that without that voice, the decisions we make wouldn't be fully informed. And so I just want to say thank you for everything that you've done for the past year.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman?
You guys, I'm just so grateful to be able to have worked with you. You guys taught me more than I probably have learned from anybody else doing this job. And I just particularly appreciate your positivity and the way that you present yourselves and you present the district and you present the students to us and to the public. I mean, we couldn't have better representatives, and so I'm going to miss you. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Severa?
Sure. To Lily, Mikhail, welcome. Looking forward to having you guys be a part of the team here. And it's going to be an exciting adventure. That I will promise you. Gentlemen. I want to first start off with a very simplistic thank you. Thank you for the hours, for the time, and the commitment that you put into this. I feel like there's been maybe weeks and months where you guys have been here every single time that we're here, right? Fully engaged, fully participating, right? Literally being part of the team, fully invested. And I cannot say thank you enough for the perspective and for the input that you guys have provided over the years. You know, your collective leadership, your dedication, your commitment to representing the voices of your classmates has really made a meaningful difference. Doing this job is not easy. It requires responsibility, patience, a lot of team effort, and a lot of courage. And both of you have shown all of those qualities with grace. You've stepped up, you've led by example, and it is very obvious that you care very deeply about your fellow students and about this district. You two, in my opinion, are sort of the gold star of what happens when we send our students to BCPS, right? Look at what you guys have been able to accomplish. Look at where you guys are going. And your future is, the both of you, is just so bright. And I'm gonna echo what Dr. Holness said. Please don't forget about us when you guys are like super important people in a couple of years. Don't forget us about us small guys here in Broward County. So the both of you, I wish the best of luck. Just here at Nova, you're gonna kill it. I'm glad you're staying local. Maybe you'll pop in every now and then just to see how we're doing, right? And Landon, the only piece of advice I can really offer you at this point that you don't already know is get very familiar with the term beat Duke, and you will be very fine in Chapel Hill. So thank you both very much.
Thank you. And I do have some parting remarks. I often think about Landon and Jasir, and they are always the smartest, most mature, most thoughtful, and kindest people in this room. And I think the way you have led with vision and grace, and the way you've built a bench and a succession plan is really instructive to everyone who is choosing to lead in this district. And you both said it in your bios, but this role was never about the two of you. It was always about your service to the students and to this district. And I think this district is forever changed because of the work you've done, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank you. Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to welcome Lily and Mikal. Looking forward to the work that you're going to do in the future. You got some big shoes you're going to step in. I'm familiar with some of the work that Lily has done and her robust ideas from the superintendent student advisory meetings that we meet with monthly. So looking forward to the wonderful things you two are going to do. To two of my favorite, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, and I think people finally realize why I gave them those two names, the leadership that they've displayed. One of the things as a superintendent coming in, many of us right here in front of me, they've been principals, they've been teachers, assistant principals. We serve as students for our whole entire career. And one of the things that we've seen over time is a shift in truly embracing a mantra about being student-centered in your leadership style. This is not the 70s, 80s, or early 90s where you teach a kid, if they didn't get it, they continue to move on regardless of the knowledge they've actually embarked on or not. And even just the disregard of the student experience in the past. We can't operate like that anymore, right? We have to be very student-centered in our approach. Our bus drivers, they serve students. Our food and nutrition staff, they serve students. Our facilities workers, they serve students to make sure our environments are conducive to learning. Everybody knows what a teacher does. They serve students every day and probably are the hardest workers in our classrooms. Our assistant principals, our principals, they serve students. Myself, my cabinet, we serve students. So why wouldn't we listen to our students? There are our customers, right? We're changing lives every day, changing trajectories. And for a superintendent to transition from doing that as a classroom teacher, being student-centered, to a leader of a school being student-centered, to leading a district to be student-centered is one of the most difficult tasks. As a young snotty-nosed assistant principal, when I used to come home to my young wife and my young daughter at that time, she used to always ask me, how's it going? I say, we don't have student problems or kid problems. We have adult problems. I used to say that all the time. Landon and Jasir has helped Broward County Public Schools at scale become more student-centered, right? So that was one of the charges personally to myself. How do we transform a system to become more student-centered, to relish in the accomplishments that we've had the past 2 years? A back-to-back school district, no DNF schools, people having more pride in their schools. I bump into folks in certain communities that were DNF schools for a very long time, and now they are A schools and B schools, and they have so much pride in their schools. They actually talk about their schools by name. I go to A school such and such and B school such and such. And now we're actually trying to get rid of all of our C schools, which we cut those in half last year, right? And so that's the power of actually listening to our students, understanding the student's experience. Their world is way more complex than mine was ever as a kid, or anybody in this room who's an adult as a kid. So many distractions. How do we ensure they're getting the best learning opportunities possible day in and day out? How do we ensure that they receive the experiences to really understand what they're capable of in the future? And how do we create engagement opportunities so they can flourish and outside of our classrooms and internships and all those wonderful things? And Jasir and Landon did an amazing job. They actually became part of our cabinet. Seriously, coming into our cabinet meeting, going over data that they've collected from student voices and speak up and speak out sessions and all kind of other student engagement sessions, and bringing that information to us as a cabinet so we can truly understand how we can impact the lives that people trust here to Broward County Public Schools every day. And I can tell you we are on the right path because of the work that those two young men have done for Broward County Public Schools this year and also last year. So Landon, Jasir, thank you very much. Like I said earlier, you guys have really created a new path for us, and we're going to continue to follow that and continue to be student-centered leaders in Broward County Public Schools and really listen to our student experiences day in and day out so we can continue that continuous improvement process. Thank you. Looking forward to what you guys do in the future.
Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Wanza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we know that we're a little over time, but for the kids, it's okay to be over time. As I close it out, I would be remiss if we didn't thank the board. Thank the board because not only do you talk about and you live and you breathe student advocacy and student feedback, you were bold enough to codify it in policy and ensure that these positions have the prestige and the honor that they deserve. So we certainly thank the board for that. We would like to thank Ms. Brown, Ms. Santiago, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Garcia, even Mr. Gillis, he's retired, and the entire team at Athletics and Student Activities for the work that they do to support these roles. Certainly want to thank the schools, all the schools that these students have come through, right? I know that Ms. Hollingsworth may not be here, and she's probably beaming. She has been Landon's principal since he was in pre-K at Silver Ridge Elementary School, but certainly want to thank all of the principals, the teachers, the school staffs who partner with us to give the student advisors and alternate advisors the time and space to do what they do. And then we certainly want to, Ms. Hickson said it briefly, but I'll give a little bit more voice to, we want to thank their families. We want to thank their families for not only choosing us to educate their children, but also for sharing them with us and for giving them time and space with us to do what they do. We are thankful to Landon and Jasir. Welcome, Lily and Mikhail. And then lastly, we know that this is the last public board meeting or workshop before graduation. And we did something special. The superintendent may not even know about it, but we did something special. We want to thank the Legislative Affairs team. We did something special at the last Superintendent and Mayoral's Roundtable, and they want to join the board in congratulating the class of 2026. So Beacon, if you could kindly roll the tape.
I want to say congratulations on surpassing an over 90% graduation rate in over a quarter of a century. We want you to keep shining bright, and we continue to cheer you on from the city of Dania Beach. Thank you for all you do, and congratulations.
Congrats, graduates from the city of Hollywood. We wish you the very best in your next endeavors.
Graduation is coming up. It's an exciting time for quite a few people. I do have one tip for the valedictorians though. Do not use the phrase, well, we made it.
To all of the graduates, I am so proud of you. Remember to soar, remember to keep going, and remember to always come back home and help your city.
I want to say to each and every student, keep up the good work. The numbers in Broward are up, and it's only because you are trying harder. And you will make your life easier in the future. The harder you work today, the easier it'll be for tomorrow.
One simple message: stay focused, know what you want, and pursue it, and you will do good. You'll succeed in life. Thank you very much. Great job.
I'm here with a message to congratulate all of this year's graduates. I'm sure you had a fabulous year. I want to wish you continued success from the city of Hallandale Beach.
As we have graduation fast approaching, not only do I want to wish all those seniors graduating this year in Broward County, most importantly, I want to recognize those seniors from Cypress Bay High School. We wish you much luck and success in your future.
Congratulations just for being through 12 years. It's time for graduation. I want to wish you well in your future endeavors, no matter whether you're going to college, to trade school, pursuing some other vocation. The city of Lauderdale wishes you well and Godspeed.
Graduates,
Congratulations, you worked so hard, and from the City of Sunrise, we're proud of you. We look forward to hearing about your stories in the future.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take a 10-minute recess for a photo with our alumni, guests, and student advisors. All right, we are back. Our first item is the rule development for 2 SSEP policies. Do my colleagues want to go to a presentation or go straight to discussion? All right, we'll go straight to discussion. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Ms. Rupert?
Give me a second here, sorry.
And actually, while we wait for Ms. Rupert to pull her comments up, since we're not doing presentation, is there public comment on this item?
No speakers.
Okay.
Pull it back out. I guess to make it simple, instead of finding the exact verbiage in here, would be the background screening and the disqualifying offenses. Right now, I don't see an opportunity to be ineligible for, we have ineligible for employment, and we have it for new hire background screening. So my question is, will we, in light of some recent news, will we have the ability to make sure that, or opportunity if the board so believes, that someone on any of our committees that has committed a felony, et cetera, would be also subject to this rule or not? And would we want to? Because I know it was a conversation that we've had before, and it went before DAC. So I really wanted to understand from the superintendent, what we're looking at here.
No, that's a great question and comment, Ms. Rupert. But based on some of the recent events, I was actually going to make a recommendation to the board in writing that for committees and advisories that you do level 2 background checks, just like we do for our volunteers. Because one of the largest concerns for me is that we do have some of the committees or advisories actually visit our schools, and, albeit that they're escorted and whatnot, but they do have access to our schools, which means they have access to our students. So I think it's important for the board to know for members that they may be appointing to their advisories or committees that they have gone through a level 2 background check, and what's the response from or information gathered from that background check, just like we do for any volunteer.
Yes, thank you. So where would you want to do that process? Is that maybe it's a question for the attorney? Is it better to have a memo in a different system to move through this? Are we planning on adding it to any of these policies that we're looking at today?
I don't know if that should be added. Go ahead, Ms. Sullivan. I was thinking more of...
I don't know if when we consider, I know the 1070 is coming back to the board, and that governs committees and that structure, so maybe it's more appropriate to put it in that policy. But until that policy, if it's the will of the board, we can just make it a standard operating procedure.
I'm okay with that if my colleagues are. And when would we be expecting 1070 to be back to us?
I have to work with general counsel because through Neola, we're bringing back all the policies. So we just got to figure out, I believe that's going to be part of the one of the first set of policies being prioritized.
So through the general counsel?
Yeah, so my recommendation would be that you definitely add it into the policy to make sure that it's a rule by the school board. In the meantime, if they want to go ahead and start using that practice, they're free to do so, but definitely needs to be brought forward. That is one of the policies that we're looking at. There are some policies that have been given priority to me to be able to review, so I'll wait for the direction of the board.
Okay, as one board member, I would think that this would be a safety issue, and I would like it to be more, it would be more appropriate to actually have it sooner than later, but I would, like to see what my colleagues feel about it.
Thank you, Mrs. Alada.
Yes, so I have 2 questions. One is, if someone gets the background check in the beginning of the year and then say does something in the middle of the year, how do we catch that part?
Go ahead, Chief Gregory or Mr. Lozano or Dr. Lozano. I don't have the answer for that one.
Mike Gregory, Chief Safety and Security Officer. So once we enroll them through the clearinghouse and then do the level 2 background check for new employees, their records stay in that database system. So when we will be notified if, once they've been enrolled, if they've committed a felony act, and we'll get a notification of that, and we take the appropriate actions and next steps.
But what if they're a volunteer?
A volunteer that had the level 2 background, that would be, once they're enrolled, will be notified.
Okay, so it works for volunteers too.
Correct.
Okay, and then my next question is, how do we communicate if someone wants to become a volunteer with Broward County Public Schools to be able to get their background check? Where does that live? Is it on the individual school website? Is it on the district website? Maybe they're a grandmother and they want to volunteer with one of our schools, so they're not exactly affiliated with the school directly.
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
It's on the district website under the community tab that they can apply to be a volunteer. And then once they apply, they have to do a level 2 background check.
Under, I'm sorry, what tab?
Community tab. So just go to browardschools.com, and then on the lower right, blue, the last blue tab on the right, looks like almost like
okay.
And then volunteer services. On the left. And then you'll see a application process. 2 clicks. The suit makes everything 2 clicks. Otherwise, we get in trouble.
It's more than 2 clicks.
2.5.
Okay, I see it now. Thank you.
Ms. Dupree-Bruno.
And the only thing I will add to this discussion is that you also have a board policy 2409, which specifically addresses disqualification of volunteers based on some of these criterias. As we go through Neola, this will be enhanced, but you do have a policy that addresses that now.
Okay, so then that brings me another question. How does that work with, if someone just signs up, but now you're saying that there's these other rules, how do we identify, like, there's nothing slipping through the cracks?
It'll go directly through the chair. It'll go directly through what the chief already indicated through that level 2 background screening. So they will be flagged. In addition, the law does require mandatory self-reporting as well if there's some type of illegal activity. And then you also have your policy. So they all kind of work together.
Okay, so you're saying the level 2 background check will catch everything?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just have a question about the fingerprinting, or I guess they don't call it fingerprinting per se, they just say background check on the thing. But so we recently got an email, and I know we started with a new company, but when there are issues, and it doesn't have to be in policy, but it appears that there are some hiccups with those fingerprinting issues. So just wanted to point that out while we were sitting here. They're not, in this particular instance, they did fingerprinting 3 times, and for whatever reason didn't get in the system, and they've had to pay each time. So I just forwarded the email to Ernie, and Dr. Lozano and Mr. Gregory, so if you could just check that out, because I also had issues when I went to have to do my fingerprinting. So I know it's a newer system, our new company we just started with, so, but if someone could just circle back on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else before I have questions? Do the background checks, are they only for in-state, or do they, so if I've committed a crime outside of this state, would that be flagged?
Mike Gregory, Chief Safety Security Officer. Yes, the level 2 background is national.
Great. And then I know that I brought this up a good time ago about including the link to volunteer on our school websites, not just the district website. Is that on our school websites as well?
I have to check.
Mr. Sullivan is checking.
I have to check.
I will just say again, this is gonna be an issue that I talk a lot about, but parents and community members, I think they find the information coming directly from the school to be much more salient. So, if I'm a community member and I want to volunteer at my local school, I'll probably go to that school website rather than the district website. So if we do not have it on the school websites, I would encourage us to put them. It's there?
Yep, it's on the main page.
Great. All right.
It's on every page.
Great. Anyone else? All right. Our next item is district budget update. Do we need to? Oh, Ms. Thompson? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So before I turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Roe Johnson, I just want to take a moment to recognize and thank her for the tremendous work she's done since joining Broward County Public Schools. And as everyone knows, we continue to face some significant financial challenges, driven largely by declining enrollment and the resulting loss of revenue. Despite those pressures, Ms. Johnson and her team has been working diligently to maintain the district's financial stability and ensure we remain above the state's required 3% fund balance. And not just this year, but also last year too. A lot of people don't know the inside work that her and her team do, and also for myself and Ms. Johnson, talking on the phone in the wee hours of the summer, trying to make sure this budget continues to be stable and try to isolate many of our concerns so we can actually have that continuous improvement process for such a large and complex organization. And it's required a lot of difficult decisions, being disciplined with our financial management, having to tell folks internally and externally no, but also protecting classrooms and essential services while positioning the district for long-term stability. Her commitment to fiscal responsibility has been instrumental through this process, and I want to personally thank her and her team for the work and the dedication. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Ms. Roe Johnson, CFO, and her team.
Good morning, board members, chair, superintendent. We will give a brief presentation on the budget for 26-27, and we're going to give an update on the projection for the fund balance for fiscal year end this fiscal year, 25-26. I will start with the presentation, and Budget Director Jeff Whitney, he will be finishing off with the next year projections. So this presentation is to educate constituents on the development of fiscal year 26-27 budget amidst continuing enrollment decline, rising operational costs, and ongoing uncertainty about the state funding level and legislative actions. The purpose is to provide the board with an update on the development of the fiscal year 26-27 budget, including financial projections, enrollment trends, expenditures pressures, operational adjustment, and key planning considerations prior to budget adoption. Also, we want to make sure we align the budget with the district's strategic goals. And also, we review this fiscal year 26 budget update and provide guidance and feedback regarding budget priorities and operation strategies as development of the tentative budget for the upcoming school year continues. First, I'd like to start with month end, April 30, 2026, our amended budget. As you can see, our estimated revenue is at $2.3 billion. Our estimated expenditures is at $2.4 billion. We're currently operating in a deficit, so we're spending $41 million more than our budget. So the beginning fund balance is $205 million. With a reduction from the over expenditure deficit spending of $41 million, we're estimating an ending fund balance for June, this is for April 30th only, currently at $164 million. So there are pending entries that we have not just impacted the overall budget with, and that's going to happen in March. So we're closing out this year. We're going to do additional capital transfer of $25.8 million to the general fund to support expenditures from the capital that is occurring on the general fund. Pending year-end expenditures, I always do a detailed analysis of our finance as far as our salary. So with the salary and benefits, so this is the personnel piece of the puzzle. So our budgeted for salaries is $1.3 billion. Our benefits is $541 million.
And then we do a projection. I do a projection based on our base salaries and our base benefits, and those giving you the cost of $1.1 billion of our salaries for fiscal year end June 30th. Then I do a projection of our benefit costs, and this are base salaries only, $522 million. Then I project on the salaries that are impacting from the referendum. So we have base salaries on the referendum, and also we have supplements that we pay on the referendum, and the benefit cost there is $168 million. And then other wages, this is through June 30th. Now this is based on projections where we see ourselves falling out. It could come shorter. I'm trying to be very conservative and project more that the extreme case, the worst case scenario, that we'll have to spend $155 million. And that's showing us a total deficit in salaries and benefit of $56 million. The next page, these pending items. Gallagher give us a projection all the time with our benefits. So we have to burn a certain amount. So overall, we do board contribution. That's all our employees, they contribute. The board contribute on their behalf. This is the board actually paying the benefits on the behalf of our employees. Then we got employee contribution when they have dependents or they COBRA payments that also go to our healthcare costs. So that's $25 million. So our total contribution there as a district is $355 million. So we get rebates also from Aetna. We're expecting pharmaceutical rebates of about $42.8 million. That's what we have received to date. The RDS subsidies and other income is $39,000, and investment income. So we always investing all our revenue. So this is what this investment account earned, around $2.9 million. So our total revenue in our benefits is around $401 million. And our expenditures, so we have claims. We get claims come in every month. Our claims is burning at $373.9 million. This is projection through June 30th, right? I could be over projecting, but based on the burns, I had to project the last 2 months. So this could even be lower than the projection. So we did with the GLP, they project we're gonna get $5.5 million before we close out this fiscal year for, terminate the GLP-1. Administrative costs is additional $8.5 million. That's actual payments to Aetna, and other fees was $95,000, showing our total expenditure of $37.1. So when I project, we're gonna have a gain in our benefit costs that's gonna offset some of those actual costs of salaries of $24 million. The next page is showing additional fund balance transfer. Based on requests that came to the board, there's additional $12 million that we're going to be allocating out. We have already. We just haven't recorded yet that the board have approved from the items that came to the board that impact the fund balance. It's approximately $12 million additional expenditures that we're going to be taking from the fund balance, transferring. So what does all this say? So how does it impact? So I start with April the 30th, and you'll see all those transactions, how they're going to impact our projected budget for June 30th. So that $25 million, that capital transfer, it'll increase our overall revenue from $2.369 billion to $2.395 billion. And our overall expenditure from 2.4, we got our salaries increase, and then the offset of the benefit costs and the $12 million that impacts the fund balance for increasing expenditures is an overall from $2.4 billion to $2.454 billion. So overall, our district for June 30th, the last column, is operating $58 million in deficit. Projection. So I just want to make sure you guys know this is our projection. It could change at any time. Anything could change that caused this number to change. So impacting the fund balance by 58.9. So our estimating any fund balance is going to be around $147 million. And how does that impact? So we start looking at the adopted budget on this page. So the first column is the adopted budget, right? The total fund balance, that means with everything, was 8.6. Because we was at $205 million in our fund balance when we open up this fiscal year. So that was 8.66% of our revenue. But our assigned and unassigned fund balance, this is what the state is monitoring. We were at 4.85%, which is 115 million. So with this budget amendment you're going to see in your packet that's coming up, you're going to see that we're currently at 3.27, our assigned and unassigned for April. But with the June 30 projection, we at 3.36, even though our fund balance is, we're going back up because all those transfers and those expenditures are offsetting each other, that based on projection, we should be at 3.36. But I have some high-level concerns. For one, I can't control the narrative. Anything could happen in these last couple of months, and that can impact. We did receive Survey 3 data, and that's showing we lost 1,209 students. FTE would impact the district by $11 million. That means if that occurred, that the state implement that, and they give a survey. I did reach out to the state. They said, wait till we decide if we're going to implement that. That means we'll have a reduction, and we definitely would not meet the 3% of the fund balance. If other things are happening too, if they restrict those categoricals, there's categories like AP, IB, they never was restricted. They fall out into our fund balance to help our unrestricted and restricted. That's our assigned and unassigned fund balance, unrestricted portion. If they don't fall out and they restrict those, that would cause harm to the district, and we would not make the 3%. And then there's just overall revenue pressures and expenditures. We're closely monitoring those as we close out this fiscal year to make sure. And then also that FVFP. If we get hit with that third survey, last year they pushed it to the next fiscal year, which was still a surplus for us because they had issues with the Family Empowerment Scholarship. They was resolving those issues, and we got a $5 million surplus when we opened up last year, but this will be a reduction to our overall budget of $11 million if they push it to next year budget. So I'm gonna have Jeff go over the 26-27 budget outlook and savings update.
Good morning, Jeff Whitney, Director of the Budget. So as we begin looking at the 2026-27 budget, right, we know that at this point in time, the state has not completed their budget process, and so that gives us some continuing fluctuation in how things are going to be looking. Based on what's going on now, we kind of expect the state budget late next week, so we should know a little bit more as they do their final FEFP runs on those budget decisions. We're currently working with the Senate's budget more than the House's, just because it seems to be the one that's worst case for us, and that then gives us some ability to work the other direction if they move towards the House a little bit. So again, we're just waiting on final the BSA, the base student allocations, categorical funding decisions, and those district allocation amounts from the state. This next page and the page after it kind of go through what the state projections look like. This is the official state document. The next page is reorganized more so we can kind of focus in on what the district looks like in the right order. So the virtual number, the traditional number, and those two DJJ numbers make up what the state's numbers are. What we're looking at based on these right now is a total of like 174,579. When we kind of look at the next page, this will show us what that means to us in terms of funding. I also wanted to point out that that's, that between the 1,209 that Ms. Johnson mentioned earlier and the additional 8,086 reduction we're looking at a total reduction from sometime in this year's point before Survey 3 to next year when the budget rolls out to a 9,295 student reduction. That is going to equate to $75 to $76 million for what they're projecting with next year, and that 11 million added to it would bring us to a total reduction of around $90 million. So we all know that we've been through some really robust discussions around the organizational chart and those alignments. What we've seen that's approved so far is the 1,000 position reduction. That's a total of approximately $58 million district-wide. When we zero that in on the general fund, that's about a $45 million reduction in about 705 positions. We're still going through the school staffing allocation, working with the schools and through their meetings. A lot of that work wrapped up last week, and so now we're trying to do all the final analysis and get everything tied out, deal with any concerns, any special situations that might need adjusting. So we'll have some more information on those numbers in the near future. But just wanted to point out that as we've gone through this change with them, there were some changes made. We met with all the principals in person back in February, where the superintendent kind of rolled out what some of the bigger changes were to them. We also met with them again virtually before we started having the individual meetings with the schools to again kind of reiterate what those big changes were. And we'll go through some of those here on the next couple of pages. So right now, middle schools with fewer than 1,000 students are no longer being funded for a separate registrar position. They are increasing the days of the administrative assistant to help deal with some of the more clerical functions of that, taking people in as they're coming in during the summer, not necessarily doing the work of what a registrar would be doing or what the IMTs focus on, but that was a change that was made. We've also, in the model, every school is funded for a media specialist. If the school does not have a media specialist and has a clerk instead, we're no longer leaving the difference in their budget. That, one, helps bring some money back into the district if they're not doing that, and two, it encourages them to bring in a media specialist instead of the media clerk, right? If they're not going to get the funding for it, they've kind of lost the carrot for keeping a media clerk instead of a media specialist, and that's been a priority of the board, and this will help move them that direction. We look at what we've done with assistant principals. Really the biggest change on this page is that the middle schools are no longer funded for a fixed 3. They have to reach an unweighted FTE of 700 before they get their third assistant principal. So if they're below 700, they're only going to have 2 assistant principals. There is also an increase to the enrollment required at a high school for them to receive their 5th assistant principal. And if there are above 4,000, then they would receive funding for a 6th assistant principal. So like I said, we're still going through some of the actual staffing allocation results as we tie up the work, meeting with the principals. So we'll have some more here, but we know that as we go through and look at this, when enrollment declines, the instructional allocation, so the numbers of teachers in schools, is going to decline along with that. It's the enrollment, the unweighted FTE that really drives the funding. And so there will be some reductions we're expecting there. And then the final thing we're looking at here is the savings is that, as you all know, we've been working on having some work done where the employees would be contributing to a portion of their health insurance premium costs. And as the collective bargaining process wraps up, we'll know more exactly how that lands. But it looks like right now, because of the way that the open enrollment follows a calendar year, we would get about half a year's worth of savings beginning in January. That would generate about a $23 million reduction in our expected costs, because the board wouldn't have to cover that portion since employees would be covering it. And then as we move forward into future fiscal years, there would be a more of an annualized cost savings from that. And with that, it wraps up our presentation, and we're ready for the board's discussion and any questions.
Thank you so much. So we'll go to registered speakers. Jackie Luscombe.
Hello, good morning, Jackie Luscombe, and kudos to Miss Romanier, who must have sleepless nights, as I'm sure you all do. I get the difficulty here. I want to make a suggestion, though, about communications and the integrity of messaging around this budgeting process, which is currently playing out in a very damaging way, damaging the district's image at exactly the moment we should be competing aggressively for families. The public optics are all about cuts, loss, instability, and now in the staffing allocation process at schools, we're seeing our schools struggling to hold on to or having to compromise the very programs that attracted students in the first place. Families will not stay in districts they perceive as shrinking, chaotic, or in preservation mode. I live in the north. Last week, I received this mailer from Palm Beach County School District advertising open seats at A-rated schools for Palm Beach and Broward residents. They are actively trying to poach your students. We need to fight back aggressively with strong, distinctive, future-focused messaging. Instead, the messaging currently reaching parents is that schools are cutting some of the very things that are dear to their children and supports that their children need. It is not the case that the district is getting rid of music, for example, but there are perceptions that you are, because actually there are some schools that have announced it. Yet parents understood that those pieces of BCPS's operations would not be affected. And it's not okay for now the board to say, well, those cuts are the schools, not us. We're one Broward, right? We were told at ESE Advisory that Broward intended to expand VE programming, vocational exceptionalities, varying exceptionalities. And in some places it still is. It's been commendable. Yet some schools are now being forced into choices between doing so or preserving their existing SVE programs and others. We need both. So I want to draw attention to your greatest problem being communication. It's a weakness that Dr. Hepburn, you acknowledged a few weeks back in this boardroom too. Right now, rumors are spreading faster than facts. In the absence of clear communications, families assume the worst. When there are rumors about cuts that are incorrect, the district should be getting in front of them. And when promises are going to be broken about not touching programs at schools such as band and music and arts, let's fess up and be straight with the public about what's going on and find compromises. Instead, too often the public conversation is being driven by fear, speculation, screenshots, and word of mouth, and we just see silence out of the communications department. Broward needs to get into active damage control now. Managing the message needs to get as aggressive with communications as you are with budget. And the overall message from your parents is going to be that you're going to lose more students if you're going to start cutting anything out at schools, or if schools cut electives and the things that are dear to their hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Luscombe. Next speaker, Brooke Bordy.
Good morning, Brooke Bordy, Plantation. Ditto to all that Ms. Luscombe said. I am zooming in on a little bit more of a particular issue this morning, and that's slide 17 of the presentation you just saw, which states that principals were told about the staffing allocation model in both February and in April. DAC has been asking for the staffing allocation model not for fun, but because we are responsible for training staff chairs on what the budget should look like, how it can affect their school before they sign off on the budget, which is required by this board's policy. Additionally, state statute requires that schools' budgets be made in collaboration with school advisory councils. That also requires that school advisory councils be trained on what the budget looks like. In particular, this year, the staffing allocation model looks a bit different, which means there needed to be new training. And during committee reports to the board, DAC has repeatedly said we had to cancel our training last month. We had to cancel our training again. We rescheduled training 3 times, and our staff chairs and SACs have still not received training. But over the course of the last couple weeks, they've been asked to sign off on the budget. So when I saw this presentation posted just in the last few days, I was really surprised that principals had been provided a staffing allocation model. Because DAC had not been provided the staffing allocation model, I actually submitted a public records request back in February. And that was the beginning of February. It was closed out, and I requested either a draft or a final version. Either one would have worked. We just wanted something to give to our staff chairs, and that request was closed out on March 25th. I resubmitted a public records request at the beginning of May, and I still haven't heard back. And it's not for fun. I am a staff chair, and I did have to sign off on the budget, and I wasn't comfortable doing that. And my son is here with me today, and we had changes at our school. We lost a guidance counselor. We lost a front office person. We're having to reshuffle our specials. So there are real effects, and the transparency is an issue. The staffing allocation model used to be a public document. If you go to the budget page for BCPS, there is a budget resource center. And you can see the staffing allocation for the year 24-25, but you cannot see it for this school year, 25-26, and we haven't been able to get a copy for the upcoming school year. So I don't come here to nitpick about public records laws or to diminish the board or the school district in any way, but our staff chairs are out there lost, and we have area advisory council meetings this week, and we would really appreciate getting a copy so that we can train our staff chairs this week. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I believe that's it for public speakers. We will go on to board member comments. Board member Thompson.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the public speaker's comment about staffing allocations and how it used to be public facing. Can we get some explanation on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the 26-27 staffing allocation model, that document, which is pretty lengthy, is being created to be posted on that budget center, for lack of a better term, on the website. The 24-25 and the 25-26 staffing allocation model, there is absolutely no changes in between the two. It's the exact same thing. Because we didn't make any changes to the staff allocation model last year compared to the 24-25 year. But there are some slight changes this year, which it just went over, which mostly impacts assistant principal allocations, and at the middle school for the registrar for schools under 1,000 unweighted FTE, and also the requirement for a media specialist when their media clerk actually leaves or is vacant.
And then a little bit ago, maybe a month or two, we talked about doing more budget communications and like having videos on what the budget is like what is our communication plan? And we also used to have a citizen's guide to our budget, and I don't believe that's been updated in quite some time. Yeah,
I'm not aware of the citizen's guide, but because everything's been a moving target right now, and then waiting for the legislators to complete the budget process, we didn't want to put something out that's not final, and then have to do a update. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, once we get some finalization from the state legislator, and then we can put all of that information out.
And then when the staffing allocation is put on the website, can the board also be notified?
Yes.
Because we've also been getting a lot of emails about cuts to schools and we knew they were happening, but not when they were being shared. Yep. And so then we have community members angry about changes at their school, and we don't know how to answer them.
Yep. No, absolutely. We'll update the board. I think for the most part, what you see in the presentation is the only changes in the staffing allocation model. I think most of the concerns you're getting from probably parents and probably a few students is that a majority of our schools have a decline in enrollment for the upcoming school year. And when you talk about 9,000 students projected to decline, if you divide that out by all of our schools, that's about 39 students, 40 students per school. But some schools have way more and some schools have way less. And so as a student enrollment decline, the revenue declines. So, this has been since the dawn of time, you make those adjustments at the school level based on the number of students you're receiving or the number of students you're actually declining by or reducing by. And so I think some of those are some of the concerns, because there's positions that are impacted when a school experiences a decline, and that's the majority of our schools for the upcoming year. Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the budget discussion. We have done some work to educate the public. Specifically, we did the Parent University, so that was well attended, and we also have a dedicated landing page that we pushed out through a parent link, browardschools.com, future ready.
And then are our principals So I know the enrollment impacts our specials. That's one of the reasons I talk to my community and encourage them about school consolidations, because that
Yep.
means you get more
Exactly.
specials because the number of enrollment goes up. But have our principals been taught that rationale or how to communicate that to their community? Because what I'm hearing is they're basically saying, well, the board did this, and the
No.
board hates art, the board hates music, and that's what's
No,
happening.
I think it's easy for anybody to say that, but that's not been the process. There's been budget conferences, budget meetings with principals. So there's been a cadence of meetings with principals ever since February, when I myself and the deputy got up and talked about what the budget changes are going to be and what they look like, and they started cascading from there. And so the principals are aware of the changes in their budget. It has nothing to do with the board. It has everything to do with your enrollment numbers for the upcoming school year. And so if there's specific unique needs that the school has, they go through their regional office, and we've been able to fulfill them or not, based on if it's not a compelling reason to do so.
So that sounds like a conversation between our district staff and the principals, but what are the principals taught to educate their community? Like Chairlene already said, most of the time they're going to go to the schools about budget changes or impacts. So how are we helping them have these hard conversations?
No, that's actually a great point. He's like, you're about to say something, Ms. Sullivan. Go ahead.
I was going to say we could work with the budget team, Ms. Johnson and the deputy, and create a toolkit for the principals.
Yep, and I know Dr. Fulton has met with a core group for different high-level challenges and concerns to create more of a robust path of communication from that group to the principals, and then to the principals to their communities and stakeholders as well. Because that's a great question, because everything's different. Mm-hmm. Right, and it's not just going to be 1 year; it's going to be multiple years of doing things different, because those are the current challenges and demands.
And I think once the community understands the process and why specials are changed, then there might be opportunity for them to encourage their friends to come and et cetera. I know we have too many meetings. I think last week we talked about art, music, and PE being a priority for our district. And I got Dr. Zeman's follow-up, and I think I requested one to include middle schools and high schools as well. But I want to explore a way that we can show that that's prioritized in our district. And so I understand the financial situation right now. I was wondering if there's a way to put a line item in our budget that's for art and music specifically, so that the district can either aid or fund schools, so that we make sure that we keep these specials, especially in elementary, but continuing on to middle and high school. Because when people are deciding where to put their kindergartner, they want art class, they want music, and I think we legally have to have PE. We legally have to have PE. So I was a little concerned, because on the spreadsheet, there's some of our schools that don't have PE.
Not legally have to have recess.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So how can we ensure that we communicate to the public that art and music is a priority for us? Is that a line item in the budget? Is that a board item to put a specific amount? In Dr. Zeman's follow-up, it's $1.2 million. I believe that's to cover the schools that don't have it.
That don't have it, correct.
So I guess, can we walk through what that would look like?
Yep, so we will have to budget for it, and as we do with any budget ask, we will look at the balance, right? We're prioritizing something, and what do we don't want to prioritize, right, any further if this is the priority. So we'll have to look at that. One of the things that I do want to express a little bit of concern about is for the schools where it is a very unique, innovative program, where a parent is not sending their kids to that school for music or art, they're sending their kid to that school for a specific STEM program. And so I don't want to infringe on those type of unique opportunities. But I think if I interpret it correctly, to ensure that the school has the opportunity, because we give principals a lot of autonomy on that too, to ensure that they have the opportunity to offer music and art, if those are the two high priority areas for the board.
So how would we make that happen then?
We will have to sit down with the budget team, as we often do when somebody has a ask, not just the board, but also my team, and go through what are we prioritizing and what can we actually not do anymore to take those cost savings to be able to do that.
So would that discussion come back to the
Yep,
board
we can bring
then?
that back.
And then I think that's also something to be communicated with the community, is that the principal gets to decide what specials are chosen in their school. So if there's a desire for science and art more than a desire for music, that's because the principal has met with their community and looked at enrollment numbers. Because I think that's something that I could be a parent who desperately wants my kid in art, but the rest of the school
Correct.
only wants music or only wants science or something like that. And we, you know, that's their responsibility as their district, as the principal leader to decide that. So I would love for us to continue exploring how we can have either a fund for the schools that have lower enrollment, so maybe not cover it for every single district, but maybe something like that, so we can make sure our schools still have an opportunity for art and music. And then my other question is, there are school districts that are really analyzing their student enrollment and comparing it to the registered students in the voucher system. And so Escambia County actually found that around 300 of their students that go to their schools were actually in the voucher system, and the money was not going to the school district. So are we doing any kind of comparison or analysis, because Escambia is real small?
Yeah, no, we have all of that data. We are aware of the amount of students that take advantage of the voucher or the scholarships. So we have all of that data. Just
So it's not the data of who's taking it,
Yeah.
it's the data of like, I'm attending Silver Trail Middle, but in the voucher system, I'm taking a voucher. And
Yes.
so the money is not actually going to Silver Trail, it's going to whatever the voucher.
Yes, yes, and that's what the reconciliation of the state reconciled that for the whole entire state last year, because that was the complaint from us as district leaders, is that we were aware of kids that are taking the voucher money, and so that FTEs be recorded as a voucher or homeschool student, but they're sitting in our classroom. Right, and so so that was the complaint for many of us, and that's why they reconciled it. So yes, we have that information. We know we compare enrollment if they're sitting in our building, but the FTE is being counted somewhere else, and then we add that information up in the hopes that we actually get that money. Last year they actually did pay out the districts across the state. I don't know if it was the full payout, but they did give us money back for that reason.
So that's something we're consistently tracking?
Correct.
Okay. And that's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks. I just want to remind folks as we go through this budget stuff that, you know, we're downstream and we're reacting to, you know, how do you take a couple $1 billion of operating money and spend it in a way that gets a community and the students and the schools the greatest outcome. But I'm never going to talk about the budget without talking about the upstream problem. If we were funded like Alabama, Broward County would have $3.3 billion of operating funds. That's the problem. At the end of the day, the legislature in Florida does not value public education. That's why we're 50th in the nation. And it's got to guide our efforts. We're 10% of the state of Florida. We should be talking about this all the time. We should make it a litmus test for people to serve in the legislature, and we should hold people accountable that are in positions of authority to do something about it. Because I think Floridians would like us to fund public education, and we're not doing it in the right way. Instead of $1 billion, and we're fighting over how many people to let go, and a period of declining enrollment, $3.3 billion sounds like it's a much better investment in our community. On music, art, and PE, Ms. Thompson brought up some inquiries that we started last week, and I think it's a really fascinating policy question for this board to consider. You know, up to this point, we've given principals the authority to have and to choose with their parents, with their community, what specials. But if you look at the data that we got back to my question, there are actually enough positions, Dr. Hepburn, to make sure that we do music, art, and PE in every school, every elementary school, and still have positions left over to do other ones at the principal's discretion. And so to Ms. Thompson's question about how do we create an option for moving to guaranteed music, art, and PE, which I believe parents believe is a fundamental part of elementary education, and it would drive people to reconsider and to rethink about what Broward County elementary schools really mean if we had that everywhere. I think it's going to make this board reconsider the autonomy of principals, and also to make this board consider how many schools get included in repurposing. Because one thing that we've learned through the repurposing process for the past few years here is a small school is an expensive school. And Mr. Whitney and some others have given us some data last year. I think it's still reasonably good, but we pay between $8,500 per student and $16,000 per student. Is that still roughly correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's almost 2 to 1. And what is the distinguishing feature of those schools? The 16,000 are the ones with 300 or 400, dramatically under-enrolled, very small schools. And so as a board, we have to think about it, because if those are the schools that we choose to repurpose, that not only takes off a school that's dramatically under-enrolled to capacity, but it also eliminates a very expensive school per capita. And therefore, the remaining schools, there would be funding left over. $1.2 million on a $2 billion base is not a lot of money. It's less than half of 1/1000%. But at the same time, to Ms. Thompson's questions, we can do this without money. We just have to be thoughtful about the positions that we have and the policy that we give about the autonomy of principals to do it. I will tell you right now that I don't think a principal should have the autonomy to say no to music, art, and PE. It's fundamental to elementary education. All three of those. A librarian is fundamental to elementary education. It ought not to be optional in a place like Broward County. So I'm anxious to learn about it. I don't think we need $1.2 million to pay for it, though, Ms. Thompson. I think as part of our repurposing, if it in fact, again, is the smaller under-enrolled schools that are the targets for repurposing, if we do follow some numbers that have been thrown around from up here to do more than 10 this year. One of my colleagues has said we ought to do it once and get on with it. I love that. I think it'd be nice to take a 2-year break and get back on a cycle where we can come back and actually try the programs that we've put into schools and see how they're working, and then come back and look at it another time. Mr. Superintendent, with next year's projected enrollment, we've talked about 3 years of losing 25,000 students. How many students will we lose over the previous 3 years plus next year, given the projections that we have?
Previous 3 years plus next year, 35,000.
35,000.
Yes.
So on a base, we were around 210, 35,000, 17-ish%, right, reduction over a very short period of time. I pray and hope that the state gives us a little bit of leeway on how we account for the changes. I do want to talk about the fund balance first, though, because that's certainly something central. I think we're going to be projected right now, again, we're at the end of April with these numbers, so 10 months out of a 12-month year. We're projected to be at 3.36. If I'm correct, Mr. Whitney, that's about $8.6 million over the 3%.
It's 7.9 million.
Okay, well, your calculator's better than mine. So just say 8 for fun. If the $11 million correction isn't available, we're down to $3 million that we have to find. Dr. Hepburn, is it within your authority to find $3 million over the next 2 months so that we stay over 3%?
Yes.
Oh, great. All right. So that takes the big risk out of this. So let's talk about the other big risk. We overspend our personnel account by a lot of money every year. We have talked about it from this board. There's no organization in the world that can operate perpetually overspending their budget. That's why this board has the authority to set a budget. What's the point of having a school board approve a budget if no one follows the budget? So it's a very serious matter, and we're over by $56 million, I think, on the personnel account, which is our largest account. Dr. Hepburn, I would like to know, I understand how overtime and double stuffing and things like that can cause us to say, hey, the budget we had for $1.3 billion of personnel should fund this many positions, 25,000. But if those positions get more expensive because people are working 2 full-time jobs for Broward County Schools, boy, that spirals things out of control. If overtime happens because of a natural emergency or unforecasted event, I understand that happened too, but $56 million is a lot of money. What can you do next year, Dr. Hepburn, to bring that to zero?
So one of the great things, there's two folds when you approve a budget. I think for the past decade or so, there has been no declining in personnel and staffing, right? So the good thing is we're going into a new fiscal year with 1,000 less positions. So we've reduced our personnel expenditures, which is what you're talking about. The other thing is too, like you mentioned, we have positions that we have Broward County Public School employees working full-time during the day, and they're also working full-time the second half of the day because they're in hard-to-staff positions, i.e. workforce education positions at the tech schools, bus drivers doubling back and expressing more routes. The thing that we're going to have to do is really closely monitor that. It is because by law, we have to pay them time and a half because they work for us already. Mm-hmm. Really monitor that and really force the system to say no to some of those positions and see and analyze the reasons, which I know off the bat is salary, and then come back to the board. It's going to be cheaper for the board to say, all right, so we approve increasing that salary for that position than paying time and a half overtime because it's impacting us tremendously. It's a slight increase in the salary is going to actually save us money than just paying overtime. So those are some of the things I'll be bringing back to the board as we move forward.
Terrific. Could you please bring us things that equal $56 million of change? We, as a board, I don't think would ever feel comfortable setting a budget and then having expectations of double-digit millions of overspending. So if you could bring us the ideas that look at that $56 million over-execution and allow us to help you. I love the idea. I think our bus drivers may be, having a compensation issue. Or I think our F&S people, if we're double-stepping those, might. I think we have to think about the jobs themselves and the pay. Mm-hmm. I think working in education is inherently exciting because you get to grow the next generation, right? But are we creating jobs that are exciting enough to people and pay people well enough that we get folks? I think it would be interesting also, Dr. Hepburn, to consider a board-sponsored policy that says you may not work 2 full-time jobs in Broward County schools, period, which would force the system to either pay people better or create jobs that are more attractive to people so that we get applicants. But to have somebody working 2 full-time jobs where one of them is paying time and a half seems like something we just can't afford anymore in Broward County. So I look forward to seeing those $56 million worth of changes between you and Dr. Lozano and everybody else that works in this field. Last big question about the budget I think that the board needs to consider is next year we're looking at a 86, 87, 90-ish round number reduction in revenue. Therefore, we have to reduce by the same on expenses. We've got a half a year of healthcare changes. That's roughly $23 million. Through Dr. Hepburn and Ms. Johnson and everybody else's unbelievable efforts, we reduced by 1,000 positions. I think Dr. Holness still has an item out there about further reductions in positions, but that won't save us money next year because that'll be for the following year for savings. But am I right that 23 plus 56 is roughly 80 million? So we still have roughly 20 million if the projections come in at this point, Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson, with the projection.
There's going to be additional reduction with the allocation model. We haven't brought those forward yet because we haven't able to identify all the cuts. So we want to bring academics to the board, right? So
is the number you're targeting roughly 20 million, though, is still what the board has to help you find, Dr. Hepburn, find so that we're balanced for next year?
I mean, we will be in balance for next year, but we just haven't analyzed the numbers from the allocation model yet.
I'm just trying to set the workload for the board, though. Do we, as a board, have to help you and approve $20 million of reduced expenses?
Yeah, so it's a natural reduction because of the decline in enrollment. You are not going to need a certain number of teachers because you don't have the students for those teachers. So this is something that naturally happens every year and more so in larger chunks last year and this year because of the large number of students.
Let's add that to the mix for a minute. What is the savings and expenses if we lose 9,000 students next year?
As far as the reduction in personnel at the school level that's needed, what's that? What's the expected less need of teachers, Dr. Lozano, for the upcoming year?
That could be between about 250 to 300 teachers.
And so average of about 75 fringe and salary.
So that's 22.5 million.
Yep.
Right? So we're looking like we're closer to balance than we've been for the past 3 years. I would like the folks that are talking about narrative here today to think a little bit about that, because I can tell you the narrative I hear about is Broward County Schools took a bold step and reduced outside of schools by 1,000 positions. And that was part of a strategy of protecting the positions that are at schools. And it's not easy. Out of the 3,000 positions, 1,000 went away. I think it's a 22% reduction of administrative positions in 1 year. There are more reductions in staff, no doubt, coming. I don't know if we can get to Dr. Holness's level. That sounds, I think, impossible, but the board will have to think through that. But we're starting the year in balance because of the decision that Dr. Hepburn and the staff brought to the board and the board approved. And so I think that ought to be the narrative, that unlike other school districts that are just constantly shooting behind the target, Broward got ahead of the target, made the hard decisions, board approved them without a lot of doubt, to be honest. I think this board stood tall and said, we got to do this, and we did it. But to me, that's the narrative that's out there. That's what I read about. That's the feedback I get, is that Broward is focused on academic excellence. They're focused on doing the things that are best for students and schools, and because of that, they fenced those positions and they took cuts elsewhere. I'm very proud, Dr. Hepburn, of what you brought to the board. I'm proud of the strategy that you put together. I hope that we can fix some of these technical issues on cost overruns on the personnel side. Look forward to see your ideas about that. But how amazing is it that Broward County is starting the year in balance with the budget? That is a big deal, and I think that narrative ought to be the one that we put out as a secondary issue. The primary issues we're still short to Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Texas. We are 50th in the nation in terms of core funding, and that at some point you're going to run out of the ability to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. And I want to first say thank you to Ms. Johnson and the whole budgeting team. It has been a difficult year plus. And just some things I'd like to point out, because I know she's taken a lot of heat for a lot of things. So Dr. Hepburn, at the end of the day, who decides what the staffing allocation is?
Yes, it's not the budget team. The budget budgets. It's the rest of the system. It's mostly T&L and reacting to what budget says. Hey, here's what the numbers look like, and then we make.
But at the end of the day, who's responsible for that? Whose final decision is it that this is a staffing allocation?
That's me.
Thank you very much. So it is the superintendent's final say that changes these staffing allocations. And I think it's really important for us to say that out loud to the public, because we have people that work in the district that give recommendations. It goes to cabinet, it comes to the board, but operationally it is the superintendent who makes those final decisions. So, thank you to the superintendent for taking the recommendations that budget has brought forth and putting them into place. But I think it's really important for people to understand that the staff just makes recommendations. So appreciate that. In the last conversation that we had, as has already been brought up, we were really clear that the arts and PE were important, not just to the board, but what we've heard from the public, that they want, those are things they want to be protected. So I'm not sure who the right person to ask this of, but often when we go into schools and I ask about electives, because it is really obvious when you go to different places that some have 3, some have 1, some have 5, and I know it's based on the number of students that are at the school. But when I ask the principals, how do you decide what special you're going to have? Most of them say it's with community input. So I just would like to ask, I guess, the superintendent and then whoever answers that question, is it a policy that we have? Is it a practice? Do all schools do that, where the principal sits down with either the staff or PTA, or maybe has a family night where they say, okay, we have enough for this many specials. What are the specials that you want to see in the school in the upcoming school year. Can you explain that to us?
Absolutely, and I have Dr. Fulton help me out, but I'm not aware of a policy unless Dr. Fulton is. But I know in practice is that the school leadership works with their SAC to finalize what their specials are going to be for the upcoming school year.
So is that practiced in every school, or is that just something we hope is going to happen? And the reason I'm asking is because we've gotten emails, as Board Member Thompson alluded to, that people were shocked that their school is losing this particular special, and it's really, really important to them. So it gives me the impression that maybe that conversation was not had with the community.
Go ahead, Dr. Fulton.
You're correct, Dr. Hepburn. It has been a practice. All schools go through their budget with SACs. What may have been probably the challenge this year is budgets, and not because of Broward, have been rolled out lately. So right now, schools are we just finished budget conferences, and usually it's held in the March SAC meeting or the April SAC meeting. So we didn't have that opportunity to have those upfront conversations because we just finished budget conferences last Friday.
Well, I get that part, but the part I'm saying is, I mean, the principal had to make a decision. So is it consistent that before the principal makes that decision, they have conversations with their community?
So they do, and I think in some of the unique cases this year, the decision sometimes was easier because maybe my music teacher was retiring. So that made it an easy position to have to cut if you have to, because that means I didn't have to cut a person. That person was retiring, so that position made it easier to cut. And that happens in most cases.
Right, and that's actually a good point, because this is particular for one school. That may be true that the person retired, but the community really wanted that special. So to just make a unilateral decision that because the person, again, we do boxes, not people, the community really wanted that special to stay, but it was cut because the person was retiring. That's not really fair either, because I understand the other, if the community didn't get opportunity to say, well, we still think music is what we want over the art in terms of, what or whatever. I don't want to pick on anything in particular, but it doesn't feel to me, based on the emails we're getting, that was something that was done this year.
So I would tell you, for a principal, it's a difficult decision to determine which one do we do without. But you have to take the unique needs of the community into place. And then when you have attrition happen, it makes it an easier decision, because it's a difficult decision if I have 5 specials and I have to go down to 4. Those conversations are always held in a SAC meeting to say, this is our budget for upcoming school year. We're reducing in enrollment because our enrollment is reducing. We have to go down from 5 to 4 specials. And then you kind of look at it as a totality, the demands of that community, the evolution of the student population, what is it that we want. And in some occasions, I've seen principals do a survey with students. What are the specials that you like? And they sometimes use that data to determine the least desired special. Because when you talk to students, special is something that's very dear to them. When you go home as a parent, they don't talk about music. They don't talk a lot about what I did in reading class or math class.
Yeah.
It's always about those enrichment opportunities. So getting the student feedback is another option that schools do as well, too.
Well, I think that's actually the best option, to be quite honest, because the students are parents. But I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that it's happening in practice. And I say that based on the speaker that came today to say that, and we've gotten this also, that the staff chairs are being asked to sign off on a budget that staff had no input on, and they feel, for whatever reason, they feel very uncomfortable having to sign off on it. And if that's a state law or our policy, I understand that we rolled things out a little later because we were waiting for the state, who still hasn't passed a budget, so it makes it very difficult for us to do. But I don't know if we maybe need to do a policy where there's some kind of consistency across the board. And if we already have a policy, I say it all the time, why have a policy if we don't follow it? Similar to what Dr.
Yep.
Zeman just said about if you have a budget, why can you go over it?
Yeah, and we can research if we have a policy, but one thing I want to express is I don't want the whole entire system of 230-something principals where we probably have a school or two. So if there's a school or two or three that is having that concern, let us know what those schools names are, and we'll dive into those situations, because I get the same emails you guys do. And when we're talking about 180-something students that equate to possibly 500,000 parents, right? I've only received very few, so it tells me there may be a certain instances where, you know, I'm the dad who loves fine arts, right? But everybody else may not like the fine arts.
Right,
right?
which is why I'm saying
Yeah.
it should have been a community. And to that point, I appreciate you saying that, but the concern, so we're getting a couple emails, but as one of the speakers mentioned, it's blowing up all over social media that we are getting rid of all of the arts programs. And that's going to hurt the principals who are implementing it, you know, the schools that are there. So we have to figure out how to be a bigger presence in terms of, you know, we hear your concerns. We want you to know that this is not true. I love the chart. Thank you, Dr. Zeman, for asking for that information, because that's a factual piece of information that we can share, and I think it's important. I think we should be emailing that out, you know,
We'll
or
post
putting
that
it
on
on
social
social
media.
media
Yeah.
to say,
Absolutely.
here's the facts. You know, there are some that are going down, but I also just
Agreed.
think that to be consistent, I don't know whether that looks like just something you do as a standard operation procedure, or we need to do a policy to make sure that the staff is involved, or the community in some way is involved in making the decision on what electives are there. Because we did say publicly that the arts are important to us, and we're getting emails from even staff members saying, why are you eliminating arts in Broward County Public Schools? So I don't know how to answer that. So I appreciate that, and I do appreciate the media specialist part. I have a little bit of a concern, though, because listening to the presentation, it said if the principal decided to keep a media clerk as opposed to a specialist, I think we were really clear that we wanted media specialists. I don't think that that should be a decision. I know they keep the clerks until they don't, but I don't think that there should be an option for them to make that decision. We've been very clear that there needs to be a media specialist, which then allows them to have a media special, right? Because they can't really do it with the specialist. So that was the issue. I also saw the flyer from Palm Beach, so can you tell us, are we going to be doing something to try to keep the poaching and maybe do our own poaching back?
I don't want to tell the public all our secrets.
Well, that's okay. I just want to know, are
but we have a response
Okay.
and a proactive response to market to our students.
Okay,
beyond Broward County Public Schools. So.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple other things.
I know Mike is listening.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't want to give away our secrets, but I want to know that we're also going to poke back on that. Okay, perfect.
That's affirmative.
So back in September, when we had our public hearing, we passed some motions, and one of it was to decrease overtime by 40% by January 2026. And I asked for a follow-up, and I appreciate the follow-up, but it just looks like we've only decreased it by 24%. So that's a little over half of what we asked for. So can you kind of explain to us why we didn't reach the 40%?
Yeah, so month over month, it fluctuates between 30, 25. We even have one month that's like almost 60%. So on average to date is 27.9, call it 28% reduction in overtime. For the whole entire year up to this point. So we've been monitoring it. There are some situations that we closely monitor and really push back, i.e. transportation, things like that because you don't have the staff, there has to be some overtime in order to get the buses to pick up the students to do what we need to do to transport them to and from school. But we've been closely monitoring it and really challenging the teams and also improving the process just to make sure we continue to reduce. But to date, it's been 28%, but each month it's higher, or some months it's slightly less. But for the most part, we've tackled this situation robustly this year.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that answer, but very disappointed. The reason that we said 40% is because overtime is one of those huge costs that seems like we can't control. And I think we need to do a better job.
And just like I told Dr. Zeman too, one of the things is bringing back some of these positions to the board to increase the pay, right? So you don't need the overtime because for some of the positions, it's not a desirable position. It's high turnover, and there are other competitive factors externally where we're not, being able to get those employees on board. So some situations, we're just going to have to do some market analysis and actually raise the pay of some of those positions to make them more desirable to be in full time, so we don't need to pay overtime. So like I said earlier, it's cheaper to hire somebody, pay them a regular salary, than to continue to pay overtime.
Okay, right, thank you. And that was the second question I had on that. So I asked, what is the status of the review of supplement job descriptions? Because that also affected the overtime. And so the answer said that you all were going to be discussing what happened with these work groups and all of the meetings that they had. They brought you a recommendation, and you were supposed to talk about it yesterday and then come back to us. So how did that discussion go yesterday?
Discussion went well yesterday. There were some targeted areas by the committee, which is a very diverse committee with various internal stakeholders on it. As far as recommendations of sunsetting some supplements or looking more in detail to some supplements, we gave some feedback, and Dr. Lozano and his team will bring something to the board as far as what we recommend fully to sunset and also update. Some job descriptions already have the task in it. So recommendations to sunset and the very few job descriptions that we need to update, we'll bring those to the board.
Okay, great, thank you. Just a couple more things. So I've said this a number of times, you said it, I think it's really important to say to the public, every single year, we always cut staff in schools based on the number of enrollment. That's not new. It wasn't anything we didn't do last year, the year before, because it's just based on the FTE that we get. So this year was a little different because we cut jobs beyond just the classroom and in the district, but what the public heard, whether it's what we said or not, what they heard was schools would be insulated from that. And so how do we get the message out? Even though we've said it here a bunch of times, even people I think on the board haven't understood that's something that happens every single year, because if you have less students, you just need less teachers. So how do we present that in a different way that they can digest it? Because a lot of the things we're getting back also is, you said you weren't going to touch schools, but we do touch schools every single year. We have I've been here 37 years. It's happened in the last 37 years. So how do we do a better job of explaining that? Because they didn't hear that this year.
Yeah, we can just continue to push out as much communication as possible. I think there's an echo chamber, right, going on when it comes to that same narrative over and over. I'm just going to have to act like I'm from Missouri and just show them. Right?
Well,
show me state. So when the school year starts, we will show you that we.
If you could, based on what you just said, give us a follow-up to show how many schools lost teachers last year and how many we're projecting to lose this year. And maybe it could be over the last 5 years. And on that, do we have any schools that are going to increase in enrollment that are actually getting additional?
I would have to take a look at the data. If that's the case, it is very few. And
sure.
And the enrollment increase would be because of their magnet or program. So they're really taking kids away from another.
Right. No, I get that. And I've said that a number of times. But if you could give us a follow-up that kind of, because then we can also I think visuals help a lot. Like I said, I really appreciate the chart about the specials, and I think if we push that out, we can put that down
Can
a
you
little
repeat
bit.
that follow-up? I was
So a
record that
follow-up
for you.
over the last, let's say, 5 years, how schools that, how many teachers, every school, how many teachers did they lose or gain for the last 5 years as a follow-up? And to one of the speaker's points, I think it's also important that we explain that the district isn't, as board members, we're not trying to push it back on the principal, but at the end of the day, the principals are the ones that make the decision on how they use their budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
So how did that change this year? Because we're getting a lot of pushback from principals that this big staffing allocation, which didn't look like a lot of changes on the what you gave us, that there was such a huge change that their hands are tied and they're having to get rid of all of this stuff.
And like I said, there's minimal changes. This year is probably the year where there's a lot of changes or experiencing change because of the large amount of students. Schools were pretty much kind of held harmless a little bit from the decline last year because it just pretty much slapped everybody in the face, not just Broward County Public Schools, Dade, Palm Beach, Orange. None of us expected such a huge decline in enrollment, which is very shocking and hard to react to once the school year starts because you just can't get rid of people and all those other things once the school year starts. This year, we're being more proactive. We're basing our budget based on projected enrollment for the upcoming school year. We have the Survey 2 information. We have the Survey 3 information. With Survey 3, which is during that February timeframe, that the students that are not here in February, they're gone. They're not coming back. If they're not here in our system in February, that means they've left the area. They're not going to show up. They're gone somewhere else. And so I think it's a hard shift when it comes to our school leaders. And when you look at projection and the realization that you're going to experience a little bit more decline in staffing than you have in the past, because we just, it's just coming to a head right now with it's significantly larger amount of reductions than any school districts have ever experienced in the past. Usually Broward County over the past, early in the decade, probably about 1,500, 2,000. When you spread that out amongst 230 something schools, it's, not a lot of kids, but when you talk about 8, 9, 10,000, it's going to impact the system, and it's definitely going to impact school budgets because they don't have those students anymore to receive that revenue for the number of staff that they had before.
And how do we get the projections? What department provides the projected?
We get projections from the state. So the state gives us a projection around December, January time. And then the Survey 3 data comes in around February to let us know how many additional students we declined by after the Survey 2 window in October. So we add the projection and the Survey 3 numbers together. Because the previous year we went through the same thing, right? And those numbers stayed solid for Survey 3, meaning in the spring semester, if a kid is not enrolled in our system, most likely they are not going to be enrolled in our system in the fall. If a kid is not here in the spring, that means they've left the area for the most part, or enrolled in another school, but most likely they've left the area.
So does the state do that for every single school?
Yes. Not for school, they do that for the district.
So my question is, how do, school A, how do we calculate their numbers for school A, B, C, D, and E?
Our demographers do a great job with trend data to come up with the best case scenario.
Perfect. And that's not budgeting, that is
that's not
demographics department.
Budget reacts to the revenue from enrollment.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just trying to clear up some things. The last thing I'd like to just leave is, as we build the new budget, I say this every single year, I think we should start with at no less than a 4% increase for our employees on how we budget. And I hope that we start a budget from scratch, as I've said every year, and build it for what we want in it, not trying to plug holes in different places. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. First, I want to actually comment on our public speakers today. and some things that were said on the dais, quite accurately. No more waiting until all the information is available. That answer rebuffs the very soul and moral responsibility that public education and government agencies currently are waiting on an MGT report, waiting on hiring master planner. The public are waiting on public records request. The information is available now and it needs to be released. And I know that we're closely monitoring, but why not met? I missed the other part of the sentence that was, we're closely monitoring, but we haven't met it. So my expectations are that we get the information. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be slick. If you've got data, we need the data. If public records requests are in our system and we have that available, it needs to go out. I'm increasingly getting phone calls for people that are waiting on those particular answers, employees and for the public. So I really needed to raise that question. I feel very strongly about that. And it goes back to when I first became a board member and my assistant had to start the database of unanswered questions. That's not a good look for the board. The board, every meeting says, we need it now, it's going to be given to us, and then the rope keeps getting further and further away, or the line gets further and further away each time. So I think as we're going into budget and to actually talk about changes, especially with the org chart, job descriptions, reporting structures, that information needs to be infallible, and it also needs to be readily available and soon, like yesterday. And when we're looking at the budget especially, I did want to talk about the reductions that are happening in our schools, and yes, they do. Principals, we all know that. It's an enrollment, the figures, what programs can go down, but when it comes to the electives, it's absolutely non-negotiable that parents and the community have a say in what is going on at that school, and also that principals have a say in what is going on at that school, because I'm hearing from some principals that are being told that they need to do a 15% across here, and they have to put their, they're not going to be able to have art or these 2 or 3 particular things, and it happens. And, it's not a good look. I wish we could actually just say, okay, we got all the information. There was a community meeting. It happened on this day, and the people that showed up for the advertised meeting at the school had their voice, and the instruments that are in the closet for the last 2 years are going to be coming out, and there'll be an after-school thing. It doesn't have to cost us. We need to actually listen to that customer voice, because if we don't, they're going to go anywhere else, right? And it's not easy for the principal, it's not easy for the parents, and it's definitely not easy on the students. They go there for those band programs. And honestly, I'm a band and a choir girl and a sport girl. Those things, well, I love studying too, but let's put that aside. Those things got you excited. Those things, you stayed after school or you showed up early for school. Those are some of the very important lessons that they learn. How to have your voice, yet share it with a group of people and make a fantastic song, a fantastic art piece. That is the most important thing for these students, to have their voice and be part of a community voice. We have that. We need to do more of it instead of being reactionary. Use our students' voice, which we do, but also use our student voice at that particular school they need to know that the last 3 years that I've been in elementary school, I've enjoyed music, but my last, 4th and 5th grade, it's not going to happen anymore. So I'm actually asking for that public voice. And to go back to what the, I think, Ms. Brody, that, she was right. I was a staff chair. How could you possibly sign off on something that you're not really educated about at that particular time because they're waiting for analysis? Those are things that we can get rid of, problems that are today. Those things, we need to focus on getting the students what they need and our teachers and our staff what they need to run the school and to make sure that we have that commitment. And I'm very nervous about the budget. I know that we have a plan to go forward with it, but Gesundheit. But it's alarming that we may go below the 3%, and I think we need to be ready to be prepared for that. And it doesn't have to be, I'll just say, it doesn't have to be more employee related with losses. So, thank you.
Thank you, and I just want everyone to be mindful of the time. Our special school board meeting is scheduled to start at noon, so that will now be delayed. But I will, if we are still having this discussion, I will recess this workshop to go to some time certain items at 12:30 for some proclamations, and then we'll come back to the workshop. So I just want everyone to be cognizant of that and not be surprised when I do that. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did not realize it's my time. So, Dr. Hepburn, if you could allow Ms. Johnson to speak. Ms. Johnson, can you reiterate the factors again? Oh, she's not here. Is she around?
She's coming
Okay.
back, but Mr. Whitney's available as
Okay,
well.
Mr. Whitney is available. Okay. Good. All right. So can you reiterate the factors that could cause us to fall below the 3%? And in a concise manner, if you could, and in layman terms so the public can understand.
Sure, and this goes back to page 10 of the presentation, where it covers the high-level fund balance concerns. Our preliminary, our first concern here is that the Florida Education Programs Survey 3 calculation could result in an additional revenue reduction of approximately $11 million. Ms. Johnson's been in contact with the state, and they are not entirely certain how they're going to roll that out and what that would look like for us. But if it rolls out at that $11 million, that is a huge concern. And that would, based on that approximately $8 million that we're above the 3%, that would push us below the 3% and require some additional changes.
Okay, so let me ask a couple of questions on that. So the Survey 3 calculations, that was something we weren't expecting?
No, I mean, so there's been some recent changes in the way that the student populations behave during the school year, right? And so over our historical view, during the school year, we usually have about the same number of students at the end of the year we do at the beginning. The last couple of years, and our demographer's been looking at this too, we've been losing students during the year, which is kind of a new phenomenon, and that's what's manifesting itself with these Survey 3 numbers. It's not just Broward that it's impacting, and so the state isn't certain how they're going to actually implement that.
Okay, so Mr. Whitney, let me try to understand this, right? So we've been ongoingly sort of losing students throughout the school year, and that's not something typical or normally that happens, correct? But wouldn't we be aware of the student loss progressively as we move down to where we're now at this point? We're worried about the 3%?
No, if I can add to that, Dr. Holdness, the concern is not so much the loss of students. The concern is actually having to pay back the money during the fiscal year. In last year, we paid the money back. They actually had districts pay that money back to the state in the next fiscal year. So the issue is if they actually want us to pay it within the fiscal year, that's the concern.
Okay, so let me ask another question, then Dr. Hepburn. So typically and historically, the money was paid back in the upcoming year and not the current fiscal year, correct?
It's been both. With the recent large decline in enrollment that's impacting almost every school district in the state did something different last year to have districts pay back in the next fiscal year. So there's not a huge financial burden on districts during the fiscal year because you're dealing with the loss of revenue during that fiscal year.
Understand. So I guess I'm just trying to understand why we're at this point and we're worried about the 3%. So we didn't anticipate that they would ask us to pay back during this fiscal year. We thought it was going to be next fiscal year?
Correct.
And when did we realize that?
We're just inquiring. So it is a concern if they change course.
Okay, so did they indicate that they're going to have a different approach?
No indication, final indication yet.
Okay, so what caused us to start to worry about this current fiscal year being the year?
We're just doing our due diligence to analyze all possibilities of decision making, and also internally and also at the state level as well.
Okay, so this is not a situation where the rules of the game by the state is changing in the middle of the game. Or it's been the same rules historically.
So they've changed the rules or the strategy last year, right, in response to pretty much supporting districts with this huge loss in revenue that they've experienced across the state. So, we want to make sure that they continue that. Yep.
Okay. Okay. So, Ms. Johnson, and I know you had stepped away for a little bit. Besides the Survey 3 calculations, which I'm still somewhat unclear, and I understand, Dr. Hepburn, but I'm still a bit unclear as to why we're so worried about it if they haven't definitively say we're going to do this. I'm just not sure why we have sort of a state of concern if we haven't heard anything.
The reason why the concern last year happened because Family Empowerment Scholarship was miscalculated by the state, so it impacted all the district across the board. This year, there is a reduction that's happening in February, Survey 3, that is not usually happen this time of the year, right? And they usually, last year they pushed it back to the next fiscal year, which gave us a $5 million credit from the Family Empowered Scholarships. But that is not the norm. They usually levy that survey before we close out. And if they go back to the normal behavior of levying that survey, then it is a concern for the district because we'll lose 11 million before I close out. So that is why it changed this year. And Family Power and Scholarship, that has nothing to do with it this year, but the decision is on the state when they're going to actually give us our final calculation, right?
Oh, got it.
And the decision for the restricted resources is something that the state does every year, and they do it at the end of the fiscal year. They change what they start restricting.
Right.
And I'm asking them ahead of time, do they know what they're going to restrict? And they don't know yet, but they did say, be prepared that those categorical as far as ACE, accelerated dollars could be restricted. And if they be restricted, they're no longer unrestricted. They become restricted in our fund balance, and they'll reduce our overall fund balance.
Okay, so I believe my understanding is that the budget hearings in Tallahassee will be wrapped up around May 29th?
27.
27th? Okay, good. All right, so then we will know more.
Yes, I'm just informing the board. It's my job to make sure you guys are informed because then the superintendent will it triggers us to move forward. And I just want you guys to know, based on these things that can occur,
Right.
if possibly we won't make it. So I have to, inform you, and then if they don't, these things doesn't occur, we should be able to make it.
Okay, understand. So let me ask another question, Ms. Johnson. And my concern has always been the 3%. I don't want to go below 3%. I've said that ever since I've gotten here in 2022. So let's just say they went ahead and the unfortunate happens, right? And then we have to look at $11 million. What are the consequences if this should occur? With the Survey 3 calculations that we would face if we fall below the 3%, and what remedy do you have in mind if that actually comes to fruition?
So the superintendent and cabinet members, we already been working on a plan for next year. But the state requires if you fall below the 3%, the superintendent would have to inform the State Board of Education and the commissioner, right? If we project we're going to fall below. And it's about 2 years, consecutive years. So we're not going to hit the 2%. We might hit below 3%. And we have to come up with a deficit elimination plan. And if within 2 years. So we have time. We are already doing that. We have a deficit, fiscal recovery plan. So if we fall below the 2%, they require that fiscal recovery plan to show them that we're going to recover, right? So if we don't have a plan, if they don't sign off on the plan, that's when, even below the 2%, we got to have that fiscal recovery plan showing us how we're going to come out, right? To be above the 3%. That's when they go to a fight risk. They said we're fiscal at risk, and then that's when the states start moving to initiate an oversight plan and doing what they do to do emergency takeover of the district.
Okay.
Assist the district. But I've been in a situation here in Florida, and the state doesn't want to take over a district. They want us to come up with the plan, and we do have a plan already to show us to get back to the 3%. And that's what we're doing now.
Okay, so I appreciate that, Ms. Johnson, and I can tell you, I am a bit nervous getting even close to the 3%. And in fact, I remember when we were way above 3%, and it never seemed possible that we would be right there, right? So going below the 3% to say, well, we'll be okay because 2% has more consequence to it. I just don't want to face those realities, right? So I hope that Dr. Hepburn, going forward, just getting that reserve up is a part of our, sort of budget discussion, because I don't like flying so close to the ground. It makes me nervous when we are right there. So I'm hoping we can get above that 3% or have a plan to do so as a part of our discussion and as a part of the priority, just like we prioritize, taking care of our resources, our teachers, our salaries, these kind of things, and how the district function. I think the reserve should be a major part of that discussion, because that's where we will enter into a phase that we have to deal with consequences, and I don't want to risk going below 2% ever or even entertaining it, So, Ms. Johnson, I had asked the question besides what are the factors besides the Survey 3 calculations that put us, if that doesn't happen, that we would need to be concerned about the 3% or going below it? Is there any other factor?
Just those restricted, if they restrict those categorical funding.
But if they don't, then we don't have a 3% below concern?
No.
Okay.
Unless my projections are very, very not conservative. I just kind of over-projected based on last year burn, and it should fall off. We should be okay.
Okay. So I have a few more questions, Dr. Hepburn, and then I'll be done. Dr. Hepburn, did we reconfigure 11 schools for the upcoming school year?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza. Get specifics.
Based upon the redefining of schools, will there be 11 schools that will be impacted, or 11 school changes going forward into next year?
So for this coming school year,
Yes.
effective July 1, the
Right.
board approved for 6 schools based on board action on January 21st of this year
Right.
that will take effect for next year. on July 21st, when we have the conversation with the board to talk about redefining what we will do, then we will talk about, potential schools and numbers and things of that nature. But for effective July 1, that will go live for the 26-27 school year, it's 6 schools.
Okay, so Dr. Wanza, when you say 6 schools, you mean 6 schools that were closed or 6 schools that were repurposed?
So we kind of use that word interchangeably. And what we know is we have 6 schools that were closed, and those campuses are being repurposed for another district use. So, for example, we know that Plantation Middle School will be combined with Plantation High School to make, I'm just going to use Plantation 612 now. We know that Seagull will be combined with Whitten Rogers to make 1 school. So that's the first 2 schools. Right. And then the other 4 schools are elementary schools. Particularly we know that Sunshine Elementary School is being combined into Fairway Elementary School. Palm Cove Elementary School is going to split, and it's going to be combined into either Lakeside Elementary School or Pines Lakes Elementary School. Panther Run Elementary School is closing, and it will be combined into either Chapel Trail Elementary School or Silver Palms. And then finally, North Fork Elementary School, which the students will transition into one of 4 schools, either Croissant Park Elementary, Walker Elementary, Thurgood Marshall Elementary, and what's the last one?
Croissant Park.
Croissant Park.
Right. So those are schools that were sort of closed but then used for other purposes, right? Yes. But I believe we had 4 or 5 schools that were also sort of repurposed, right?
Hallandale High School, there was a school model redesign, but that school will still be open and functioning as a district high school. We did some programmatic innovations in some of the schools, but as far as schools being completely repurposed, offline, or going to be that campus being designated for another district use, that number is 6.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, with the schools that were closed and used for another purpose, or schools that were repurposed, as we go into next year, what savings will that bring to the district?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza. I don't have the number on top of my head.
I believe that it is calculated in what the budget team just talked about briefly. But we know that when we came to the board in December of 2025, and with anticipation of the actions that we would bring for the board in January, so there was about $13 million in associated costs as it related to support allocations, maintenance costs. But I think in the final analysis, that number may have gone up a little bit more. And I did see, I think in the budget slider in conversation, what that final number was. But we do know when we brought the actions initially to the board for consideration, the cost savings were at or about somewhere in that $13 million range. But I think it's a little bit more in the financial analysis when you look at everything in its totality.
Okay, and Dr. Wanza, that would be on a yearly basis?
That would be reoccurring because, if you no longer have to have the maintenance, the instructional support, you've reduced the number of principals, you've reduced the number, that would be recurring.
Okay. So, Dr. Hepburn, as we continue the redefining efforts, what is your goal, or what are your goals in the upcoming school year in terms of the amount that you would or you plan to save as we continue to repurpose, redefine more schools? To increase this 13% ongoing savings, what is the goal for next year? How much are you planning to save?
For redefining schools specifically?
Upon redefining schools, what is your goal in terms of an estimate of an amount next year that you are hoping the district will save?
So that has to come from our thorough analysis that we'll bring back in July, because we're still examining the impacts on student enrollment in some schools that aren't up for discussion yet, but may be part of the discussion. So that's more to come. I can't give you an exact figure on that, because it's all dependent on what schools were able to bring to the board as far as the discussion of for closure or repurpose. It's all
okay.
dependent on student enrollment and all those
Understand.
factors, yes.
So the process doesn't involve setting a financial goal. It's more looking at what we
Correct.
can repurpose and then determine subsequently what the financial savings would be.
Correct.
Okay. So let me ask another question, Dr. Hepburn. Research, I was wondering, can Broward County schools, and I don't know, I'm just thinking again as to how we can attract students. Can Broward County schools do any kind of research to show how many of the students in Broward County are going to private charter in each school boundary, or how many of the students in Broward County in each school boundary are going to high academic performance entrance type required schools?
Yes, we already have all that data.
You have that
yes,
data.
And usually Dr. Wanza does review that data when she goes over the deck for redefining to show for specific schools that are within that where those kids are, what's causing the decline in enrollment, and it will show the percentage attending charter, percent attending an out of boundary school, such as another magnet around a district. And so we have the majority of that data. The data that we would not have is those that are attending private school, because we don't have access to really know much about if they leave out of a public school system, which would be leaving out of charter. We have data for vouchers, but if they're leaving to go to a private school, that's the only thing.
Okay, so for the private schools, we wouldn't have that data. Okay, so I would just, again, I would love to see at some future date that we have some sort of a high-performing schools, an additional school, maybe 6 through 12, that is centrally located. And I am sure this has to be backed up by data to show how many of the students within school boundaries are going to high-performing schools. I still strongly believe the central area is lacking one of those, and I hope Hallandale is significantly successful. So I can, at least my term on the school board, I can see a third one occurring in the central area, because I strongly still believe we can attract the high-performing students within these school boundaries that we have that are going to these high-performing private schools. So thank you, Madam Chair, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Severa.
Superintendent, I want to be very clear about something. We cannot, and we will not, as a district, uniformly cut specials from our elementary schools. We're not going to do it. Music, art, PE, these are fundamental to elementary education. Our kids need these, and I'm not going to be a part of anything that would potentially take those out of play. The last week has been a difficult one. I've heard from countless parents devastated that art programs were being taken from their schools. And I'm not going to take that away from any elementary school student anywhere in the district, whether it's in District 6 or any of the other districts in this county. I want to be very clear to the public on this. This was not a board decision. If this had ever come to the board, my vote would have been an emphatic no. There are many areas that we can save money on, including this building, which I still scratch my head. Why are we still in here? Why hasn't this been sold or leased yet? I don't know. Topic for another day. But for purposes of today, these specials cannot go anywhere. And if you are being affected by this as a parent, as a student, I encourage you to continue doing what you're doing, reaching out to your respective school board members and trying to find solutions on potential resolutions. Because to me, this is, quite frankly, just unacceptable to lose these specials. I want to shift gears quickly, and I want to talk about this staffing allocation model. And I brought this up last week or the week before about how I was getting calls from principals and other administrators in which they were being told they were being given directives by this district to cut certain staff. As you can imagine, this was very disconcerting for a lot of our principals and a lot of our APs having to make these types of decisions. But I want to dig a little bit deeper on this. I want to talk about these projections and these enrollment numbers and how much emphasis that we put on this. Here's something that I struggle greatly with. What if these projections are wrong? Now, I realize that every district is different. Some of us deal with under-enrolled schools. Some of us deal with schools that are over capacity. However, if we're making major decisions based on these projected numbers and these projections are wrong, we could have situations where kids are potentially being put in classrooms on a 40-1 ratio or higher. That's not acceptable to me. Mr. Superintendent, I'd like to know the following. Why wouldn't we actually wait until the school year starts? Wait till we get to that 20-day mark when the updated figures come out, and then figure out if cuts are necessary, as opposed to doing it a year in advance?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Severa. First, I want to correct the record also and encourage you to read the board response sent to the board from Dr. Zeman. It's not a universal cut of art, music, and PE. So I want to be mindful that we don't send that narrative out to the public because there's no universal cut of those programs. We do have some schools in a situation where there's some tough decisions that have to be made by the principal in their community. As far as waiting, so here's the scenario. I can tell you my whole career in education, the state of Florida and their projection numbers are pretty spot on for the past 20 or 30 years. And I think Ms. Johnson can agree with me on that one. They're very rarely off. If they're off, they're usually off by 100 or so. So whatever they're doing up there at the Capitol, as far as giving us projection numbers for the past 20, 30 years, they've been spot on. And so it is, again, simple economics. We receive revenue based on the number of students that enroll in our schools, specifically those that are registered and enrolled in Broward County Public Schools, district-operated schools. Every year, since the dawn of time for every school district in this state, we provide budgets to the schools to staff their schools based on projected enrollment for their schools. After the 10-day count, maybe 11-day count, 12-day count for the district, but for us, it's the 10-day count. After the 10-day count, we collect all the enrollment, warm body counts of those schools, and then we make adjustments. We put a freeze on everything in the district, and we make adjustments if a school goes slightly up or if a school goes slightly down. So if a school goes down and this school to my left goes up, we just transfer that teacher to the school that went up. And it's very a minimal shift in that scenario. If we were to ignore projections and just say, hey, we're going to staff schools based on the number of students on the first day, huge risk, because at the beginning of the school year, you would have if let's say we're ignoring a 9,000 decline in student enrollment and staffing our schools based on last year, at the 10-day count, we would have hundreds of teachers that we would have to release, not shift to another classroom, release from the district, which is very disruptive to students, to parents, to communities, and also our staff. This is the doing it the way we're doing it right now. Provides the least amount of disruptions to schools, provides the least amount of disruption to the small amount of staff that would have to shift from one school to the next because another school went up and their school went down. So it causes the least amount of disruption versus shifting around or not even shifting. In the scenario you're discussing about waiting, that would be probably about 300 or more teachers that we would have to release because we don't have those students.
Let me tell you what my concern is with that. And incidentally, Mr. Superintendent, the way I just suggested Didn't the district used to do it that way?
No.
It was never done that way?
No district in the state of Florida has ever done it that way, because it's just too much risk in having to release a lot of teachers.
Here's the risk that I'm concerned about in my district. Okay? With all due respect to the numbers, with all due respect to the data, in District 6, my constituents have a higher probability of those numbers being wrong, facing an over-enrollment than an under-enrollment. So what we are effectively doing to my schools, we are telling parents, we are telling admins, we are telling teachers that you are, what are we in, May? You're not coming back next year. The entire summer, there's a great deal of anxiety that my parents, my students, my admins, and my teachers are facing. Not knowing what's going to happen next year, whether our classes are going to be over-enrolled, whether we're going to have to scramble to find teachers from the district that may or may not have any affiliation to that school at all. And this is something that we don't have to think about for the next 3 months, a little less maybe. So I'm as far as my district is concerned, this is extremely concerning to me. And I want to thank all the parents who have taken the time to call, to write, to stop me in the supermarket and express their concerns about this. Because I'm very troubled by how we're doing things. And I don't want to beat a dead horse because I know it's over and it's already been passed, but this started with the org chart and a lot of the cuts that we made. And now we're starting to see it in real time, in real world practice. We are seeing the implications of decisions that this board makes. And it's resulting, as I predicted, in teachers not being able to come back to schools and our students being directly impacted by that. So I appreciate the explanation, Mr. Superintendent, but I'm very concerned, and I'm going to be very concerned over the entire summer over this. And I'm going to do everything in my power to work as hard as I can for smooth transitions in my schools and to make sure that I'm not facing 40-to-1 capacity in any of my classrooms, especially in some of my larger high schools with some of these cuts that are making. So I wish there was another way around it. I wish we can wait and try to play the catch-up game as opposed to the way we do it. But I certainly want everyone out there to know that I hear you and I share your concerns with this, and I'm not happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now recess this workshop to go to our special school board meeting. Just real quick, so hold on, Beacon. Ms. Bowman, do you want to go or? Okay, we have a time certain at 12:30, so, okay, go ahead. We have to transition over and everything, but go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo Mr. Cervera's sentiments that I'm also disappointed. I'm disappointed that our enrollment's down and that we have less money and that we're dealing with all of these budget issues that are affecting our teachers, our staff, and our students and our families. It's a very difficult position that we're in right now. And as someone whose kids didn't have art until my fourth grader, who's my fourth child, had art this year for the first time when we did a reconfiguration of the school because of the enrollment. I am extremely sympathetic to these cuts and how they affect the school experience. And it's actually one of the reasons why I'm here, because I do absolutely agree that everyone should be getting these basics. So, but we have to deal with the budget. I want to thank Ms. Johnson and her team. I know that this is a Herculean effort that no one is ever going to congratulate you for finding those dollars to keep us afloat, and how hard you work to do that and how you've dedicated so much of your time to helping us. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. And you're doing a great job keeping us afloat. So thank you. So I guess my question is, when we're looking at values, because you're hearing here, everyone likes those specials, and I come here with the belief that that's what everyone, fundamentally in a public education, every kid should be getting. So, and there is discretion at the school level, but can we set or workshop what we value as a school district and set that forward so that we are all working on the same page? And, you know, just going back to when I was a kid, something else that I think was employed quite frequently was like a kind of itinerant music teacher, itinerant band teacher that used to come a couple times a week, and then the kids would have it like once a week, so everyone was getting it, but it wasn't necessarily a teacher that was dedicated to that school. Is that something that we can do budgetarily? I mean, I know there's like a travel
Yeah, so
expense.
let's take a look. Now we hear the board and we hear the concerns. We want to make sure the value proposition to the public is one that promotes them wanting to take advantage of BCPS as their first choice. So let's myself and cabinet go back and take a look at some things, and then bring something back, or just you know, like I said, we have to sit back and see what the trade-offs are. Right, and so we'll wholeheartedly go back and take a look at many of the things that were discussed today. You know, but we want to make sure the value proposition to the public is one that, you know, BCPS is and continues to be your first choice.
Yeah, I think that's great. And I, you know, again, I want all the kids to have the opportunity. And, you know, we are making choices. We're making hard choices about closing schools, consolidating schools, so that we can, like you said earlier, provide more to the students. And you know, that no one wants their school closed. It is a difficult decision, has an impact to the community, but those are the tough decisions, I think, that are going to get us over the hump and make the school district stronger and really make us able to offer what we need to our students to make us the best choice. So I think, you know, I think we're going in the right direction. This is going to be challenging. The messaging we are just continue to work on, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you. We will now recess this school board workshop to open our special school board meeting. Welcome to today's special school board meeting. The special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until the authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Board Member Al-Hadaf has requested a moment of silence. Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Thank you. Amy Thompson Childry Nast of Lighthouse Point, Florida, passed away peacefully on April 13th, 2026, at 57 years old after a courageous and inspiring journey with pancreatic cancer. She is lovingly survived by her devoted husband, Robert James Nast, and her cherished sons, Joshua James Nast and Joel Luther Nast, who were the center of her world. Amy's life was a beautiful reflection of love in action through her family, her service, her teaching, and her friendships. Her legacy lives on in the countless lives she touched, the lessons she shared, and the love she gave so freely. She will be deeply missed and forever remembered. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman requested a moment of silence. Ms. Bowman?
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Hilton Gilliam, a man of God, father, husband, and dedicated employee, joined MacArthur High School 6 years ago as a member of the security team. He independently covered one of the most critical areas on campus and carried out his duties with pride. No one was permitted on campus without proper identification. Even the president would have been turned away without an ID. Because of his diligence, students and staff felt an added sense of safety knowing Mr. Gilliam was on post. Affectionately known as G-Man, Mr. Gilliam set an exceptionally high standard that will be difficult to duplicate. He will forever be missed in the hearts of the MacArthur High family. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with...
Chair, I have...
Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Bowman.
Sorry.
My apologies.
I have one more moment of silence. Mr. Marcus Elliott served as the elementary music teacher at Driftwood Elementary for the past 2 years. He was an exceptional musician and a graduate of Norfolk State University and the NYU Graduate School of Music. A trained jazz musician specializing in trombone, he quickly inspired a love of music at Driftwood by starting both a choir and a percussion group. Through the performances he organized, he showcased the talents of many students and helped foster a lasting appreciation for music that will continue beyond his passing. Students and staff are deeply saddened by Mr. Elliott's sudden loss, but they are grateful for the opportunity to learn from him and to have had him in their lives. He will be greatly missed. Thank you.
Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to Section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposers say no. The agenda is now closed. We will soon hear from our registered public speakers. We ask that decorum be maintained and civility and respect be shown during public comment. Our general counsel will assist the chair in maintaining decorum during this period. We also want to remind our public speakers of the rules and expectations regarding the agenda public comment section portion of the special school board meeting, as well as board policy. Attorney Dupree-Bruno, please explain the rules of public comment.
Hello, Kathleen Jock Adams, Assistant General Counsel. Public comment is governed by School Board Policy 1020 and is intended to provide input on the school board's duties, decisions, and the overall operation of the school district. The school board is viewpoint neutral during public comment. Per School Board Policy 1020, public comment procedures are as follows. Speakers must state their name, city of residence, and whether they are a lobbyist before beginning their remarks. All remarks must be directed to the board as a whole. The board will not respond to or engage with speakers during public comment, and no action will be taken unless the item is on the agenda. In terms of time limits, during the AM and PM general speaking time, public speakers will have up to 3 minutes to address non-agenda items for a maximum total time of 30 minutes allotted for public comment, a maximum of 10 speakers. During the agenda speaking time, speakers will have up to 3 minutes per item and up to 1 minute on motions or amendments per meeting, with an additional 1 minute if a motion is introduced. The chair may adjust the order of speakers, recognize speakers, and enforce all time limits. The chair may reduce individual speaking time or establish a total time limit for public comment when necessary to ensure all speakers have an opportunity to be heard. As such, the chair designates as follows. A visible timer will be used and the microphone may be turned off when time expires. In terms of content limitations, speakers must limit their comments to matters related to school board business, and for agenda items must remain relevant to the specific item. Comments may not address matters that are pending litigation, quasi-judicial proceedings, active investigations, or administrative hearings. Solicitation and lobbying activities must comply with applicable school board policies. In terms of standards of decorum, abusive language defined as profanity, threatening, or name-calling is prohibited. In addition, clapping, hissing, booing, shouting, or yelling, or other disruptions from the audience are not allowed. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order by the board chair, and failure to comply may result in the microphone being turned off or a recess being called. After a warning, the chair may also direct removal from the meeting by law enforcement or the sergeant at arms. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Jack Adams. The board wants to hear from you, and we appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful, orderly, and productive meeting environment. When it is time for public speakers, I will call 5 at a time. I don't know that we have that many today, but when you hear your name, please line up behind the podium with one person at a time, at the podium at a time. Please follow staff's directions when lining up and approaching the podium. When your time is up, please yield the mic and exit the podium and follow staff's direction. May I have a motion and a second on item 26?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 26.
Madam Chair, we have one public registered speaker, Marley Mateer. May you please proceed to the podium.
Hello, everyone. I am Marley Mateer, mother of Nancy Mateer. I am very humbled to be here today to accept a proclamation on her behalf. This recognition is a testament to her hard work and dedication. Thank you for acknowledging her efforts and commitment to want to make this world a better place, where everyone's voice deserves to be heard and every dream can come true if you are focused and determined to make it happen. Thank you to school board member, Dr. Holness, and the school board. The Mateer family is eternally grateful, and we will strive to continue with Nancy's legacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That concludes our registered speakers.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have 2 proclamations today. And the first proclamation is in honor of the life, vision, and legacy of Mr. Levi Henry, the founder of the well-respected West Side Gazette, Broward County's oldest and largest African-American owned and operated newspaper. Because of the process that we have, this proclamation is also co-sponsored by our chair, board member Leonardi. So I just want to also ask the board if the remainder of the board would also co-sponsor this proclamation, and if so, you can just raise your hand. So we have all of the board members of Broward County School Board co-sponsoring this proclamation. Mr. Sullivan, could you bring the family up, please? Okay. Whereas Levi Henry Jr. was a man of profound character and purpose, whose life journey was shaped by hard work, service, and an unwavering sense of responsibility to community, and whose presence was marked by humility, wisdom, and quiet strength. Whereas a proud veteran of the United States Army, Mr. Levi Henry Jr. carried forward the values of duty, integrity, and discipline throughout his life, exemplifying what it means to serve not only one's country, but also one's community with honor. Whereas Mr. Levi Henry Jr. was a man of profound character and purpose, whose life journey was shaped by hard work, service, and an unwavering sense of responsibility to community, and who, together with his wife, Yvonne Henry, founded the West Side Gazette, which he led as a founder and publisher for more than 30 years with humility, wisdom, and quiet strength. And whereas under his leadership, the West Side Gazette became far more than a publication, it served as a trusted institution, a historical record, a platform for accountability, and a voice for those too often overlooked, documenting community life while fostering awareness, empowerment, and civic engagement. And whereas through decades of publication, the West Side Gazette stood as a consistent advocate for truth, education, justice, and self-determination, amplifying local voices, celebrating cultural heritage, and preserving the lived experiences of a community for current and future generations. And whereas even after stepping back from daily operations, Mr. Henry remained deeply invested in the West Side Gazette, continuing to guide its mission and protect its purpose, ensuring that the values upon which it was founded would endure beyond his lifetime. And whereas through his leadership as a publisher, mentor, community advocate, and family man, Levi Henry Jr. leaves behind a legacy defined by service, integrity, and an unshakable belief in the power of community to inform, uplift, and endure. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, District 5 School Board Member and Vice Chair Dr. Jeff Holness, co-sponsored by District 3 School Board Member and Chair Sarah Leonardi, and the rest of Broward County School Board, hereby honor the life and legacy of Mr. Levi Henry Jr., recognizing his visionary leadership, his lasting contributions as founder and publisher of the West Side Gazette, and his commitment to ensuring that the voices, history, and achievements of the community are preserved and respected. Thank you. And you can stay. We're going to take some pictures.
We will briefly recess the special school board meeting to take a photo. We are back. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, it's certainly an honor for me to recognize the life and legacy of who I consider to be a dear friend of mine, as well as so many, many people, Nancy Mateer. And like I had mentioned in the prior proclamation, due to our procedure, we do have the chair co-sponsoring this item, and I also would like a show of hands to ensure that all of the board members are also co-sponsoring this item. Thank you so much. Mr. Sullivan, can you have the family come up? Okay, whereas Nancy Mateer was a trailblazing public servant whose life embodied compassion, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to service, and whose leadership left an indelible mark on the city of Coral Springs and on all who had the privilege of knowing her. And whereas Nancy Mateer made history as the first Black and Haitian American woman elected to the Coral Springs City Commission, later serving as vice mayor with distinction, carrying her responsibilities with grace, humility, and a deep sense of responsibility to her community. And whereas equipped with a strong academic foundation and professional expertise in environmental science and public health, Nancy Mateer devoted her career to protecting communities, promoting sustainability, and strengthening resilience, while consistently centering the needs of families and future generations. And whereas former Vice Mayor Nancy Mateer demonstrated an enduring commitment to children and youth by championing educational opportunity and civic engagement, including her continued advocacy for the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Scholarship as a former recipient, her proud support of the city's Shine On program celebrating students' character, achievement, and leadership, and her hands-on involvement in youth-focused initiatives such as Vice Mayor for the Day, the Commission Connection Program, the city's annual Teen Political Forum, and the Youth Mock Commission meeting, one of her most cherished efforts, where she found great joy in watching young people step into leadership roles, share their ideas, and gain confidence in their voices. And whereas Nancy Mateer consistently showed up in schools and youth spaces, listening with care and respect, encouraging thoughtful dialogue, and advocating for safe, enriching learning environments where children could learn, grow, and thrive. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, District 5 School Board Member and Vice Chair Dr. Jeff Holness, co-sponsored by District 3 School Board Member and Chair Sarah Leonardi and the entire School Board of Broward County, hereby honor the life and legacy of former Vice Mayor Nancy Mateer, recognizing her extraordinary devotion to children, families, and community, and her enduring commitment to creating opportunity, hope, and a more compassionate future for all, while encouraging each of us to carry forward her example by continuing to uplift, support, and care for one another, ensuring that her legacy of love, service, and leadership lives on through the lives she touched. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to take a picture shortly, Madam Chair.
Briefly recess the meeting. Thank you, and we are back. Mr. Cervera?
I want to first off thank Dr. Holness for his proclamations, and I also want to thank our vice chair, our chair, for co-sponsoring mine, as we honor one of the great teachers that's ever been fortunate for us to grace our classrooms. Madam Chair, I know that you were nice enough to co-sponsor this. I would just ask my colleagues for their support in co-sponsoring this proclamation in favor of Ms. Teresa Sutton as well. Thank you. It looks like we have unanimous support, and I thank my colleagues for that. Mr. Sullivan, would you be so kind as to invite the guests of honor along with her friends and family to the front, please? All right, as we get started here, I think this obviously is an opportune time to acknowledge our sincere appreciation for not only Ms. Sutton and for her years and years and decades of service, but to all our great teachers who really are the heartbeat of this great district, who continually allow us to get our A ratings and who educate our students and allow them to excel to new levels. But today, this is about Ms. Sutton. Teresa Sutton began her career with Broward County Public Schools in 1987 with a passion for teaching and a deep commitment to supporting students' academic growth. Whereas Teresa has dedicated nearly 4 decades of exemplary service as a high school educator with Broward County Public Schools, demonstrating a steadfast commitment to student achievement and educational excellence. Whereas throughout her distinguished career, she served at Coral Glades High School, Coral Springs High School, Plantation High School, and the ITV Homework Hotline, extending learning opportunities both inside and beyond the classroom. Whereas Ms. Sutton's expertise in geometry and algebra, along with her leadership as a math department head, significantly contributed to instructional quality and professional growth among not only students, but to her faculty as well. Whereas Teresa enriched school communities through her involvement in extracurricular activities, including coaching girls track, sponsoring the sophomore class in the Mu Alpha Theta, and contributing to the development of the FCAT instructional videos. Whereas Ms. Sutton's dedication, mentorship, and professionalism have positively impacted thousands of students, I would dare say tens of thousands of students, colleagues, families, and the like over the course of her illustrious and distinguished career. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, District 6 School Board Member Adam Cervera, along with all of my colleagues on the dais up here, hereby honor and celebrate Teresa G. Sutton for her exceptional years of service, lasting contributions to public education, unwavering commitment to the students of Broward County Public Schools, and as Teresa prepares to embark on a well-deserved retirement, we wish her abundant joy and fulfillment in this new chapter of her life. And please do some traveling. Congratulations to you, and thank you for your service to this district.
We will briefly recess the meeting to take a photo.
Maybe stay up there first and then Mr. Cervera can come down.
All right, I will recess this special school board meeting to go back to the workshop. So we will reconvene the workshop in a few minutes once Beacon is able to switch the meeting over. So this special school board meeting is now recessed. All right, this school board workshop is now reconvened. We are still on the budget item. I just had some questions and comments, and then we can go to round two if there's additional comments and questions. Dr. Hepburn, the idea of selling or leasing KCW came up today. I believe we had this conversation last week. Is there a plan for leasing this building?
Yes, there is a plan. I know from the last meeting, there was a request to also bring this item back to a workshop.
Okay, and when can we expect that to occur?
July, around July time.
Okay.
Yep.
Do we currently have floors committed for lease next year?
No, we don't have any floors committed for lease, but we have already identified the floors and also identified the spaces where those employees are going to occupy and move out to those spaces.
Okay, so we're vacating those
Correct.
floors and seeking tenants for those floors?
That's correct.
Okay. I also, I received a phone call from a concerned parent at a school last week about art being cut from the school. I looked at the enrollment projections for the school. It was actually supposed to have an increase in enrollment. I reached out to you and Dr. Fulton, and the situation was rectified. I was told that art would not, in fact, be cut. But I guess my concern is, that is a school where the parents are very active and vocal, and I'm concerned about schools where maybe similar errors have been made and they don't have as vocal of a parent or community population. And so I guess help me understand what's going on there.
Yep. So Dr. Fulton and I just had a chat about that, and she's going to have her team just do a round with the principals just to make sure we're not in those predicaments, because I think in that situation it's probably just a few students that made the difference of possibly reducing a special versus keeping a special. And so those are some of the consulting with those principals in those situations and the budget team to see if we can alleviate any of that concern.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Dr. Fulton and her team and the budget team are going to sit down with principals individually to double check and make sure that the specials that are there right now, either that the enrollment projections are accurate and that they're making those decisions.
Correct. And it's more about looking at not so much the enrollment projection, but seeing how much they're off. Mm-hmm. Right, that's the difference. If it's just a couple of kids off, that may not be a issue to reduce. Versus if you're 20 students off, that's a whole nother situation.
Well, I guess my concern is, I'm looking at the school right now, and the enrollment for 25-26 was 559, and I'm looking for 26-27. It's projected to increase to 564. So why would that have even occurred? Why would the principal even be having a discussion about having to cut a special when the enrollment projection is projecting an increase in students?
From the discussion, I don't know if the numbers that you have are reflective of the discussion I had, but it was a reduced number versus this current year for the upcoming.
So the information on our district website is incorrect on the school planning tool?
I don't know what that may not be. Yeah, that may not be accurate. We're basing projections off of the state. I have to look at that page you're looking at to see.
Okay,
Yep.
so I mean, this is the planning tool for school enrollment and capacity on our website.
Yep. So that may not be accurate if those numbers were put in a couple of years ago or last year, because we have updated numbers as of February.
Okay,
Yep.
Well, that opens up a whole other can of worms for me. When can we expect these numbers to be accurate?
We'll take a look, because I have to look at the source of the information. Maybe that's from the demographer's page and not from the state projections. So we'll have to look at that, and we'll make the update. Because if it's projecting out, I think I saw 2031.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably from the demographer's projection based on working with the different cities and counties and things like that versus what we receive from the state around the January window.
If I'm a member of the public, where can I access the state information?
The survey for the state is actually up for survey 2. Survey 3 information is not up as of 2 weeks ago when I reviewed it for public consumption, but the survey 2 on the FDOE's website is actually up.
I just feel very strong. Like, if I'm a school board member and I'm looking at this,
Yep.
like that says something that even like if I'm a member of the public and I'm looking at this, if I go to our school district website and I see these enrollment projections, like why would they not be consistent with that of the state? Like, we shouldn't be presenting two different versions of reality when it comes to enrollment.
Yeah, and we'll take a look because we have where our demographers do a great job of working with our cities in our county, but we also have what the state projects on an annual basis. The state is not going to project out to 2031. This is more of, planning, boundary information that may assist, new school information, things like that. So we'll take a look. We'll just probably have to create a separate tab for annual state projections, probably in the December to January window.
Okay, can I get board consensus that we should be presenting one version of information to our families?
Yeah, that's what part of my conversation was.
Okay, so no objection to that. So I hope that can be cleaned up within the next week or two.
And what we'll have to do, we'll have to take down that page, and we can't project out long term. It will have, so let me explain what will happen. That page is more from our demographers, from planning with the county and the municipalities. The state projections are given to us annually. So if we don't want this information right here, we will have to take this down, and it will be a void of information for probably about 6 months out of the year because we only get that information from the state around that December, January, February window. So I just want to give the expectations of what you'll see. My suggestion is we keep that. We make the adjustment for the upcoming year when we get the state projection and denote that in that for the 27 or the 26-27 school year, that based on state projections, this is what the enrollment is for the 26-27 school year, is what I would suggest.
I will respect whatever version of that, like you choose to, but I think it needs to be very clear to the community, and it needs to be clear to anyone who's going to our website, because it says planning tool for school enrollment and capacity, and it has our school district logo on the top. So like if this is a different, this is obviously different from the state projections, that should be made very clear. So I'm not saying that we should take this down, but it says planning tool for school enrollment and capacity. To what extent are we even using this information for planning if we can't use it for planning for teachers at our schools?
Well, it gives us a long-term outlook. It's not going to be perfect based on what the state gives us annually. So the state gives us something more accurate year to year, but this gives us a long-term outlook of what to expect down the line 3 or 4 years from now.
Okay. Dr. Holness asked a question that I thought was really interesting, and it's a question that I've asked a few times about any analysis that's being done about the students that we are losing and how many are going to private versus charter versus homeschool. And before I was given the answer that we had done, we were going to send, or you already sent the Hanover research. I looked at the Hanover research, and it really was just like the students who went to charter, why did they go to charter? So this is a question I get asked a lot when I'm in my community, like, how many students have you lost to private schools? Is there no way for us to get that information? Like, social media companies, all sorts of businesses have all sorts of information about us that, I don't understand why we can't get information about the students that are leaving us for private schools.
So when a student withdraws, typically they're supposed to give us where they're going. That doesn't often happen, but it is difficult for us to understand if a student is going to a private institution because they're just external of our system. Charter schools, easy, because we have access to all that information, and SIS will show where that kid went. For the private schools, just difficult because they're external, and private school, they're not going to violate any FERPA laws if we call them and say, hey, is Johnny there? Right? They're not going to. So it's a difficult task to figure out about for the private school component. We know how many kids take advantage of the scholarships, but we don't know if they took that scholarship to private school, if they're using it for other types of schooling, micro schooling, things like that.
Okay, I guess I have two follow-up questions to that, though. So if we have, because I was going to say, we do have the information about the students who are accepting the vouchers,
yes.
right? So we can kind of predict out, like, if a student is going to private, I would wager that many of those students are accepting the voucher, so we can kind of figure out or do an estimation on how many are going to private with those vouchers. But also, are there not businesses that can do that research like Hanover did on private schools?
So Hanover sent out surveys to families, and that's how they got that data. And then they do some statistical analysis with a small population to represent what the larger population percentage may be. So that's how they've done that research for as close as approximate as possible. That's one of the barriers that we have. We just don't have access to that information, and so we depend on entities like Hanover to assist us when it comes to that level of research and in the statistical analysis with a small sample size to statistically say, this percentage of students are actually taking advantage of private schools.
Okay. And I had one more question about the enrollment piece. Do we ever go back and look to see if our planning tool, the projections in our planning tool, are accurate?
Yes, we did that, especially last year, yes. And I forgot what we were off by.
I just think that would be helpful if you have that information, like what was 25, 26 projected to be, what is the actual enrollment, like that would be helpful to have in that planning tool, in addition to the state projections moving forward. I just want us to be clear again, because we got correspondence from the Principals Association. Were schools given the directive to cut 10% from their budget?
I don't know where they got that directive from. The CFO didn't give that directive. I didn't give that directive. So I don't know where that message is coming from, because it's not coming from us.
Okay. And Ms. Hickson said that she asks for this every year, and she does. And I thought, why don't we just gather board consensus on this to build in at least 4% raise for our employees for next year on the budget? So can we gather consensus on that? Are there any objections to that? No objections to building in a 4% raise for our employees into next year's budget? Okay, so does the superintendent, do you have your direction?
We got directions. Yep.
Thank you. And I have round two, Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
Yes, so I just think on the website, if it could be very specific what the information is relaying, to Ms. Leonardi's point, that would be very helpful. And then is there something that we could hold back from a student transferring out of BCPS that in order for us to get the information of where they're going, whether they're going to private school or being homeschooled, is there something that we can hold back from them? Like a transcript?
No. The only times that in most schools they really don't do this, they don't want to impact the student's education, is if they're an obligation that they haven't paid, they'll hold on to transcripts and things like that until they actually pay it. But for most people, they're going to do what they need to do to make sure the kid gets the opportunity for an education wherever they're going.
But could it be in our process that in order to get your transcript, there's this form to let us know where you're going? maybe is, I guess, optional?
You could, but I think we're just going to get a lot of probably some complaints for withdrawal. We can try that, but I think it's going to wind up in a lot of complaints and unfolding that practice.
Complaints from who?
From the parents. You won't.
They're already leaving.
Yeah, but they have to give us information anyway about where they're going, so we can put it in the withdrawal code.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. It's just a difficult task for the private school part. For public school, which is charter schools or public schools, it's the easy part. We can capture that data real quick.
What about homeschooling?
Homeschool, they usually register through the homeschool office. Most, some don't, but most do. We'll have that data. Also for Florida Virtual, we'll have that data as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
I'm good, thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just, quick question, want to go back to the SAF information, SAF. So we have policy 6030, and in that policy under B, membership, or I'm sorry, C, duties, it says on number 2, the SAF shall actively participate with the school advisory council. And, oh, wrong one, sorry. Number 3, the SAF shall actively participate with the district school principal in the preparation of the budget and reviewing the budget-related concerns after each FTE count. So it already says in policy that staff has to be working with the principal. From just people listening, I got 5 emails that said their staff never heard anything about the budget. So we have a policy. I'd like to see if my colleagues agree to direct the superintendent to make sure, whether it's collecting data on what those meeting dates were, that every principal is following the policy that the school board has about staff having to participate and sign off on that document. I think it's unfair for us to ask a staff chair to sign off on a budget that they don't know about. And I was very clear when they came, and I think it's really important that, because we don't need a new policy, it's already here, that I would like to see as a board member at the end of when budgeting's being done, a list of dates on when the schools had their meeting with staff to discuss budget. So I guess that's a motion.
If it's a policy, does it need to be a motion? Is just something that
We're not, so we can't do motions because it's a workshop.
Yeah,
but
sorry.
is there any objection to that?
So to direct you to, it's in policy, but in policy, it doesn't say we have to have that data.
Oh, you want the data.
We want to know when the meetings were for every school and their staff to discuss the budget so that we know we're not asking somebody to sign a paper blind. Go ahead.
So there's no objection, so Dr.
No, I got it.
Oh. Oh, okay. Ms. Bowman has a question on this item.
So can you walk us through what happens normally? Because I've served as the staff chair a couple of times, and there wasn't like a giant meeting about the budget. I mean, the principal went through the budget, and I guess showed them the budget, but at the end of the day, the staff chair, it's kind of a formality. It's not like I was pointing out things that we needed to, that we were changing.
Yep.
And is it a statute or is it okay. So then we probably. Yeah.
So
but I think we should be clear about what people's role is in terms of, I think that they present the budget, they show you the budget, someone has to sign off on it, but I don't know how much input is actually expected from the staff.
And that's my point, because it says very clearly on here, shall actively participate. It's in our policy and was mentioned is a state statute. So if we're not doing it in the way that we're supposed to, I think that we need to get on top of that, and that's why I'd like to see, and I don't just want someone to give us a list of date. I think you need to verify that they actually had a meeting where they discussed what the budget was going to look like.
No, we're going to verify. Dr. Fulton, I don't know if you heard the question, but if you can walk the board through what's that process of the principal or school leadership team meeting with the school advisory for eventual approval of the budget by both parties?
So I'm checking actually now to, with Dr. Hudge, because school improvement falls under her purview. But every year we tend to do a PowerPoint that we provide to our SAC chairs. And so that is consistent across all schools. And it's a PowerPoint on the budget process, how it's developed, and then what their role is. And we usually do it March SAC meeting. So I'm just verifying if that PowerPoint was provided for them this year.
So, and I understand that, but we heard someone come and say that they didn't get the training, but that's something even separate, because what it says in our own policy, 3, under C duties, number 3, the staff shall actively participate with the district school principal in the preparation of the budget. It doesn't say the president or chair of staff, it says the staff. And then number 4 says the staff shall indicate its awareness of the program and plans for the district school by affixing the signature of the staff chair on the budget prior to its submission for district budgeting preparation. So there's 2 pieces in there that are very clear that someone shouldn't just be handing the staff the budget to sign, that there should be a time where it's not just someone telling them what they're doing, but engaged in a conversation on, you know, are these the specials that you want, and just all of those things. I know that principals should have some autonomy, but they're working in a community, and if that's not what's happening, then we should change the policy. But this is what the policy says.
So what I would tell you, Mrs. Hickson, nothing has changed this year. That has always been the process. So we're verifying just to ensure that that information, again, was provided. I would tell you, ever since I was a principal, it was like a standard PowerPoint that detailed the budget process, what the SAC role was in it, and then also the SAC chair and also the principal together have to sign the budget. There's a deadline when the budget is due back to the district side. So that has not changed at all.
That's not the point. But there's something beyond that in this policy that says at a staff meeting, they're actively engaged together on forming that budget.
So on the agenda, so for the monthly SAC agenda, there is always a line item for budget. So budget is always discussed at every single SAC meeting of the school year, and that has not changed at all either.
So, well, I know what you're saying, but I'm just telling you that that's not what we're hearing in the public. So I think it needs to be verified.
I don't know if it's widespread, but certainly we're trying to isolate where it may not have happened. But overall, nothing has changed. All SAC chairs and principals and communities definitely work together to develop the budget. There is a line item each month to discuss the budget for SAC, and then also the development of the budget for the upcoming school year is typically done in March and April. But as I said earlier, we did release budgets late, so that did not provide the opportunity for schools to have the budget up front in March or April.
And I appreciate that, but you know, we have someone who was a staff chair telling us that they never were part of development.
And it could be that school, so we're trying to, it's more so widespread than an isolated incidents.
No, I know. But I'm just trying to make a point. I know what we believe here in this room, but I don't know that it's translating to what you believe in every school. Let's leave it that way.
I'm just, in practicality, with all due respect to community input, I mean, I don't have any, as I'm serving a role, I'm going to the meeting and being the liaison for the school, but I really am not in a position to be actively engaged with the budgeting process as the staff chair. I mean, I think we're like really muddying the waters with that. I know it's the statute.
Then it shouldn't, then we should take it out of our policy.
Attorney DePree-Bruno.
Let me just make sure I'm clear in terms of
The budget was explained to me. I wasn't giving my personal input when I was participating. It wasn't that the school wasn't doing it. It was just that they were showing me what the budget was. They weren't asking, I mean, you know, I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble.
So through the chair, just to make sure that we're clear in terms of what the statute requires, is Florida Statute 1001.452, which discusses district and school advisory councils, their composition, and their responsibilities. But their responsibilities are formed by the board policy and the board's regulations. So if you have a policy that specifically outlines certain responsibilities, then that's what the statute requires it to perform.
Thank you. And our policy says they have to actively participate. So thank you.
Mrs. Alhada?
I would just recommend to bring the policy back to a board meeting, Mrs. Hickson.
That's what I said. If you don't want to, if we're not following this and people don't believe that that's what should happen, then we need to bring the policy back.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. When I was a staff chair at the elementary school, 3 streets from my house, there was active participation. There was a give and take. There was education materials, you know, what electives or what specials are we doing, what amount, what's going on, what programs can we think about, you know, in a money situation. So I remember it just like it's supposed to be, that it is in our policy right now. So I wouldn't be in favor to actually come and bring it back just to you know, stop it. I would rather that if it's going to come back, then there's an honest conversation with the public that this is, you know, this is the reality, this is in policy, and you know, we say it's there. There's just too much uncertainty, and it's really, when it comes down to the school voice, it needs to be had.
Ms. Thompson?
Just for clarification, all of our policies are about to come back, correct?
Everyone.
Okay, so I feel like this conversation is getting a little off track because policies are about to all come back. It's going to be, my understanding, a year-long process where we can correct the things that need to be corrected. I think active participation is a very ill-defined thing, and I would really like to focus back on our agenda. Thank you.
Attorney Dupree-Bruno.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for that. Let me just take the opportunity to let members of the public understand Ms. Thompson's comment, just so that we begin to prepare. The board is going to be doing a full policy review of all of its policies and convert them to a new process, a new book based on legally vetted templates from a company called Neola. And it's going to be a very long process, and the public will have an opportunity to participate in very specific workshops dedicated for that, but all of the policies are going to come back and be vetted.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Cervera?
Chair, could you clarify your prior directive to the superintendent regarding the 4% raise?
So Ms. Hickson, every single year, with much of our support, asks that the staff build in a 4% raise for employees into the budget every year. And so I asked about consensus around that directive.
And employees, meaning employees in this building?
Mm-mm.
Can you elaborate?
So how we've done employee raises historically is that the raise that we vote on every year goes to all employees. Is that an incorrect characterization, Dr. Lozano?
That is a correct characterization.
I appreciate the characterization, but I'm seeking a little bit of clarification. When we say all employees, is that every teacher in every school? Is that every school-based employee? Is that every bus driver? Is that every cafeteria worker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. How do we arrive at the 4% number?
Ms. Hickson?
It's my baseline, bottom lowest number that I've been asking for since I got here, because 4% is higher than we've given traditionally in the district. We have given a 4% a couple of times since I've been here, but it's one. I want to be realistic, so I also don't want to ask for something that we don't have the money to cover. If the superintendent can do more than that, that's great. But I think 4% is a good baseline to start at.
I think 4% is too low. I would like to see the superintendent strive for a little bit higher number than 4%. I'd like to see something around 6 or 7%. I'd be interested to see what my colleagues think of that.
Board member discussion on Mr. Severa, Ms. Thompson?
I think we need to be grounded in reality of what's possible. Most city commissions are not giving 5 to 7% raises. It's between 2 and then some, 2 cost of living and then a few more. But we need to be grounded in reality, and if the superintendent can find more for across the board raises, that's great.
Ms. Bowman?
I would say at least 4%, and then if there's more, we.
Ms. Alhada?
Could Dr. Hepburn tell us how much money is 4% and how much money is 7%?
Ms. Johnson, what is a per percent? What's the number per percent? Yeah, we can do our math. What's it for a 1% raise for the system? What's that number?
It's about 14 million per percent, right? 15 million per percent.
Yeah. So 4 would be 60.
So for 4%, conservatively would be $60 million.
For 7% would be 105.
105 million for 7%, conservatively. Attorney Dupree-Bruno.
So there's just one thing I want to make sure is on the record as you're discussing percentages is to be careful, because when you're speaking of your unions, those all have to be collectively bargained. So we need to.
We've been down that road a lot. What we've been asked to talk about is a pool of resources that are available so that there's no compromising of the negotiations.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just clarify, what my request was to bake that money into the budget so that when you're negotiating, right, you have, there's money there. We're not trying to pull it afterwards.
Dr. Zeman?
I just want to point out, 60 million in a year where we're coming down 100 million is a lot. Like 4%, setting that aside, I support building a budget around that, but I think we're going to be surprised at kind of what damage it would take to get to 60 million. But let's see what it looks like, and then we can go from there. Thank you.
And that's what we asked for, right?
One more time.
That's what we asked for, yeah.
Right. Some colleagues were asking for more. I think 4 is already going to cause some like hurricane level damage. So it'd be great to start with this, and let's see what we'd have to give up, because remember, this is a fixed amount of money. So you got $2 billion to operate the whole school district. If you take 60 million out and say we're going to put it in a pool for raises, you got to go find 60 million. We just let go 1,000 people and only raised 54, sir, 54 million. So it's on the magnitude of just over 1,000 positions to get to 4%. So be prepared for getting a real, kind of sense of what it would take to do that going forward, unless we find some other ways to save money.
Yep. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I also just wanted to point out, we directed the superintendent to look at bringing steps back for our teachers and what that would look like. So you'll have to probably merge both of those two things together.
Any other comments from my colleagues? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do support at least 4%, as Board Member Bullman mentioned. And Madam Chair, if General Counsel could sort of help us to understand the difference between gaining consensus in a workshop as opposed to a vote in a school board meeting?
So when you vote, that is a final decision, an action decision by the board. When you're doing a consensus, the board is signaling this is my desire, how I want to move forward. Can consensuses be changed? Absolutely. A formal vote will have to receive a formal process to change.
Okay, so my understanding in this workshop is that we are directing the superintendent to proceed with at least 4%, which is not necessarily a final vote, but it is a direction that is changeable. Is that correct, General Counsel?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. I heard at least 4%. Okay, so we have one just 4%. We had one person suggesting up to 7%. 1%. And so does anyone, and then we had one person suggest at least 4. Ms. Rupert? At least 4. Ms. Pullman? At least 4. Ms. Hickson? At least 4. I'm at least 4. Dr. Holness? At least 4. So I believe there is a directive. Mr. Cervera?
7.
What I didn't know if you had anything else to add.
Just 7.
Okay. Dr. Hepburn, you have your direction? All right. Okay. There was 5. So, I mean, Mrs. Alhadeff, would you like to?
I was actually thinking it should come to a board meeting to a vote and put some real facts behind the numbers and kind of also the thinking as far as where we plan on getting the money from with Dr. Hepburn's recommendation.
Okay. Well, we vote on the budget, do we not? Yeah. So it'll come to us unless, yeah. All right. Any other board input? All right. The next item on our agenda is Office of the Chief Auditor Audit Plan Forecast for the fiscal year 2026-2027.
Chair, could I just point of order for a second? And I appreciate the effort that went into creating this. We've all read this presentation. I wonder if we could get a summary and then get right into discussion, maybe for 2 or 3 minutes, Chair?
Would you like to just go to board discussion and skip the presentation altogether?
Just 2 or 3 minutes. I mean, just out of respect to the amount of effort that went in to put it together.
Okay, I turn it over to Mr. Magley for a brief presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, excuse me. Good afternoon, Chair, board members, and Superintendent Hepburn. Today I'm presenting the proposed 2026-2027 annual audit plan for the Office of the Chief Auditor. This workshop item is intended to provide transparency into our planned audit activities, outline the methodology used to develop the plan, and to obtain your input on areas of concern or priority before finalizing the plan for approval. In accordance with Board Policy 1700, the Office of the Chief Auditor developed a draft plan designed to support the board's oversight responsibilities and strengthen the district's system of accountability. Sorry, I thought we were skipping that because we were going. Consistent with Guardrail 4, accountability, this plan supports transparency, continuous improvement in the board's ability to monitor implementation of the policy's administrative practice. Given the current fiscal environment and organizational pressures, independent oversight remains critical. The audit function provides objective assurance over controls, safeguard public resources, and brings visibility to areas where risk may impact the district's ability to achieve its strategic goals. The proposed plan is risk-based and reflects a combination of prior audit results, a combination of discussion with individual board members, intake of information and discussion on the dais in public board meetings and in active participation from the community, and some conversations with district advisory contributors. It is structured to align audit coverage with areas of significant operational, financial, and compliance exposure while maintaining the flexibility to respond to emerging risks or board-directed priorities. At this time, I am requesting the board's feedback on the proposed audit subject areas to ensure alignment with your priorities before the plan is finalized. The areas that have been proposed are vast and based on constraints relative to time, emerging risks and concerns that come forward, along with certain financial aspects to be determined through budget. Engaging outside support from external contributors will impact that. On May 13th, 2026, the audit committee members reviewed the plan as well and provided favorable input. As a result of this meeting, and based on board input, I will reevaluate and refine and prioritize the list of final subject areas for submission in July. Within the plan, we have a number of recurring audit activities that you're familiar with: behavioral threat training, student discipline process review, internal funds, which are statutorily required, property and inventory control, I show an increase in property inventory control exposure that we're looking to be more productive this year. Ongoing capital program oversight and compliance, and charter school review, which is basically upon necessity. The other areas we'll touch on based on your recommendation. I will proceed from there. Sorry.
I don't believe we were meant to time, Mr. Magley.
I was speeding for you, trying to get along. I'm sorry about that.
We did not intend for that timer to go off for you. Please continue.
Okay, and I won't read through. This key area is kind of just a synopsis again of what you've already seen in the plan. Just kind of outlines where we're looking, the areas that will be affected or involved in that process by kind of subject headings and just overview. Some of these things will be reported as they are the recurring ones that we're familiar with: internal funds, property, some of the other things, behavioral threat, and then, of course, the risk-based ones that are outlined, and then some things that we have oversight and governance and contributions to. As a matter of contingency is included in the plan as well. You note the staffing constraints, unforeseen investigations that may arise, and other external requirements that come forward or involvement, and then any major system implementation. This year, we have an audit that's coming forward shortly relative to HR, but there were some significant transitions that also contributed to that one taking a little additional time, and those sort of things can happen and somewhat push the calendar and push the timeline on some of these audit objectives. So with that, I would leave it for any questions.
First, we'll go to public comment. I have Jackie Liscum and Anna Fusco. Please approach the mic.
Hi, Jackie Luscombe, thanks very much. Page 17, I'd like to speak to Project 9 on the upcoming audit plan, which is conduct a sample-based assessment of the Focus IEP system reports and related controls following transition of the process to Focus. It has one of the highest risk ratings on the plan, and rightly so. That transition to Focus occurred 2 years ago. Some of you will recall I presented a 42-page report beforehand, warning that it should not. I did deep research where none was conducted by staff because migrating ESE case management into Focus was never part of the RFP. We had an ESE case management system, EdPlan, and the direction to vendors during the bidding process for a new student information system was that their system would only have to interface with EdPlan, not to take its place. Fast forward, there was a lot of shenanigans under the Cartwright era that led the board to unwittingly terminate EdPlan, then reverse its decision, then go back on that again, and assign ESE case management to Focus SSS. And its adequacy and suitability was never evaluated for the ESE purpose. 2 years later, I've asked just today 3 end users, what are your top 3 beefs with Focus SSS? That's the part that manages ESE case management. And they gave me more than 30. It covers everything from too many steps and open to errors, whereas in EdPlan it was a one-click process. Not user-friendly, takes too long to write an IEP. It's tedious because there's no automatic pulling of data. It's like going from an iPhone to a flip phone. That quote actually was in my report warning not to use this system. EdPlan used to catch simple errors critical to compliance. Focus does not. Re-evaluations of students, it's easy to do incorrectly because it is such a disjointed system. Nothing flows like it did in EdPlan. Students' old eligibilities are still coming up in Focus, even if they've been dismissed years before. It's too easy to fudge data. Every time a new IEP is created, it's completely blank, so accommodations that were there before can't be seen unless you use now 2 screens. Incoming 6th graders with overdue re-evaluations because forms weren't locked in the system or filled out incorrectly, things that did not happen in EdPlan because it had compliance checks and balances that we don't have now. Compliance is now more challenging with the ESE specialists thinly stretched, and now even more so, your decision to remove the massively critical role of ESE compliance director from the org chart means we are not diffusing danger, we're moving deeper into more. I'd like to suggest that the need for this audit is more urgent than on the plan. I'm delighted to see it on there. I'd like to see more end user involvement. I don't think just a sampling of IEPs is going to be adequate. You need to look into the processes, systemic weaknesses, non-existent functionalities that should be there, and the cobbled workarounds that are making this a very dangerous compliance piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
How you doing? Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. It's a very unusual way to have the podium. So, the audit. Broward Teachers Union gets audits every year for decades. I understand the importance of having an audit. It shows lots of checks and balances of where money is used, not used, overused, underused. So I'm not quite sure what the 9 of you are doing and looking into the audit specifically, or you're waiting for someone to sit down individually to go over it with you and walk you through it. I don't know what that piece is with you all, but I hope it is that you all get to be really individualized with it and take a look strongly at how underfunded the schools are becoming. Now, I don't know the number that each school had to cut. I do know that it's all based on a particular formula for projection of enrollment, losing enrollment, gaining enrollment, and so forth. I don't know who creates that formula that would fit into this audit. I do know that there's a ton of, I don't know, consultants, other companies, programs, and I don't mean programs like at our schools, like a culinary program or a STEM program. I'm talking about programs like iReady that the district is funding, that basically parents and teachers don't want it. They don't want their kids clicking on a computer every single day, all day long, to meet some data score so the admin can call a data chat to see some movement. That's just one piece. So in that audit, I'm asking you guys to look at where's money being overspent on programs like that. Auditing of the insurance. We talked about scaling back 1,000 people with the 52 million. You saw that the Broward Teachers Union had a TA out there for insurance that's going to win back 32 million. So I do think you could have met that mark of 7% that school board member Adam Severa did. At least ask, what does it look like with a 7%, a 5%, and a 4%? I mean, I don't understand why we couldn't do that. I love the tenacity of Debbie Hickson putting it out there, by the way, every year, and it fell on deaf ears. And I don't think it's going to be a hurricane exploding if we give every employee a 4% raise. By the way, they should get 10% raise, Mr. Zeman. So I challenge you guys with the audit to find out why we're not having PE, music, and art in every single elementary school, and that is a fact, and it should happen.
Thank you. Board member discussion. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Magley, for such a detailed plan. I see that a lot was put into it, and thank you for your presentation. So, Mr. Magley, can you tell us what guided the development of the audit plan?
Thank you, Dr. Holness. So initially, when I came on board in the fall, I was introduced to what the former chief auditor was doing in relation to some of the compiling of information and resource, both on one-on-ones with the collective and some of the other items relative to prior audits and items that were still remaining on the prior audit plan that, for a number of different reasons, were not finalized or even begun. So we started to prioritize in that manner. As I said, from that point forward, I've listened to a number of things that were already of a high risk relative to what are standard, procurement, payroll, series of things relative to that. Obviously, we wanted to touch on some areas of ESE and see how it was functioning. Obviously, we can't look at every single item, but we want to be able to target things that make sense. And based on just the same way as items are brought forward from the board, that information comes forward from various resources that we pay close attention to. So we were using a combination of things, really. As I said, the prior audit history, some audits that we have that have just completed or are ongoing right now that we would look to pursue potentially at the end of next year, because we think there's some areas that may warrant us looking at it again. We'll have to see how that grades out. But they're included in this particular plan. This plan is quite vast, and for us to accomplish it would take a great effort and a lot of extra resources. Really needs to be paired, to be honest, because it is expanded beyond what has been accomplished in any recent year. We will try to do that as best we can and look for it percentages-wise of completion. And when you're creating an audit plan, and again, I would like to hear the input of the board relative to that, is we're trying to look at areas that both proactively people could be looking at. It's a historical practice. It's a process that looks at records and activity that's already occurred and hoping to influence, outcomes moving forward and potentially cost avoidance, or potentially giving you the information to help you make decisions. So by prioritizing those things, we did use scoring. The scoring is based on a series of factors. We incorporated safety and security as an additional factor, which had been done previously, getting in the information and researching on my own to see why and how those things were done as an overlay to that process. And then we ran, quite honestly, I ran a bunch of different numbering modeling that resulted in 3 different types of look. One was an average based on likelihood and impact. One was based on the inclusion of the safety factor in it, which was recommended through some AI modeling also, that there was a 40, 35, 20, I got the record. But it was a breakdown that, assigned different things. But what we found is, based on the items that we were looking at, that there wasn't a big variance. As you could see in the appendix that I provided to you, there wasn't much of a variance from one to the other to say that any of those items really were of no value or no importance, except for maybe one item that was in there. And that's mainly because we didn't give it a high-risk value, because it's charter schools, and we have a limited oversight of what they're doing unless we're called upon to do it. But we left it on there because that's something that has historically remained in the plan. So I think I hope that answers your
Understand. So let me ask you a couple more questions, and I appreciate that detailed answer, Mr. Magley. So it certainly looks like a very ambitious plan. It has a reasonable amount of items. Is this, are you hoping to accomplish this over a 1-year period, or what's the time span for this audit plan?
So we have targets in the 1-year area, knowing that, quite honestly, and that's why I said, based on input that I've received from the committee, and also, whatever we would learn of today, maybe there are items in there. It's not putting the burden on the board to do that. We'll prioritize, and based on our resources throughout the year, some things would make more sense for us to do after the year was started. Some periods of the year, maybe later in the year, in the 3rd, 4th quarter, we've kind of designated that. So it is our hope to get deep into it. You can see that I also provided in the report something you've been receiving for quite a while now. I can't, at this point, tell you when it started, but it's the progress report that was incorporated by the Chief Auditor's Office. I think it's an excellent idea, and we're happy to do that, which is to provide you progress on the items that we have been able to address during that time period. And I included it in here because you would have been coming up on the quarterly assessment anyway in the reporting, and I thought this would tell the board what has been accomplished off the last audit plan. Excuse me. So we would like to include that. If you wanted me to give you a percentage of that, I mean, it would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of 75% would be ambitious in here. But again, some of the factors involved are in fact some staffing. It's not going to make meteoric differences in the outcome of completion of all of these individual projects. And just the same way with our budget for utilizing external firms.
Okay, so I'm glad to hear that you're going to provide progress report. At what frequency should we expect to receive progress on this particular plan that you put forth?
once it's initiated, we'll be continuing on with the quarterly reporting.
Okay, so the quarterly report will come back to us with the audit plan to show what you accomplish from the plan, correct?
Correct. Well, the plan is going to, depending on the board's will.
Right, depending on what happens today.
In July, no, this is a first brush of this. We bring back the final one to a board meeting in July.
Okay.
So I'll update that particular progress report based on what we're able to complete, and staff's back here working like crazy to get things done and working with our partners. But we'll bring that back so it's updated based on the year end, and then provide that for you with this, with this plan, and then we'll start over.
Okay.
Start to measure what we're able to accomplish moving forward.
Okay, so I can tell you, I was pretty happy to see on page 17, as Ms. Luscombe had mentioned, regarding the IEPs and looking at our ESC students and making sure that based upon the delivery system that basically we're in compliance on every level. So I was delighted to at least see that in there. I am hoping, because it seems like a very detailed plan, that will be a priority as well.
Yes, sir. It is a priority. You know, the board has made it clear, based on our involvement and the number of students that are affected, that's something that's very important to them. So we definitely wanted to take a look at that and see. Now, deciding on the scope, obviously, we have to scope those things and set parameters for which we can do that are the most effective. So that'll involve some further research and audit planning individual to that particular item.
Understand. And Madam Chair, and as you know, Dr. Hepburn, it has been no secret to anyone that I have always been concerned about whether or not the service given to our students with challenges, our ESC students, that those services are adequately delivered and are being provided with utmost care and interest to our students. So, you know, I do appreciate that, you know, at least you'll be looking into the focus system and how IEPs are handled. So thank you. All right, Madam Chair, I'm done.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. And I appreciate the plan, Mr. Magley. It's great to see all this. For my taste, though, I'd like to see what you plan to get done this year. To present a plan and say we're not going to get all this done is useful, but this is a board, and the board should approve a plan of what you can get done. So I'd love to see that when you bring it back. I'd also, and this is something that lots of people might want to weigh in on, I would bias your audits toward things that are consistent with our fiscal reality. So there are things that we do in ESC that may not be perfect compliance-wise, and we're not getting the right reimbursements that we should get for therapies and things like that. We've heard that for a long time. That's a great audit because it would actually generate more revenue, and the superintendent has to go find $60 million to come back and report back on top of the cut. So that would be wonderful. The second big fiscal reality, I think, is if our capital program doesn't learn how to deliver under cost, scope, and schedule, we are never going back to get a bond from this community. That's a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar audit because of the impact that it has. I'd love to know why we can't get stuff done on time, full scope, on budget ever. But that, to me, is a big financial audit, and it would be worth doing. Third idea, we just heard today that we may not have the right total job description and compensation right for some of our positions, which are causing us to double stuff 2 jobs with 1 person. And because the second job gets a 1.5 time multiple for overtime, that's a very expensive HR strategy, right? So it'd be nice to know from an auditor's perspective, what do we need to do to make sure that we can compensate and define jobs well enough so we can recruit and retain people and not have to pay overtime to people on a routine basis. So those are some ideas for audits that would bias the plan toward helping us in the financial reality that we are. The last thing, and again, if there's no objection to this, I would love when you come back in July to participate in the cost reduction. I'd love you to show us what a 10% reduction of the Office of Chief Auditor looks like, and which part of the 100% plan that you plan on doing for full staffing, what would you not want to do if, in fact, Office of Chief Auditor was funded at 90% of last year's budget?
Okay, thank you for your input, Dr. Zeman. We've I've been working on cost reduction already. Operationally, we've already targeted and accomplished a significant amount of that. Salaries are what our salaries are. We have some staff reductions that have not formalized. We are right now have many open positions, not many, a few open positions, critical positions. We're bringing someone on June 1. It's a critical spot for us in a manager role for internal funds. We've been working and operating. Ms. Nakia Goldburn has taken on the double hats of working in it and keep maintaining that role and contributing in other areas in the office. And we haven't really been able to use her resource as well as we'd like to. And pursuing some of these things, she's also over the operations section. Ms. Pritakinia back there, Elena, she does a great job in operationals. She only has 2 staff members working with her at this time. And we've also Ms. Jennifer Harpalani, who does a lot with IT and charter schools. They are all still back there, right? They are all still back there. She's down staff, and we're trying to replace that one at the start of the fiscal year. So we have to accomplish that stuff. Some of that may be hard to quantify, but I'll try to do my best to see where we can do that. But I think that we've already done a number of things just based on how we were operating this year. And then when Mr. Rhodes and I had those discussions and when he left, I continued on with a number of the objectives internally to try to reduce our costs, as everybody has, knowing full well what everybody's had to accomplish. But we do need to have some people to accomplish these things. And I'll do my best. The hard part, the challenge that we have here is that all these things are probably important. We know that. And it's really just trying to prioritize the individual things. But I'll take your advisement and see where we can bring back something that's more concrete.
It's just 1 of 9, but I'd be interested in what you've saved already. I think you should get credit for doing that. It's amazing. I love your staff. Whenever they've done, briefings of audits, they're amazing. Absolutely wonderful staff. It may be that we think if we are going to save money, maybe we just don't hire as many outside firms to do so many of the audits, and you bring some of those things in-house. So looking forward to your report in July.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I wanted to lend my voice to moving up, if possible, the focus system report for us. Before we voted on focus, I articulated what was going to be the problem and what occurred during that problem. So it gets exceedingly frustrating when you know what happens and it still is messed up. So it's important that we can get that working the right way. As a mom of 3 kids who were under the ESE umbrella, it's heartbreaking to know, and even from a teacher's standpoint, not having the ability to actually look at the prior IEP and then work on your child's accommodations and goals for the year. So that's key in any way that you do that. So if we could move this up as possible, I would appreciate it as one mom, but speaking for other moms and dads. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
I would just like to put in my support for Dr. Zeman's idea to focus on the building department as well. I think there are a lot of projects that we need to get through, and it blows my mind that a federal courthouse can get up in like less than a year, and apartment buildings can be built in like 9 months, and we struggle. So I think that, especially as we talk about redefining and more school consolidations, that would be my priority.
Is there any objection to that? No. So, Mr. Magley, you have your direction on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Aladeff? Oh, sorry, Ms. Thompson, were you done? Yeah. Okay. Mrs. Aladeff?
No, I just was going to say I concur with Ms. Thompson and Dr. Zeman.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And I just want to say, first, thank you for bringing the plan forward. I know we have moved you in a lot of different directions right from the start of your tenure here as chief auditor. So thank you for that. I just have a quick question because there's a lot of, as you go through their audits that go out to some are Office of the Chief Auditor and some are consultants. So how do you make that decision on what is done in-house and what goes out?
So thank you for the question. Relative, I want to make a point about the capital program stuff. We utilize a lot of external resources for that because we in fact have one person that's assigned to that area. We utilize them because they have a specialization in reviewing those projects, and we bring forth a number of those. So particularly in that section, in that area. And then some of them relative to the grant programs, or even more so the federally supported programs, we sometimes bring in people that would specialize and have extensive experience in that area. And that would be the areas that we would utilize them generally.
And on average, what is sending it out to a consultant cost us?
Depending on the scope and nature of it, it could cost anywhere from $50,000 all the way up to, even $100,000.
Thank you. And the reason I ask that is this is a very bold plan that you have, and you have a very small staff. So I know that my colleague asked about what it would look like to reduce your staff, but I think we all have to be very cognizant of the fact that this plan will shrink tremendously. And what are the things that we find important? Because we like to say, do an audit, do an audit. The problem is, though, is if we don't have internal auditors to do it, we then send it out. And I don't think we often know as a board whether it's staying inside, internal or external. And that causes the price, the budget that audit needs to go up. So I just wanted to point that out. I have concerns about how many go out and how much we have to pay on that, and would like to actually explore what it would look like to have more auditors, since we do give you a lot of work. So it's just my own input.
Thank you for that, Ms. Hickson. I would say that, again, based on the different groupings, and we have certain specialization, relative to IT, Ms. Arpelani, and then some of the people who work with the construction component of it. Ms. Britkina works a lot with some of these matters that were affected by the state requirements and things like that, and she's done real well with that, and in particular items, a lot of payroll background stuff that she's been involved in and helping. And of course, Ms. Goldburn has done a ton with internal funds. So based on the selection and the things that we have to get done in our staffing, that's where it presents the problems relative to our ability to have adequate and resources that are able to specialize in those particular areas, and that's when the decision has come. It's varied from year to year. I don't have the history of the budgeting for that. I know what the last couple of years have looked like, and as you know, we're involved in the external auditor for the annual comprehensive reporting. But they work on their own. They're independent. They do their own work, and they work probably more with accounting and financial reporting than they do actually interacting with us. But we are kind of the liaison on those cases. Additionally, as you know, and we have worked on, we are involved with trying to facilitate the OIG, working with the OIG. So some of those things, and we're going to revisit some of that and the structure of it. But the idea is that has also been affecting our budget, so it might give sort of a skewed look about the overall projection on what that is, and some of those are mandatory. So I just want to share that.
All right, anyone else? Okay. At the direction of the superintendent, the following agenda topics are tentatively scheduled to be addressed during upcoming workshops. On June 16th, we have our advisory committee reports, preschool and VPK program updates, deployment of AI, attendance update, rural development policy 1020, food and nutrition services update, and Casey Wright site options. On July 21st, we have redefining our schools 2026-2027. OSS quarterly report, 2025-2026 quarter 4, and 2025-2026 annual compliance visit report, multi-year staffing alignment plan, rural development policy 2000, school safety requirements and monitoring, rural development policy 1401, naming of school board owned facilities. Please note that the order of topics and scheduling remain tentative and are subject to adjustment at the superintendent's discretion. At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to future workshops or anything to share? Dr. Azeman?
Curious, Chair, we had a really long presentation a couple months ago from our CAO and staff on student assessments, and the direction from the board, if I remember correctly, was bring us an option for a 50% reduction in elementary schools. When are we going to see that?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Cohn?
Sure, that after action report will be to you by the end of this month. We just gathered all of the stakeholder feedback, so you'll get that report by the end of May.
Terrific. And Chair, what would be the next step to implement a reduction if the board chooses to do so?
Dr. Hepburn?
Direction to me.
Terrific. So, and we'll get the report distributed maybe in a printed format, and then.
And the report will include recommendations, correct?
Recommendations and actions for next year.
And including one option that the board asked for a 50% reduction in elementary schools.
Yes, but some of those actions probably will indicate a 50% reduction as for next year. So we'll include those actions and some additional options for you.
I just want to be clear. This board said we want to see an option on what it looks like for a 50% reduction. Is that what's coming at the end of May?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. And I got what I need. Thanks, Chair.
Mrs. Alhada?
Yes, I'd like to say congratulations to the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School baseball team, winning their 6th consecutive state championships. And I would like for them to be invited to the next regular school board meeting so we can congratulate them and honor them.
Yes, we will try and get them here live and in living color, so you can get the champs 6 straight state titles. So Dr. Wands is working with Patty Brown and the crew to make sure we can make that happen. Who else are you bringing? Oh, okay. There we go.
Thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. I have some shout outs and then some things to discuss. I would like to shout out the Pines Collegiate Academy wrestlers for their championship for where they won first and second individual at the first ever county middle school wrestling championship. So shout out to Coach Hernandez, and also their cheerleaders won best jumps and most entertaining routine. So shout out to Miss Constantine. And then at Walter C. Young, the Next Gen Knights drone team won first place at Broward STEM, so they continue to be #1. And then I just wanted to follow up and just kind of warn people, I'm going to start being annoying about this, about where we're at with not only Fairway Elementary's playground, but where we're at the Glades Middle School conversion, because I was consistently told since the time we voted on redefining that there wouldn't be a problem for it to be 26, 27, that everything was fine, that I didn't need to take any action to ensure that that would happen. And then publicly, the first time I heard it could be 28, 29 was in this meeting. So I am going to be asking for a progress report every single meeting, because I will not let this community down. And I feel like I went above and beyond to represent District 2 to make sure we are making really hard choices to not have to continue this. And I feel let down, and I am processing that. But for right now, all I can do is advocate and make my concern known. And now I would like an update on where we're at for Glades Middle, and then an update of where we're at for the Fairway Elementary playground.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, I can give you the Glades Middle update. I don't know if Ms. Coley has the Fairway Fairway playground info, but for Glades Middle, pretty much everything is staged. We're going to bring the amendment to the DFP to fund the design at the next meeting. I don't know in June. So that's already in process and ready to go. And then all the other components to trigger that are already staged to get ready to go as soon as approval is done.
Okay.
Yep. And I don't know if Ms. Swetachinsky is here, but we can get you a follow-up on that.
I'm going to ask next week.
Yep.
So I would just
Cool.
have staff being prepared to give updates and make sure that this does not get lost, because I will not be letting them down.
Yep. And I'll get the updates so I can give them to you in the public as well. Yep.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just a couple of things here. So congratulations to Ali Amir from Atlantic Technical College and Technical High School. He represented Florida, one of 4 that represented Florida in the National Civics Competition that was held in Georgia. So congratulations to him. Yay. Also, congratulations, or I think just a shout out to, we had 3 Cooper City High students who were actually recognized at a city commission meeting because they stopped to help a stranger, acting quickly and showing the kind of compassion that makes a difference. And one student even used the skills learned through the automotive class at Cooper City to assist in a situation that was a life-saving moment for this particular gentleman that had an issue on the side of the road. So thank you to all 3 of them, and maybe we could also recognize them here. And I have a question. So a post went out, I think an email went out also about applications for the different advisories that we had, and it was confusing to some people. So if we could just, is everyone, even the people who are sitting on the advisory board, supposed to reapply? Like, is this for just new people? We didn't really learn about this till it came out. So what's the intent of the application? Because they're due May 29th.
Yep. So, Mr. Sullivan, if you hear me, if you can come back in the boardroom. But this was a direction from the board some time ago about pushing out the opportunity for applications. So the board has more information about potential people that they can actually appoint to advisories in committees. So.
Because we've heard different, I've asked the question.
Yeah,
and what the answer we got was they wanted everyone to apply because they want a database of people, but that's not.
No, I think this
so
was
we
for
need to be really clear on what
future
the
open seats. If you can clarify, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, I think I heard most of it. It's just for folks who have an interest, and it's a pool for you guys to pick. If they're already committee members, then they don't have to apply.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. And just a shout out to all of the Special Olympic athletes that participated and won at the state track and field competition this past weekend. I don't have a list of them now, but we'll do a post as soon as we get it. But I just wanted to say congratulations to them.
Mr. Cervera?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Hickson stole some of my thunder there, but yes, 3 extraordinary gentlemen from District 6 who attend Cooper City High School acted like, quite frankly, superheroes. These boys, Logan Royer, Cody McGrone, and Brody Murray, were eating lunch at a McDonald's and happened to look out the window and saw a gentleman with a flat tire. They went over to him, started helping the gentleman change his tire. The gentleman went into some sort of cardiac arrest, and these 3 brave heroes stayed with him, rendered aid, called 911, and as the gentleman's son said, saved his life. So I had the opportunity to meet these modern-day heroes at Cooper City High School last week. Complete stellar young men. One of them is graduating, the other 2 are sophomores. Super proud of these guys. They acted quickly, they acted heroically, and they're on a little bit of a national press tour, believe it or not. They made Good Morning America, they were on CNN, so shining a spotlight on the great city of Cooper City, and obviously Cooper City High School. We're very proud of all of these gentlemen, Logan, Cody, and Brody. They are modern day heroes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hickson, for bringing attention to this, because this is really a phenomenal story, and hopefully they'll join us for perhaps a proclamation or some recognition at our next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? The scheduled order of business for the school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the school board workshop, and we will go to our special school board meeting in a few minutes. Thank you. All right, this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now reconvened. Are there any board member remarks on item number 26, the proclamations sponsored by school board members? Ms. Hickson.
Thank you, and just thanks, first off, thanks to Mr. Severa and Dr. Holness for bringing those really important proclamations forward. I have a question to either the superintendent or general counsel. So there were 3 proclamations and they were done different ways in terms of getting to know whether we wanted to co-sponsor them or not. So we've done it one way traditionally, and then all of a sudden that way changed. And so I guess I want to know what the right procedure is, because what has happened in the past is someone did a proclamation, their assistant would reach out to everyone, say, do you want to co-sponsor? And then it would be done ahead of time so that you didn't have to backtrack. But then we were told that that could possibly be a sunshine violation. And so they said, no, you have to just do it. It goes on the agenda. And if you want to do it, then we would do it on the day. So I just would like to know so that we do it the right way and we're consistent every single time.
I'll yield to the general counsel, unless you want to start something, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, in 1020, it states after the item's posted, the board member's office who wants to co-sponsor it notifies my office. I believe that's what it says in 1020.
Because there was a process that went differently. So I just want to, and we did it differently for one proclamation that was on the item today as we did for 2 of them. So I just would like for us to know what the right process is and be consistent about it. That's why I'm asking.
I'll work with the GC, but I think the best process is the one outlined currently in 1020. So once the item is posted, and that way there's no communications between board member offices, they're just emailing me that they want to co-sponsor, and I'll add that to the item.
Just as one suggestion, Chair, if we follow 1020, but the staff notifies us that a proclamation has come out the second it hits the web, I think we could get to a better place as a board.
Ms. Dupree-Bruno.
I would recommend that we continue to follow the 1020, but a reminder to the board that these are some of the things that you'll be discussing in your protocol manual, as well as make sure that it's clear for the record that there has not been a sunshine violation. Everything that is being discussed is to make sure that the board is protected in all avenues as much as possible.
So thank you. And to that point, I think it would be helpful to the rest of us if someone from staff would say, there's a proclamation, do you want to co-sponsor, or what, however it has to get worded, because I was out of town, so I didn't look at it until then. And it's just a problem. It's not a huge problem, except for they've already printed out the proclamation, and then they have to do it a second time and, ask them, oh, we'll get it to you later. And that just becomes kind of cumbersome. So I'm just wanting to make, streamline the process a little.
I would suggest that your secretaries are looking at the agenda and asking you guys once they see it and emailing me as well, but I'll try to do that in the front end as well.
Okay, but we have like 5 changes to the agenda all the time, so that's not really fair to dump that there.
Yeah.
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, so I agree with Board Member Hickson. I think there should be one source of communication to the entire board that a proclamation is received and would you like to co-sponsor. So there's no need to have many changes. I think if you rely on the secretaries individually, some people may get it, some people don't get it, that kind of a thing. But I think if it comes from one source as a practice to all of us, then we can get confirmation, and then the proclamation can be printed with everyone who's on board, as opposed to, as you can see, Mr. Sullivan, with the recent proclamations, we had to get consensus because maybe some board members did not see it, did not get informed of it. But I think if it comes from your office or some source, then it would be a better process for board members to determine if they want to co-sponsor. So I would prefer to see it that way.
Sure, we can do that.
Anyone else on this item? All right. All in favor of item 26 as amended with the co-sponsorship, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 1? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 1.
No, ma'am.
Board member discussion on item 1. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. Out of an abundance of caution and to avoid any appearance of a conflict, I will be recusing myself from discussion and voting on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions. On page 3 of the executive summary, it states, sorry, I have to find it. It says on there, it supports controlled reunification during emergencies. So my question to that, and let me see where exactly it is that replacing the Raptor system that we have? Like, if you could explain what they mean in terms of the reunification and management piece, because we have Raptor that signs people in and out, but this kind of gives the impression that maybe this is replacing that. So could you just explain that?
Go ahead, Chief Gregory.
Mike Gregory, Chief Safety and Security Officer. Yes, we're expanding the functionality under a single umbrella for those systems to include Centegix for panic alert and our requirement to satisfy Alyssa's law, as well as bringing visitor management, which right now we use the Raptor product. We're looking to transition that visitor management functionality under Centegix and reunification. We're bringing that online as a new software module, and we're looking to consolidate under Centegix for that module as well.
So we would have both Raptor and Strategics, or we're moving away from Raptor?
We're moving away from Raptor. We'd start in a transition period,
Okay.
roughly 6 to 8 months, so we can work out any kinks that may be in the pipeline and push it out to all the schools by February, which is when the Raptor system contract expires, which is February 27.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other board member? I have an issue. So I feel like we just got Raptor working like smoothly, not that long ago. And I can just say, like, from a school-based perspective, switching now, right, and also switching in February, in the middle of the school year, how do we plan on making that as least disruptive as possible for our schools?
Thank you for that question. So we're looking at a phased-in transition process, so it won't be a turn the key overnight. We're switching to a new system. We'll start with a number of schools over the summer and work out any kinks that may surprise us with a small number of schools with our summer schools, and then another small group of schools at the beginning of the school year, roughly 60 or so, and then we'll continue to phase them in throughout the school year and transition schools so that there won't be a massive disruption or a training issue. The staff that's been evaluating these products in our emergency management department have looked at both systems, evaluated. They find it to be very similar to each other, and they don't, as I'm being informed, that it's not expected to be a large learning curve at all between using the two different systems.
Okay, I feel better now. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Any other board member discussion? All right, all in favor of item 1, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously with one individual, Mrs. Alhadeff, recusing herself from that vote. Could I get a motion and a second on item number 2? Second. Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment?
No comment.
Board member comment? All in favor of item 2, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 26?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Hickson, second by Dr. Holness. Public comment on any of those items?
Madam Chair, I think it was 29.
Oh, sorry, 29.
No
Thank you
comment.
for correcting me.
No comment.
No comment.
You to take 29 off that list. I have some things I need to talk about.
Okay, so can we unmove 29? Or can you just speak to it on this side? Since we pulled them all together, can you just speak to it now, or are you going to vote
I think there needs to be a separate vote on 29, I'm sorry.
Okay, so could I get a motion and a second on items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Hickson, seconded by Dr. Holness. Public comment on 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No comment.
Board member discussion. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just want to say this is such a great opportunity to increase just our teachers through this internship program, but also our OTs, our PTs, and SLPs. And thank you to staff for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Any other board discussion on those items? All in favor of items 3 through 8, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Items pass unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 9?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Board member discussion. All in favor of item 9, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 10?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Any board member comment on item number 10? All in favor of item 10, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Motion and a second on item 11.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 11.
No, ma'am.
Board member discussion. Seeing none. All in favor of item 11, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 12?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on item 12.
No comment.
Board member discussion. All in favor of item 12, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Get a motion and a second on item 13.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 13.
No comment.
Board member discussion. All in favor of item 13, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Motion and a second on item 14.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on item 14.
No, ma'am.
Board member comment. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Yes, so on this item with the fencing and gates installation, so let me just rewind. So like back after the tragedy happened in 2018, the board made it a priority to execute single point of entry. And then we've created an additional layer of fencing. Do we have, so some schools have satisfied that additional layer, and some schools are getting to that point. Would this item help us get our schools that don't have it that additional layer? And is there a list or is a timeline? How does that all work?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes. So, Ms. Alhadeff, this is actually to vote to reject all bids.
Oh.
Because of some confusion in parameters with the actual acts from the vendors for the procurement process. So, but as far as that question around the fencing projects and whatnot, we can get a follow up. We'll probably have to do that probably in closed door, if I'm not mistaken, since it involves security. So, just a FYI for the chief for possible closed door in the future to discuss all those matters.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? Ms. Thompson.
I just had a quick question. If we have a problem with a vendor not following through with building a fence, do they get removed from being able to bid, or what is the consequence for them not following through on a contract or what they're doing?
I don't know if they remove from the ITB or the process, but we just cease from providing business to them for the most part. I know that. Go ahead, Mr. White, if there's anything in addition to that.
They would be terminated and taken off that particular contract, and then the file would be noted that we had a performance issue with them in the past, and so that would weigh into considering them for any future work.
And are there like parameters that it has to be like, consistently, or is it just one job? We have an issue at one of my schools where the fence is now like 4 months and it's just like half done. And I don't want to name the school or name the vendor, but do we have a process where if we see a vendor is slacking, we put them on notice and then we either don't do business with them again or something? if we could get a follow-up on like what our process is.
We can, go ahead, Mr. White, if you have that.
We would issue a cure notice to them and indicate that, per your example, that this fence has been incomplete for X number of months, and you have so much time to go in and get that completed, and if you don't, then you would be subject to disciplinary measures such as termination.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Just a point, a couple years ago, we had a vendor that we felt had engaged in destruction of financial records that they should not have. The contract required them to keep financial records for a good period of time. They claimed that COVID erased their paper records. And so we chose at that point as a board to vote because we felt we had the legal basis to exclude them from bidding on work. But there is a case of law, there's a set of case laws that says you just can't do that arbitrarily. You've got to have like a performance that really is demonstrating that they ought not to work for you. But then Mr. White also has a record of past performances for anybody that's done work for Broward County schools. And so if there's a lot of cure notices or stop work orders or things like that, it comes through in the QSEC, and any other selection board gets to see that. So there's some punishments for it, but the ongoing stuff is really has to do, I think, with project managers just keeping up with that. And in my experience, if they're alerted to it, they move within 24 hours. Often parents or school board members do that first alert, and boy, they're on it pretty quick.
All right, anyone else? All in favor of item 14, say aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 15?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Bowman. Public comment on item 15?
No comment.
Board member discussion? All in favor of item 15, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 16?
So moved.
Can we do 16 and 17?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Ms. Rupert. Thank you for flagging that. Could I get a motion and a second on items 16 and 17?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on items 16 or 17?
No comment.
Board member discussion, Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a question on both of them. So in the financial analysis worksheet, are the original spend district or budget authority was 11,045,815, and it says on here that there's still 5,646,185 left, but the new request is for $16.6 million. So I'm just wondering if we haven't even spent a little more than half of what it was for this year, why are we asking for 5 million more for the next one?
Yeah, so it's definitely a ramp up on HVAC equipment and HVAC repairs and HVAC installation. So it's accelerating work that hasn't been done in a while for the most part. So we
Okay.
anticipate that we're going to be spending a lot more money moving forward as we address some of our HVAC aging issues and also repair and installation of certain types of equipment.
Okay, so thank you. So that answers the question for both of them, because 17 is also an increase of about $5 million. So each time we're doing HVAC work, although we have this in the system, will something come to us to vote on for that project to move forward, or this takes care of it?
This takes care of so if it's like a new HVAC system or a total replacement, that will come back to the board. That's a lot of money just for a single project. Because I think that's what we're doing right now at MSD, is a HVAC project, which is significantly higher than just individual repair and installation of certain components and parts of existing HVAC.
Well, we voted on that one separate because there was a
we bring
system.
those things separate.
So what I'd like to ask then is, can you give us a list or maybe a monthly update on what schools are getting this work done? Because we get I get tons of emails about HVAC systems that are down and old and they need to be replaced. And I don't know where we sit, and this is a significant amount of money, and especially since you're telling us we're going to ramp it up. I'd like to just see why it is we're spending that extra actually 10 million in both of those items.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about 16 and 17. During our organizational chart conversation, several apprenticeships and journeyman students were deleted. And I would think that if we truly want to increase our workforce for Broward County, that we would really highly focus on our students in those programs for HVAC, installation, repair, preventative measure, that we do it in-house, that we have our students who are learning it to be able to do it instead of going outside the vendor, to the vendor process. And I understand, you know, it's a difficult process and you want to be able to get it done, and I want to get it done as well as you do, but really not on the, to the detriment, my words, of the students that are in our workforce schools, in our terrific technical colleges. HVAC is a big deal, and it will continue to be a big deal with the global situation that we have going on with weather and heating of the planet, et cetera. So I would think that, you know, we would want to truly try to. So I don't know if it's something that we could have our staff, so PPO staff or whatever, have a better relationship with the tech colleges, or maybe they do and we just don't know that process. So I would like information on that aspect. Is yes, this is going to give a contract to these people for HVAC, but what are we doing for those students that are in those programs right now, and how are we growing our own? So because that money is money from the state, and if you can see kids and get excited that they have their apprenticeship moving forward, I would think that's a terrific, you know, a good green flag to come and go into Broward County schools, because we're going to grow our own with these programs because we have a lot of HVAC to do. So that's my thought. So I don't know if I can get some info on
I've
that.
captured the follow-up. Yep, we'll get that to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alda. Oh, sorry, Ms. Rupert.
Sorry, I forgot one part. I mentioned this before, I think it was during the org chart as well. But we really need to have a better conversation, and it's not my place to meet with Mark Dorsett. I love him, I wish I could, but it's not really my place to do that. So I would, and I did ask for this, that we have some sort of a understanding as to where are we going with that, and why not. We have people that are 35 years, 40 years of experience, and they're still with us, and they're still teaching our kids right now. And this concern that I voiced is coming from them, because they're soon to be leaving their positions after 35 years, 40 years. Those are our professionals, and they're not seeing as much of a cohesion, that, you know, a cohesive part of this, that they're not feeling that their students' voice is heard in that process, nor are the professionals that work for us as well that are in the field. So I would ask for a follow-up with that, and maybe a conversation with you and with.
What's the? Can you be specific about the follow-up? I'm trying to capture what you just said.
First of all, for our people that are teaching at our at
The
technical schools,
Mhm.
thank you, that, you know, they have the ear of somebody who understands this and listen, and they're listened to and valued before they leave. They want to make sure that they're passing the baton on to our students. But if we're having cutbacks, I don't want that to be the first place that we actually go there.
At the tech schools?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we never cut at tech schools. It's just bustling. The demand is so high.
Well, on the org chart, there were at least 4 to 6 that were deleted.
Not from tech schools, though.
For apprenticeships from our schools. So.
No, we didn't cut at any schools on the org chart at all.
Okay, when I find it, I'll share it with you.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alda.
Thank you. And I'm going to sound like a broken record, but every time something like this comes up, I want to circle back to see where we are with getting the people that are putting the filters in, using the iPads, using Maximo, and keeping track of filter replacements, and then making sure we're in compliance with warranties for the AC units.
Great question. Full implementation of Maximo in June. There's been a steady project with the ISD and also PPO facilities team. They've been piloting the software and equipment and things like that. So we expect full implementation next month. So we're there. We're there. We're right on the cusp. So we'll
We'll have to
be
have
there.
go to a school and look at an air conditioner
absolutely.
and how it's all used.
Absolutely.
Next
Absolutely.
workshop out
Yep.
there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I just want to point something out I learned in my work with the county commission. They have, to Ms. Rupert's point, a requirement for larger construction contracts, particularly in maintenance of facilities and things, because they have a huge port and huge airport to take care of as well, that if you have a contract of a certain amount, 12% of that labor has to be spent with apprentices. And so you get people that are at the point where they've done an internship and they're at the apprentice level, and they have jobs for them because the county sets aside contracts for doing that. I've meant to do more research on this, but Senator Geller put me on his trade commission, and when he puts you on your trade commission, you show up at his meetings, right? And I've learned a lot about those programs. I just haven't done enough homework to figure out how to make that kind of apparent to this board. It would be an interesting model to think about because they've been running it for a decade or longer, but their significant contracts have this 12% set aside for apprentices. We're the ones that make apprentices, and we don't have that in our larger contracts. So it's something for us to consider. I'll finish my homework and bring that back within another month. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? All in favor of items 16 and 17, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
A roll call, please.
Roll call on items 16 and 17. Board members Aladev,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Severa,
Nope.
Hickson,
Yes.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert, Thompson, Zeman. Pass 7-2.
Items pass 7-2. Could I get a motion and a second on item 18, please? Moved by Ms. Thompson, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 18.
No comment.
Board member discussion. All in favor of item 18, say aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 19?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Thompson, second by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on item 19.
No comment.
Board member discussion. All in favor of item 19, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 20?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Thompson, second by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on item 20.
No comments.
Board member discussion. All in favor of item 20, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 21?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Thompson, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 21.
No comment.
Board member discussion. All in favor of item 21, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and second on item 24, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Thompson, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 24.
One registered speaker, Micaiah Henry, may proceed to the podium.
Afternoon, Micaiah Henry, Davie, Florida. So I just have a few big questions on the memorandum that's coming up before the school board. First, is screen time a good thing or a bad thing for our students? Then secondarily, does outsourcing cognition in middle and high school students make better or worse learners? Then third, given that roughly 40% of our students aren't reading on grade level, is more software the answer, or maybe, just maybe, it's more reading? Then I think when we have an A-rated district, which I'm proud of, but as according to a new report from the NYT.
Sorry, 1 second. Please make sure you're speaking to the item, which is donor agreement with Wayne and Lucretia Wiener.
Yes, I'm getting there. Given that just a few days ago we were told that basically that Broward students in this county are reading about half grade level below where they were 10 years ago, and it seems that our students are broadly worse performing than their older siblings were in this district. I think it really opens the question of how can that be? Because the question on the table really is
Excuse
amassing.
me, sir, you're not speaking to the item. The item is with regards to a donation. Do you have a comment relating to the donation?
Yes, my comment regarding the donation is I'm asking this board to reject it because we are engaging in the overproliferation of AI and screens in our schools. I think that is deleterious to the learning environment of our students. I am asking the board to reject this donation, to unwind the agreement, and to unwind the overproliferation of AI in our schools because it's already having a deleterious effect on learning conditions in our county. 10 years ago, students were performing at a better level, yet today they're performing at a lower level. How can that be? I think the only proximate answer comes as a result of the proliferation of AI and screens in our schools. And then finally, in regards to how that materially affects conditions here, I think we have to ask. We asked our donors, we asked donors to give this county money. We asked them to help our district. But I think it really exposes the question, who's really running public education in this district? Is it donor money or is it public comment and concern? Because if any donor with enough money can get the board to basically approve a vendor, what is essentially a vendor contract that's being that's being laundered through donation, what happens in 3 or 4 years when this district's own executive summary says that 85% of our teachers will be using this in our schools? If the question is, what happens 3, 4 years down the line when that money runs out? Does this become another vendor contract that we are loaning out instead of paying our teachers more or investing in public services, right? If that's the question, I think we have to reject this agreement, this agreement, because it's going to become another vendor obligation that we have when the county, by its own admission, is nearly $90 million, has a $90 million budget hole. If that's the question, I think we have to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No speakers.
Board member discussion? Mr. Cervera?
Thank you, Chair. What does this item cost the board? Mr. Superintendent?
There is no cost to the board.
Did the Wieners seek anything in return for this donation, Mr. Superintendent, to your knowledge?
No, the only thing they seek is some outcome information just to make sure we're living up to our agreement of utilizing this for the support of our students.
And what is the total cost benefit that the district will realize if this MOU is approved?
No cost.
Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And I believe we already voted on the contracts that go with this. This is just to document the agreement between the district and the Wieners. But the superintendent, through the superintendent, can you tell us if our student reading level is better today than it was 10 years ago?
10 years ago, Dr. Cohn,
It is better, but also consider that there are different metrics 10 years ago than there are this year.
It was FCAT 10 years ago.
Correct.
Which was, no, it was FCAT.
Yes.
Yeah, it was FCAT. It was FCAT, which was definitely an assessment that didn't have the rigor of the current assessment, for sure.
So it would be our stand that they actually performing higher at this point because they're scoring higher on a test that is much
more rigorous.
More rigorous
yes,
for them.
absolutely.
Thank
Plus
you.
the acceleration also components of AP ACE.
I say that because I take great pride, not just in the fact that we're an A district, because that's great, but the fact that we have no D's or F schools and that our students and our teachers are doing phenomenal. And I believe we're actually higher than the state average in a lot of testing. So it is a little bit offensive for someone to come and share that 10 years ago our students were doing better academically. I think we're doing a great job. So thank you to our teachers and our students and staff for making sure that our students are getting what they need. I also just wanted to say thank you to the Wieners for their generous donation and support. AI is obviously the way of the future, but this partnership isn't just about being able to use AI. It is about training our students to live in a world where they will be competitive in an AI society, because that's where we're moving. So this is a lot more than just being on a screen and learning from someone that's on the screen. It is about getting our students prepared to be successful when they move on from us. So I, for one, am really appreciative of this partnership. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member discussion? All in favor of item 24,
Madam
say
Chair,
aye. Oh.
Student Advisor.
Oh, my apologies, student advisor.
Hi, sorry, I wasn't exactly sure how to handle that. I just do really quickly want to add from the student perspective. I understand that with AI coming up, it can be something very scary and something that not everyone is too fond of. But if this partnership isn't costing us anything and it's just going to be another strategy that we can use for students learning, I don't see why not to do it. I think in this age, it's very important that every single student has a deep understanding of how to properly use AI, right? I know going through middle school, and I'm sure Mikhail dealt with the same thing. You know, a lot of the times people are kind of abusing the AI power, but as my generation has started to learn more about it, I can tell you I will use it pretty often to help me with things, but it's not about using it to cheat on schoolwork, right? It's about using it as a tool. And I think that starting with this partnership and possibly other AI-based partnerships along the way and education on it, students will be very heavily educated on it to the point where they can use it as that tool rather than as an excuse and to just do their schoolwork. And I understand that that's a concern that the public may have, that it's making students dumber, to be quite honest with it. But that's why we need to use it more and implement it more into schools so that students can use it properly. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to say thank you, Lily. You're off to such a great start.
Landon who?
Well,
All right,
well,
let's leave Mr. President out of this.
we appreciate Mr. President and Vice President, but Lily, yes, that was quite impressive. So the ice has been broken, so now we're going to get a lot more out of you, right? And Mikhail, we're waiting for you too, okay? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Yeah, you know, this tool, you know, this is just a cleanup item. We didn't approve this in the part thing, but don't forget, Magic School is 180 tools. You know, a lot of them for teachers, a lot of them for students. It's a capability to learn about AI and learn about the capabilities in a way that it's more wrapperware than anything else. It's a whole series of functionalities built in that allows you to do things like lesson plans, master schedules for schools, to think a little bit about how to take test scores and figure out what lessons you ought to go back and pick up for which students, all baked into this 180 tools. And the tools come out every month, more and more tools. So the Wieners, you know, tremendous generosity to pull this together. Dr. Cohn to suggest to the board and to the superintendent these monies be used for a 3-year contract. And I want to thank Magic School as well. The price that they're charging us in Broward County for these 180 tools is a pittance compared to what they charge nowadays. We started a year ago negotiating all this stuff, and they were still new to the game. But they stuck to their old price, which I'm really proud of. Vendors don't always do all the right things, Lily. But in this case, it's a great set of tools for a county that cares about an ethical application of AI tools. And so this isn't just a large language model engines where you can go in and do anything with it. These are curated tools where you're going to step through some inputs and you're going to get some amazing outputs on things related to learning or related to teaching. And so it's a really, really neat opportunity, and everybody involved deserves a lot of credit for pulling this together, including the Wieners who were here just about 6 weeks ago to get great applause, which they well deserve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Just quick, want to point out, many years ago, because I am old, we had Google. And as teachers, there was a little thing in there where we could plug it in to see if they got all of their information from Google, right? I forget what it was. Yeah, something along those lines. So there's always some iteration of students, you know, finding things. But that's the beauty of having the internet and not having to go to, like I did, an encyclopedia and hope that it was an updated encyclopedia and get the information to write your research papers. But so now we're in AI, and that's Google on steroids, right, basically. But I think it's important also for us as a district, and I think a society, to move with the times. So students are using this. I use it. Why reinvent the wheel? I think in a lot of places, but we have to change the pedagogy of what we do with students and understand they will get their research this way. So not ask them to turn in a research paper anymore. That maybe you do the research because you pull it off of AI, and then you have to do something beyond that. So it really challenges us as a district, and just as educators, really, to up our game in terms of the pedagogy that we have and the expectations we have from our students, to not just spit back out information, but how do they use that information in a way that shows that they understand it and apply it as they move forward in different ways. So I really think the tools we're getting here is a great first step to allowing teachers to be able to move in that direction. And again, just very appreciative for the opportunity that we're being given.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
And then just to add on to Ms. Hickson, the next step for them to take that information and then publicly speak in front of the class and present it. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, the AI conversation is a conversation I want to have, not on this item. I would just, I have lots of thoughts about the comments that were made today, and as I think we have to have a much more substantive conversation when that comes to us in June. Any other board discussion? All in favor of item 24, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 25?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Dr. Holness. Public comment?
No comment.
Board member comment?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, the last time we talked about graduations, I brought up moving them back to our facilities with a more community engagement type plan. I wanted to know where we're at, and then staff had responded that, maybe some fairy godmothers are coming out and gonna fund our graduations. I wanted to know the status of that. And then we had also asked about like a fundraising book associated with graduations. I wanted a follow-up on that. And then I also just want to point out the exorbitant amount of money we're spending, which is final amount to be determined, which is weird, but $147,554.22, if I'm correct by reading this. If I'm not, someone please update me.
You're correct. You're
Hard
correct.
Rock, yeah.
Yes, for 3 graduations. Yeah, so
So 3 graduations would be
about 50.
$50,000, which would be 3 teachers, if that's the math we were using from the org chart. Just throwing that out there.
Yep. So to answer a couple of the questions, one, the sponsorship catalog, it's going to be electronic. We're working with BEF on that. Mr. Knapp and his team are doing the work of trying to acquire sponsorships. So we've already met several times in many circles trying to get people to sponsor to collect some funds that way. We've been in talks with the county and in talks with the county administrator to see the possibility of using, I always call it BB&T, but it's Emirates Center for a majority of our graduations. So we'll see where that leads us, and talking to any other entities. So to figure out what graduation venues will look like. So I just want to make sure if the board's direction from the last time was about keeping the graduations at external venues. If that's a change, we need consensus on that change, because we've been working towards keeping them at external venues and finding sponsorships and finding avenues to significantly decrease costs or actually donate the facility for our use for graduation. So that's what we've been working on, and we'll continue to work on during the summer to kind of close those deals.
So I was on the losing side of that. I would
Okay,
like to bring it back. I think 3 of my colleagues wanted to bring it back to our facilities, but I do want it to be a conversation if we can't get it donated, or it's still going to be almost $1 million we're spending on graduation, then I think that needs to come back to us. And we need to have a conversation about how we're going to move forward.
Yep. We'll bring something back at the end of the summer, let you know where we're at with all those conversations.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I share similar sentiments as Board Member Thompson. $150,000 for 3 graduation ceremonies. That's very, very expensive. We're spending $50,000 per graduation at the Hard Rock. We can't afford it. That's the bottom line. I don't think we can afford that. That's too much money. Dr. Hepburn, how much are we paying at NSU per graduation?
Dr. Wanza?
It's approximately $24,000 per ceremony.
So even though the Hard Rock is given what seemingly is a discount, I'm supposing because it's $10,000 less per graduation, we're still paying twice as much as we are paying at NSU. I was never happy to see us spending $50,000. The last time it was $60,000 for one graduation. I don't think any of us should accept that. I think there has to be a better way, a better plan. And yes, Board Member Thompson, we were on the losing side. I was part of the losing side as well. But I just thought we could have saved quite a bit of money. I think it was close to $500,000. That could go to $800,000. That could go to, we're talking about concerns with teacher salary and all these other things. So I'm just hoping, Dr. Hepburn, that we can find a better way. Dr. Hepburn, is the Amaranth Stadium owned by the county or the city of Sunrise?
So from my understanding, there's ownership by the county. And so that's who we've been talking. They have access to actually let us know use, cost, or for free, whatever the case may be. So we're trying to finalize those conversations to see what it looks like.
Okay, so from your conversation with them, does it appear to be where they would be kind enough to be in sort of a collaborative relationship with us to offset some of the costs to graduate students?
We're having collaborative conversations, and I'll let you know where it goes, because there's other variables too, as far as availability due to the hockey playoff season.
Okay, and Dr. Hepburn, is it possible that you can come back to us, maybe obviously not for this year, but in the future, where we can have an alternative option to the Hard Rock? That's just too much money.
We will try. The Hard Rock venue is utilized due to the sheer graduating class size. So that's why they won't fit in NSU. That is the largest facility. That and the Amaranth Center are the 2 largest facilities that can accommodate. When you talk about Cypress Bay.
I understand.
Yep.
So
So
I understand.
it's size, yep.
So, Dr. Hepburn, I know it wasn't very popular, but I had, in the last discussion on this, I spoke about the possibility of the larger high schools going to Hard Rock, and I'm not saying it is possible, to maybe split the graduation for a more affordable venue. Are there any districts in the United States that you know of where the graduation is split for the same graduating class?
Off the top of my head, no. We'll have to do some research on that.
Okay.
Yep.
So can you do some research on that and let us know how they conduct their graduation, so we could possibly have some alternative options instead of spending $50,000 per graduation?
I can tell you in the state of Florida, they're not split, because if you go to Orlando, they have tons of large venues. Hillsborough, tons of large venues. And Palm Beach County, they use the Expo Center at the fair. And I know Dade County doesn't split theirs either.
Okay, so can we look at a nationwide to see if there's any option, what they've done outside of state of Florida?
Yep, we'll see what we
when
can
they
try
have
to pull
large
from
graduation class.
nationwide.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Severa.
Sure. Couple things. Our core mission as a district is to educate students and get them to graduate. Graduation is the pinnacle of their success. And for some of our students, the only graduation that they'll ever experience in their lifetime. Some will go on to college, some will go on to trade school, and some won't. I am all for saving money. I am all for being fiscally responsible. But I am not for doing that on the backs of our students. I'm not. They deserve a grade A first class graduation, just like the class before them and the class before them. Also, logistically, I have the pleasure of representing Cypress Bay High School in the great city of Weston in District 6. There will be thousands and thousands of people that will attend that graduation between our students and their family members. They ain't fitting in a gym that we own. They're not. There's only so many facilities that can hold a graduation of that magnitude. And I remind you, the three schools that are up happen to be two of mine, Western High School, Cypress Bay High School, and Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Check the numbers on those folks. Those are lots and lots of kids and lots of family members. Logistically, we can't shove them in a gymnasium. We just can't do it. They need to be at facilities like this. And I agree that graduation can be expensive, and $50,000 is a lot of money. We just voted on an HVAC contract for $5 million for like AC filters. I didn't vote for it, but the board just did. And we're really going to come back and we're going to say $50,000 is too much to give these students a once in a lifetime, for some of them, experience with these venues. I'm all for saving money, but not on the backs of our kids. And certainly not on the pinnacle of their success. That end line, what they've worked so hard for 12 years to get there, to have a first-rate graduation. And I'm certainly would never be in support of anything that would give them anything less. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Thank you. So I concur with Mr. Cervera, and this is, our students already know that this is where their graduations are going to be at. You can't backtrack now. We've already been down this road, and we talked about the financials and the graduations, and we made this decision. So we need to stick with it. Moving forward in the future, Dr. Hepburn can look for if there is another option. I am not okay with splitting up graduation classes. That is not a good idea. I would not want to do that to a graduating class. And then an idea, though, for this board is to think about it when we go over the budget and DFP is to tear one of our schools down and build our own stadium. So we have to stop paying these, other places money to hold our graduations and all of our other events. So we need to start thinking more creatively out of the box where we have our own facilities to host these graduations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to the superintendent for reaching out to the county. It was a conversation we've had a couple of times about, in other districts, the county steps up to be partners in this. So looking forward to seeing where that goes. And I thank you, Mrs. Al-Hadaf, for bringing that up. We did actually have a discussion about this a while ago about using a school facility to build our own facility where we could rent it out for high school championship games and things where it could actually be a moneymaker and save us. So Dr. Hepburn, can you give us an update on if you've even considered that, or could that be something that we look at in our next redefining site? Because it's a conversation that continues to come up, but I don't see a lot of action on it.
Yep. It takes the right school with the right amount of acreage. So that's the key. Our schools with the most amount of acreage are high schools, right? And so when it comes to middle schools and elementary schools, it's usually 10 acres, 20 acres, 30 acres tops. You need the acreage of a high school because you have to have enough parking. You'll be able to build something on a 10 or 20 acre lot, but you may not have enough parking just to suffice with the thousands of people that will utilize that venue. So yes, it is a conversation I've had with certain partners. Mr. Knapp and I have talked about this several times as well. So I know there will be people interested in supporting that. Once we find the school that has the right acreage, the right access, because it can't be in the middle of a neighborhood, because most of the schools we've closed are elementary schools that are smack dab in the middle of our neighborhood. Even Norfolk, which is a prime location, when you look at it, it just doesn't have enough parking for 10,000 or more people for a certain venue. So yes, it is in the forefront of our mind as we look at opportunities that may arise.
Okay, thank you. And I, to that point, something just popped in my head. We have some sites that are being put on the market. One of them is on the one in Plantation on hiatus. How many acres is that?
That's 11 to 12 acres.
And
Yes,
how
it's
many
small.
acres are you thinking we're going to need for?
We would need no less than 30. No less than 30.
Okay.
As I'm thinking about the parking. And then that hiatus and Plantation, that's been, I know when I talked to the mayor, it's been a sticking point with one of the communities there as well. So I don't even know if they would even give us opportunity to
Gotcha.
put such a
Okay,
building
yeah, and I think along with that, a naming opportunity for the stadium could help
absolutely.
us to get the funds that we needed to do that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Yeah, so Dr. Hepburn, just to comment on Board Member Hickson's suggestion and Board Member Al-Hadef, I do support you exploring that option. You mentioned the parking, right? Could alternative parking be like a garage type parking?
Yeah, it could be a garage, but you still need the acreage to build a garage.
Okay, so you would still need 30 acres roughly?
You still, yep, you would still need enough acreage to utilize the garage. Because if you think about it, I think our garage probably, just eyeball probably holds about 50 to 75 spaces per floor.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a 4-floor garage. It's still not. It's not even cracking 1,000.
Okay.
Yeah. So you need a significant. Just think about Hard Rock or even the Amway. Not Amway. I'm thinking Orlando. Not the Amaranth.
Yeah.
With all that parking that they need for those events. So we have to be considerate of the parking. Those are some of the barriers that we have to have in the forefront when we look at the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think we need to be grounded in reality, and we need some clarity on this so that it doesn't keep dragging out. What I'm hearing from you, Dr. Hepburn, is that we would have to close a high school in order to do this.
Yes, we need the acreage that a high school is on. So those, as I said before, it's in the forefront because we know what the need is, and we've had some preliminary discussions, but we need the acreage of a high school.
Okay, so just so everyone is grounded in reality, this would not happen unless we close a high school.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, most likely.
Ms. Hickson?
Well, if they're not necessarily, and I'm not trying to point anyone out, but there are places where middle and elementary schools
Are
share
side by side.
spaces. So I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Dr. Zeman? You need to turn your mic on.
I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun. Emerald cost $225 million to build 20 years ago. So that's $500 million in today's construction dollars. These things are unbelievably expensive. And so, and it's not really related to this item. This item is to approve something that we already asked and answered months ago about where we're having our graduation. So I don't think that us building a site is feasible in our budget. That would take an entire year's worth of capital to do it, to build something so that we didn't have to pay $50,000 for 3 graduations. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor of item 25, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 27? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment?
No comment.
Board member discussion, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I have some questions and I think a motion. So academic operations analyst, which is the first job description on the new and revised job descriptions. When you go down to minimum requirements, it says, so it's on page 2 of the item, minimum qualification says an earned bachelor's degree from an accredited institution. So my question is, why do we not have a specific field? Because this is specific to academics. So I my preference would be that it has some kind of specific field there. Dr. Hepburn.
I'm trying to pull the item up. Dr. Fulton, if you have it up.
So it's under new and revised job descriptions PDF, and it's page 2.
New and revised.
I can take that, Mr.
Go ahead, Dr. Khan.
Yeah.
Let's have
So
some
we left it
difficulty.
general enough because this particular position, there's already somebody doing the work. And so because we've streamlined a lot of the work through the reorganization, the person that is doing the work is actually, we're repurposing the position in order to accommodate all the things that that person is already doing and will be doing. And so when we look at that particular job, it is a general person that could fill that position based on some skill set, but I'm certainly open to putting a specific field. I don't think it's an issue to change it, to modify it, to do that.
So I don't know how my colleagues feel, but I don't think for a job description it ever is okay to be that general, because you want someone, I mean, if it's a general kind of job, but this is specific for academics, and if you look at some of the roles that they play in the very beginning, right? They're responsible for operational initiatives across divisions of academics to support alignment with district priorities and teaching and learning goals. And then they have to maintain operational reports for the chief academic officer. They have to track assigned academic initiatives. They have to understand academics to be able to do that role. So do you have a suggestion on what? Because I don't want to say I know what that field should be, and I'm okay leaving it sort of broad. I just don't like that there's not a specific field, because I'm gonna have to make a motion, I'm guessing. So, do you have a suggestion on the field?
I would probably say in this particular field, because it is broad and encompassing, to be honest with you. It's also project management, to be honest with you. So it could be business related, it could be secondary learning, it could be elementary learning, to be honest with you, because it's such a broad encompassing field.
Okay, so what if it said earn a bachelor's degree from an accredited institution in either business or education?
That'll be fine.
Or operations
Or related
analysis.
educational field.
Okay.
Related educational field.
So because I'm going to make a motion.
Okay.
So can you say that again?
Either in business, I would say business, leadership, or a related educational field.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to add on page 2, an earned bachelor's degree from an accredited institution in business leadership or related educational field.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hickson, seconded by Dr. Holness. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment, Dr. Zeman.
Chair, I wonder if you can deduce from this whether this is more of an academic position or an operations analysis position.
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Khan.
Both. That's what I got from it.
That's fine, Dr. Cohn. We're gonna try and wrap this up here. I just wonder if the maker of the motion then, there's an entire degree field called operations analysis. I wonder if you would want to add that as one of the permissible.
Yeah, it's fine, because
Is that
it
fine?
is both, yeah.
Then I'm
so
good with your change. Thank
business leadership, operational analysis, or related educational fields.
Thank you.
Okay, so amended and seconded amended by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Board member comment on the motion as amended. All in favor of the motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously as
Thank
amended.
you. I have a couple more. So, and just a quick question, what is the salary range for an A2 pay band?
Ernie Lozano, Chief Human Resources Officer. The salary band starts at $57,794, and the maximum is $105,032.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes it's hard when they have just the letters because we don't know what those bands are. The second thing I wanted to address, I kind of alluded to it when we did the org chart change, but I didn't make a motion then, but I would like to now. So originally, when we changed the chief of facilities to a T band, it was because we added operations into the facilities chief. But we ended up leaving facilities alone and adding a whole bunch of stuff to make a new thing called Operations Strategy and Operations Officer. So I would like to make a motion to change the pay band from facilities to S and the Strategy and Operations Officer to T. Okay. No worries. I just have concerns of somebody taking that position for operations with all of that extra work. I just wanted to make a point. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Ms. Rupert. We did that. We're on just the item in general, proposed and new revised job descriptions.
When we had the org chart conversation, there was a random job that.
Oh, could you turn your mic on, Ms. Rupert?
Random box and random missing job description. Okay. So I had asked what was that for, and it was really kind of just pushed out in there. It was a new job, and obviously we didn't have a job description then, which is really kind of why you always want to bring the job description and the org chart together. But this particular one is, I'm looking at, okay. Okay. It says it reports to director or designee. So is there a position currently now for director contract compliance specialist, or who is the reporting to? What job do they report to?
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
Yes, the specific position is in procurement. So this one's going to report to the director of procurement.
Okay, so was this the position that I spoke about?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Why was it designated to be in finance before?
Procurement is under the purview of finance.
But wouldn't you have a direct report as being procurement before it went to finance?
No, this directly reports to procurement. The director of procurement directly reports to the CFO.
Okay, is this position currently filled?
Go ahead, Mr. White.
Yes.
So a brand new position that we have is already
This
filled?
position is not filled.
Okay, who says yes and who said not filled?
HR is telling you no.
Okay, who said yes?
I did.
I believe him.
I have a person that does these duties, and the role that she is in does not reflect these duties. And so I proposed a new job description to more accurately reflect what she does. And what she's responsible for is putting together the book of all of these board actions that come out of procurement and go into Granicus and ultimately are presented to the board. So that's what this position does.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't see a need for this particular job, nor do I see one for the vendor management specialist. These are new job codes, coordinate with accounts payable, procurement, and finance, yet they don't actually have that up in the position goal. So I actually won't be supporting any of the job descriptions that came today for the same reason why I voted no for the org chart.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rupert. Dr. Zeman?
I'm content. Thank you very much, Chair.
Anyone else? All in favor of item 27, say aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
Item passes with 2 dissenting votes, one from Ms. Rupert and one from Mr. Cervera. Could Could I get a motion and a second on item 28? Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Board member comment? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a quick question. Why is the money that's coming from the IDEA so low? This is a $11 million item request, and the IDA part is very, I'm trying to get to the executive summary. I think that's where it tells you where it comes from. But why is the part that comes from the IDA so much lower than the other funding sources?
Ms. Hollingsworth, because I know it's specific to staffing. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer, and I know Ms. Andrea Ciatti is in the room, the Director of Specialized Instruction. However, with the money coming from IDA, that is above and beyond. We have to pay for students, first and foremost, and not all students that have healthcare needs are actually students with disabilities. So we have students that have 504 that wouldn't be appropriate for, as well as general education students, as well as covering the contract, which is a different, Did it go out?
Yep.
Maybe it shut me down. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear
Okay, it just got really quiet. So certainly looking at that, so we have a multitude of funding sources that we work with the budget office in regards to covering that cost. Ms. Ciatti? And I didn't know if there was anything else I needed to add there. She said no.
Oh, sorry. 'Cause I'm
Sorry.
just looking at it, because, so out of the general fund is $10.3 million. Medicaid covers 231,000 plus, and the IDA is a little under 400,000. So you're saying that we don't, it just seems like there's a huge discrepancy.
Right.
We have a large number of ES. So is there a formula or something that you're using to do this? Because, we are in a space where our general fund is.
Correct.
If there's a way that we could get more out of IDA, I would like to explore that.
And we do. We look at that all the time with the budget office and with the grants department through IDEA that manages that. We also have the IDEA, grant that covers a large magnitude of above and beyond. We have about $56 million that we've gotten for the last, I think, 10 plus years. That cost has not changed, as well as what we have to put aside for proportionate share has only increased for our students that are in charter and private schools. And the state is even asking for more of that to be set aside. So although it's a large portion of money, knowing that our students with disabilities is increasing, those costs from that IDEA grant cover a lot of other things as well. But we're constantly working with the budget office to see where we can maximize all dollars, especially on our IDEA grant.
Okay, so, but is there, my general question, I guess, is there a formula of where you decide how much you're going to ask? For this one, how did you come to this number?
With looking at what we had to pay for other things off of IDEA, in all fairness.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. Will the passing of this agenda item ensure that there's a physical nurse in every one of our traditional public schools throughout the county?
Ms. Hollingsworth?
No, it will not. This is for individual health care students.
Do we know how many traditional public schools in BCPS currently do not have a physical living, breathing nurse within the school?
Right now, 47.
How many, out of 47, out of how many schools?
230 some-ish, 30, is it 36 still? Sorry.
Any idea what the cost related to obtaining nurses for those 47 schools would be?
It was an additional $3 million on top of the $11 million that we have for all students that require a nurse.
So for an additional $3 million on top of the $11 million that we're supposed to vote on, that will ensure that there's a living, breathing nurse in every one of our traditional public schools.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All in favor of item 28, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 29? Moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on item 29?
No, ma'am.
Board member comment, Dr. Zeman.
Chair, I brought this up as a separate item, Chair, because last week there was a big investigation by the Washington Post, also came out in the Wall Street Journal, that pointed out that Western Governors University provides kind of a new and novel approach to bachelor's degrees. It charges by a 6-month window, and it lets you take as many classes as you like in 6 months for $3,800. There's a risk, as anyone might imagine, to a lot of people stacking a lot of material produced by them and maybe produced by others or produced by machines to do this. I'm not sure how a university operates like this and stays accredited. They are an accredited university, but I'm worried about it for Broward County Public Schools because a bachelor's degree that you can get in as little as 6 weeks is not the same thing as a bachelor's degree that you take by studying for years, where you have far more certainty about individual work and individual capability. So my question, Chair, is do we have a way to distinguish between 6-week bachelor degrees and 2 to 4 year bachelor's degrees from Western Governors University?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Cohn.
Sure. And I appreciate Dr. Zeman for bringing this to my attention. We did confer with the university as well as their accrediting body that their bachelor's of elementary education is actually 36 months, which is 3 years. Their bachelor's with special ed is 38 months. And the agreement that we're bringing forward today has to do with their field experience, which requires their students to do 12 to 20 hours of student teaching experience and 75 hours of clinical hours for the program. So they conferred that that particular article is in reference to the degree programs that we're bringing forward to the board today.
Terrific. I'm glad. This does alert us, though, I think, to a broad hiring problem, which is if you go to Southern New Hampshire University or Western Governors University who have the same program, you can get a bachelor's degree in 6 weeks. You could do it for under $4,000. I doubt that the signal that we would see from somebody that came through as an applicant and said they had a bachelor's degree, that something you can do in 6 weeks is the same as something that should take 3 or 4 years. So I don't know how we as a big employer or anybody as a big employer in the future is going to distinguish between those. And I'm glad that it's not something, Dr. Cohn, that would get through our system. I appreciate that very much. But we are going to have this long-term problem of, a bachelor's degree no longer means a bachelor's degree, or at least what we think it does. And we need to be careful about that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Cervera?
Mr. Superintendent, the accreditation that's held by Western Governors University, is that a provisional or temporary accreditation, or is that a full accreditation?
Dr. Cohn.
It is a fully accredited. It's accredited by Northwest Commission of Colleges and Universities.
How long has this particular scholastic institution been around?
I can't tell you that. I'll have to take a look at some research. I know Western has been around for several years, though.
Several years, like 2015?
1997.
1997. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor of item 29, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 31? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment?
No registered public comments for the remainder of the items.
Board member discussion? Mr. Cervera?
Mr. Superintendent, can you explain to the public what this particular software program does for the district?
Yes, this Saldala. Beacon mic, please.
Good afternoon, Vicky Saldala, Director, Bilingual ESOL. So there are two pieces to this platform. It's the Elevation Compliance, which is the platform. That's where we keep all the record keeping for the students' ELL plan. And then there's the ESOL Strategies, which is the portion that we use for teachers to help them modify their lessons and differentiate instruction for English language learners.
Thank you for that explanation, and I certainly appreciate the hefty price tag on this, almost $1 million. Could we effectively run our ESOL programs for our ESOL students without the Elevation software program?
At this time, no. We've had that compliance platform for approximately 12 years right now. So all of our documentation is housed right there for this time. And if you recall, at the last meeting, we discussed that for the 27-28 school year, we will be transitioning to Focus, the compliance, lifting that price tag off.
Anyone else? All in favor of item 31, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 32?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Bowman. No public comment. Board member discussion. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Transitioning software is hard. And the software that we use to support these meetings is used by a very small share of school boards in the United States. I hope that when time allows that we can transition to other programs that are less expensive and more readily available, more tailored to school boards. But my understanding is that this isn't the right year to do that. But I just would notify my colleagues that at some point we'll transition, probably use 2 programs for a while as we go to a better and more appropriate system for school boards in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor of item 32, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Motion and a second on item 33. Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. No public comment. Board member comment. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I hope my colleagues can support this item. Since we found out about this at a workshop, I had brought up legal action or exploring legal action with Ms. Batista, and now that Ms. Bruno is here, we've asked again. I think there are several factors that encourage me to want to pursue this. One being Sarasota is continuing to take legal action against their tax collector. They refunded or returned the money for this year. However, they want to put something in stone. I think it is incredibly disheartening that it has to come to this, but we owe it to the taxpayers and we owe it to our families to make sure that the money that people voted on is going towards our teachers and our safety and security and mental health. And so I would like us to pursue all available options to get this money back. And then I did have a question. If we are successful in getting this money back, where does that fall in the budget and what are we able to do with it?
Good question. So we'll put it into our reserves until the board decides what they do with the money.
But would it be, because it's referendum money, it needs to go to referendum?
Yes, it will go to what the ballot language supports. Yep, so it's pretty restricted of what you can do with it, but.
So once the outcome happens, we'll have another board meeting to determine what happens?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I was glad to see this item come forward, and I know that state legislation is working on something. Mr. Sullivan, do you know when we might know what that is? And would it affect this year?
There's many proposals being floated. They should wrap up next week, but more likely they probably will be extended even further, and we probably won't know until the very end as it relates to this item.
Okay, thank you. And to the General Counsel, if we vote yes on this today, what do you see as the timeline for this item?
I don't really want to discuss legal strategy. There's lots of different opportunities. I will make sure that the board is aware in our one-on-ones of the different steps that we're taking and how we're progressing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. $5 million, a little bit over $5 million, was taken from our teachers by the Broward County tax collector. And when this happened in January, to make matters worse, no one seemed to be able to provide us with an explanation as to why this was done and whether or not it was proper. Incidentally, to my knowledge, this was the first time a withholding of taxpayer-funded referendum dollars had been done by the tax collector's office. And I realize that they are still in their infancy, but I believe that this was a first. To be clear, I never thought this taking was proper. And the statutes and explanations that I was provided to, I was still never sold that this was the proper course of action taken by the county the county tax collector's office. I'd been screaming from the mountaintops since January that we needed to take action to right this wrong. Mr. Bruno, you have my full support on this, and I really hope that you unleash the Kraken and use all available resources, explore all available legal options you have. You have 9 lawyers in your office. To me, all hands on deck. Leave no stone unturned. I want my money back. And I'm glad Ms. Thompson brought up the Sarasota County issue. I believe that's encouraging because I believe they were operating under the same premise that hopefully we will. We need this money returned so we could use it for our intended purposes, to pay our great teachers and our school-based staff and all the other individuals that the voters of this county decided it should go to, not the tax collector's office. Please be as aggressive as possible, and Godspeed. Thank you.
Mrs. Alhada?
And this is the taxpayers' money, and ultimately this is hurting our students.
You, Ms. Bowman?
Agreed. I wanted to thank our general counsel for being so proactive and bringing this item. I think we've all been asking for this since we learned of it, and so to come up with a strategy that you feel confident that we can work with and actually bringing it to fruition today is very appreciated. So thank you, and keep up the good work.
I also wanted to thank Attorney Dupree Bruno for her swift and decisive action on this. I'm very, very pleased with this coming forward so quickly, and I'm excited to see the results that your team brings.
And if I may just add, this is going to be handled in-house, so this is going to be your Office of General Counsel at work.
At no cost to the district, correct?
At no cost but our salaries and benefits.
Beautiful.
Thank you. All in favor of item 33, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 34? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. No public comment. Board member discussion. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just have a question to the superintendent. Where are we on full implementation of eBuilder?
I use eBuilder several times a week.
So we're completely,
Yes. Yes.
we're using all the pieces?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think that's the first time I've heard that in 6 years, so that is great. I think we need to make a bigger deal about that. Yeah. I think I've never heard those words come out of any superintendent's mouth, so thank you for that, Dr. Hepburn. We are fully implementing eBuilder. Amazing. Anyone else? All in favor of item 34, say aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Item 30, could I get a motion and a second on it? Item 35. Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Bowman. Public comment, none. Board member comment. Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions on this. Mr. Superintendent, this item was previously before this board and it was pulled, correct?
I am not sure. Yes.
Why was it pulled? SOD 35.
No, I'm looking at it. I don't know why it was. Go ahead, Ms. Sullivan.
We just asked the superintendent didn't meet his standards for how it was formally done, so we just updated the executive summary. So that was the reason why it was pulled the first time.
Thank you for that. I've got some questions involving the executive summary. The way I read this, the agreement terms are from April 15, 2025 to April 14th, 2028 for a total of 36 months to the tune of $2.4 million. If this agenda item is approved today, we are in fact approving the $2.4 million. Is that correct, Mr. Superintendent?
No, that is not correct. What you're approving today would be FY27, $826,000, FY28, $688,000, and for 1 month and left in this fiscal year, $68,000.
I'm sorry, just give me those numbers again.
$826,000 for FY27, FY28, $688,000, and 1 month in this current fiscal year of $68,000. So
It's on page 3 of the executive summary in the financial
yep.
table.
So that was what you're quoting is actually the full term of the agreement from starting in 2025.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand. The original term was from April of 25 to April of 28 for 36 months.
Correct.
And did this board previously approve a $2.4 million total out of pocket to pay for that term of that contract?
That's correct.
And now we are being asked to approve an additional, I was very hurried with the numbers, is an additional 1.5 million?
Correct.
Correct.
Why?
The original amount was not enough to complete all the work that needs to be done.
Okay. So we are a little in over a year into a 3-year contract, and we've already blown through $2.5 million worth of sod, and now we need another $1 million plus of sod?
Lots of projects going on.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right.
Yep. And as a person who's laid sod before, it is not cheap. It is not cheap. And so increasing costs and all those other things too, but there's a lot of work going on with some of the projects. And this is a result also of another item that the board is going to look at after this, the demolition of portables. And so when they demolish those portables and remove them from the site, we have to grade it out and put down sod to turn it back into a green space.
I've got a question about the vendor, Mr. Superintendent. This company is named Odom's Sod Incorporated. A member of the public was nice enough to forward me a Sun Sentinel article back from, I want to say it was 2018, give or take, in which a former maintenance supervisor of this district had pled guilty to taking kickbacks from some of our vendors. The gentleman's name, I believe, was Rich Ellis. And if I read the article correctly, I believe he had also received personally some sod from this Odom's Sod Incorporated company back in 2018 when all of this happened. Does anybody in the district have any recollection of what I'm talking about?
No.
I'll take that as a no. And the reason I bring this up, because when members of the public send me articles indicating that individuals who are affiliated with district may or may not have done certain things with vendors that we're still using, I pause sometimes. So let me ask the question a different way. Mr. Superintendent, how long has this district been doing business with Odom Sod Incorporated?
I'm not aware. I don't have an answer to that question unless procurement has any docs that go back that far with them right now. Yeah, I'm not aware.
Nobody knows?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. And we don't have a way of ascertaining that information?
Through a follow-up.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here's how I'm going to leave this. I'm certainly not accusing Odom Sod Incorporated of doing anything improper. I'm just going off the Sun Sentinel article that I was provided with, which gave me some angst. Be that as it may, and putting all of that aside with the former gentleman who used to work from the district who may or may not have gotten sod improperly, I don't know. I didn't follow up on the court case. I'm not okay with us signing contracts for specific amounts of money and like less than a year into a 3-year term. All of the finances have been expelled and used and gone. And now they're asking for another $1 million. I'm not okay with that. So I will not be supporting this, despite the fact that I'm a big fan of sod. I think it looks very nice. I also am a big fan of mulch. But I can't support an additional $1 million for a project like this when we've already agreed to have a 3-year term of $2.5 million, and just a hair over a year into that project, we've blown through that money. Thank you.
Anyone else? All in favor of item 35, say aye. All opposed, say no.
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 Item passes with 2 dissenting votes from Mrs. Alhadeff and Mr. Cervera. Could I get a motion and a second on item 36?
So moved.
Oh, there were 3, let's do a roll call. Apparently I can't count.
School board members Bowman,
Yes, as long as you water the sod.
Severo,
No.
Hickson,
Yes.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert, Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman,
No.
Alhadeff.
No.
Passes 5-3.
Could I get a motion and a second on item 36?
So moved.
So move. Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. No public comment. Board member comment. All in favor of item 36, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 37?
moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment, none. Board member comment. All in favor of item 37, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. That exhausts all of the items. I know that several of us have, oh, sorry, go ahead, Ms. Bowman. Okay, so do we have anything for the good of the order? I had Ms. Hickson on the list first, and I'll go to Ms. Thompson and then Ms. Bowman. Go ahead, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Before we forgot to mention, congratulations to all the Silver Knight nominees, but a special congratulations to Landon, who actually won, if I'm not mistaken, the Silver Knight Award. So we forgot to mention it earlier. And I know he's not in here, but I hope he's not listening, actually. But congratulations.
Ms. Thompson?
So I wrote down the list of Silver Knights, so I'm going to go over them super quickly because we actually had several winners. So English Lit, Diana Cho, Cypress Bay. Mathematics, Hermione Rachel, our College Academy. Music and Dance, Neha Joseph, Cooper City High. And then Social Science, Landon Spellberg, and he is still listening. Then honorable mentions, really quickly, Art, Isabella Brogan, McFadder. Business, honorable mentions, Leo Shi, Everglades, Isabella Nassolroth, Cooper City, Asan Hamani, College Academy. Digital and Interactive Media, honorable mention is Isabella Borges, forgot your school, I'm sorry. Honorable mention for drama is Rebecca Schumann, Fort Lauderdale, Isabella Fuentes, West Broward, Caitlin Burgess, Nova High. General Scholarship, honorable mention, Stephen Strong, Monarch High. Journalism, honorable mention, Valentina Argano, Coral Glades High. Science, honorable mention, Maya Moore, Western High. Social Science, honorable mention, Riley Troy, MSD. Speech, Kira Gomez, Terravella. Then Vocational Technology, honorable mentions is Thomas Gentle, Pompano Beach, and Joshua Reyna, Monarch High. And then World Languages, Caitlin Chen, Everglades.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman?
I have a motion, and I also have some shout-outs. So how would you like to do it, Chair?
However you want.
All right, I'll do the, can you pass that motion out? Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so I would like to make some shout-outs. I want to thank Dr. Holness, who helped me mobilize some students to the Tamarack Commission meeting last week. Madison Brunson and Sydney Thaluzma came to support the Solid Waste Authority's Put Waste in Its Place initiative, and we're going in front of all the commission meetings. And then yesterday, first assignment, our new student advisor, Lily Reed, was in Weston speaking on behalf of the effort, along with Sarah Zaka and Anitha Thope. Sorry that I didn't say your name properly. So thank you so much, all of you, for the help. I really appreciate it. The McNichol Middle School Mighty Hawks drone team came back from Detroit and they won 4th and 5th place in the national tournament, but I was especially pleased to hear that they won a sportsmanship award because they gave batteries to their opponent and actually assisted their opponent in beating them, but they got the sportsmanship award because what good, and so that's so great. Our kids are awesome. And then also shout out to the Addicts Middle School boys track team who won first in the county at the track competition at Dillard High School yesterday. So thank you very much.
Don't you have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. Another great thing that Ms. Bruno's doing is updating our board policies. So as we commence updating our school board policies through the Neola process, I move to have our general counsel's office review policy 1070 and bring policy 1070 to the June 16th, 2026 workshop along with policy 1020 because the two go hand in hand.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Bowman, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on the motion. Board member discussion. Ms. Hickson?
Just to the general counsel, can you give a little feedback on the thought process to this? Or what you think?
If the board directs that we bring back 1070 with 1020, we'll add it to our list and we'll bring it back.
I guess my question is though, because I know 1020 is going to roll out into a lot of different policies now, and the board chair read all of the other things we're doing on June 16th, so I'm just wondering, time-wise, how that's going to roll out.
That I will defer to Mr. Sullivan in terms of the length of time to review policies.
We can always shift around workshop items to make it work. So we've done that pretty readily for the second half of this year to add items as requested by the board.
And the SOUP and the general counsel are meeting tomorrow on Neola, so this will be part of those discussions on what to prioritize. I also wanted to mention too, as the board directed us, we did loop 1070, I think it was last week at DAC. They had extensive write-up on 1070. I'm not sure they send it to me, but I told them to send it to me and I'll share it with the board, but we did loop it with DAC as directed by the board.
Okay, thank you. So I don't mind supporting it as long as there is something removed from our workshop, because I believe it's going to be a timely conversation, a lengthy conversation. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
I wanted to second this mainly for discussion, but 1070 is a 3 to 4 hour review. And I know that they go hand in hand, but on further reflection, given the schedule that we already have, we have big major topics, including this building, student outcomes, AI, advisories or briefing for the first chair. That's a couple hours, right? I just don't think, I guess I'd like to ask the maker of the motion, you know, given that this is a 3 to 4 hour review of the 1070 with advisories, we went through the advisory process. I'm struggling to call it a process, what we did, but we went through a review of the advisories that I think burned, you know, several thousand hours of staff time and several tens of thousands of hours of community time. It's still a very emotional topic for a lot of people. It involves, Chair, do we have 27 advisory committees? I think it's roughly 23, 26. It's a huge number of people.
I've lost count, yeah.
Yeah, dozens of them. I would love to get to that. I'd love to get there. I think that there's some good discussions to be had, but given the amount of time that that's going to take, I also think if we change 1020 to Ms. Dupuy Bruno, it might mean that if we bring back subsequent policies, there's less time for the public to speak as a potential change to 1020, which means if we get 1020 done, then 1070 in another meeting could be done in an hour or two rather than 3 or 4. So I'm just curious, what's the rush of doing 1070 when it would take less time to do it later? And we have what looks to me like a 11 or 12-hour meeting already on the 16th of June.
I'll defer to Ms. Bruno because we had discussed timing. I think just the process with Neola will be different than what we've done in the past, and it'll be very guided. And I think that the time will be used in a different way than it has been before because it's very regulated. That's my understanding. There'll be representatives from Neola there to help us through the process, so there shouldn't be a 10-hour conversation about it.
So I think this is an important conversation, and I do want to make sure that the public is aware of this as well. As we are going through our policies, the way that we're going to be reviewing policies will be different. There will not be big major presentations by staff. It's going to be the policy on the screen and the board giving direct feedback as to what needs to be changed and what they want to accept. And there will be a lot of work behind the scenes with staff, with Dr. Hepburn, cabinet, as well as the board on a one-on-one basis, so that a lot of the discussions are, at least when the policies come to the board in public, there's going to be a lot of, I would say, a good draft for the board to be able to review as a team and decide how they want to move forward. So we can bring the policy forward if the board wants us to do that. It's completely up to you. If we want to bring this policy at the first meeting in July, we can do that as well. I just give my direction from the board, but however you want to do it, we are willing to bring the policy and do the work that is required behind the scenes to bring the policy forward.
And I appreciate that. The Neola process is a wonderful shift in process. This policy, however, is one that touches, I think if we have 23 to 27 advisories, there's a couple hundred members of the advisories. They are all very likely to come and want to talk. They're all going to be very interested in engaging on this. I'm just thinking in time management that it's really a big item, and it might be better for the first meeting after our summer break. Rather than it. I can't see anything on the list that the chair just shared with us to kick off. All these things are also very important things. And I can tell you, Ms. Bruno, welcome to Broward County. Your process improvement will be wonderful. Much of what you've done already has been absolutely brilliant, and I'm so glad to have you. But in Broward County, when we change a policy, it's a 4-hour meeting, whether you bring the perfect policy or, because they'll have changes in it. And every change is going to get lots and lots of discussion. So I just think in terms of time management, I'd rather kick this off till after the 4-week break we have after the 23rd of June to give it enough time in a workshop where we can plan half a workshop around this, get it right, and move forward. So thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Yeah, so, I kind of concur in terms of the time frame, June 16th. I believe it's going to be a lot of time. Could this be done in, say, the July meeting? Is there a reason for the rush?
No, that was when we were talking about the other one, so that was and because they kind of go together.
Okay.
Attorney Dupree Bruno?
If Ms. Bowman is okay, because some of the policies that are going to be coming before you in June are part of your bylaws. So 1070 is going to be part of your bylaws as well, and there's going to be other policies related to the bylaws, so maybe we can bring it in July with the rest of those bylaws and do those bylaws at that same time.
Yeah, because I can tell you, I concur with Dr. Zeman. When we have, especially looking at 1070, I can't see that taking less than 2 hours with the number of people that will want to comment. And, so it's going to be a very long, exhausting 14-hour maybe, so I would much prefer that if there's no rush, that we arrange this for July with ample time without having significant number of board items to go through this. So I don't know if you'd like to change the date.
Yeah, I can amend. What's the next date then?
Mr. Hill, what's the
after the June 16th workshop, it goes down to July 21st. The board is off on 3 weeks of recess, then July 21st.
The 21st.
That's the workshop, is it 21st?
Yes.
That's when we have redefining and.
It is, but it's already packed.
Yeah,
So we would have to.
Announcing.
Every workshop is packed.
But this is a motion, right?
And let me ask you too, Ms. Bruno. Can you explain the process, the Neola process of workshopping it? Because I believe there's 2 workshops that are, right? We'll have 2 workshops on the policy.
So the way that this is going to work, and I think, thank you so much for the question, because it's time for the public to start getting prepared for this. These policies are very much legally based. They're based on law. And the one thing that Neola does is guarantee the language of the policy. So there's not going to be a lot of moving around, changing this sentence and that sentence, because of the fact that if we do too much change in the policy, we will lose the guarantee that Neola will defend the policy for us if there's ever a challenge. So that's the first thing to know. The second thing, this is a huge process. We are not going to be able to loop these policies through board advisory committees, et cetera. There will be workshops that you will be able to attend, and the public can give their particular thoughts on a particular policy, but we're getting ready to move from 200 plus policies to 600 plus policies. This is going to be a huge, huge project because the Administrative Procedure Act requires a policy to only represent one topic at a time. And we have large policies that are going to be broken down. So, and then the other thing I want to make sure that the public understands, there will be some policies that will be adopted and implemented immediately, but a lot of the policies will not be adopted until next year because literally the board will be sunsetting a book of policies and then adopting another book of policies. So there's going to be changes. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody may have with regards to this process, but it will be a different process.
Madam Chair, I think I still have the floor. So Dr. Hepburn, and I'm not sure if the board would agree, John says the workshop on July 21st is already packed. Is there room to add an additional workshop between the end of July and August, the middle of August?
So what we will do, as we've been doing all year, because all the workshops are packed, we talk with staff and also take in consideration what the board wants to know in a timely manner and push other items to a different month so we can get more pressing issues to the board earlier.
Okay, so are there items on the July 21st workshop that you feel that could be pushed at a later date?
Go ahead.
Attorney Dupree-Bruno.
My recommendation is to allow the superintendent, Mr. Sullivan, and I to have our conversation tomorrow with regards to Neola, because Neola is going to be coming here as well to help facilitate some of these discussions. And most likely what we're going to have is dedicated Neola workshops. So if we have an opportunity to review it, I understand what the board wants. I understand what Ms. Bowman is asking for, that we have the rest of the bylaws to include 1070 at the most earliest opportunity that we possibly can, and we'll do that. You're going to start June 16th, and we'll continue with the bylaws thereafter.
Okay, so General Counsel, based upon what you just said, are you recommending that we not have a date in the motion until you can clarify with Neola and coordinate everything, and just say as soon as possible?
Yes.
Okay, so Board Member Bullman, did you want to modify your motion?
So I'll modify my motion from bringing back to the June 16th workshop to as soon as practicable.
Amended by Ms. Bowman, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any other comment, Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes, I would just recommend to our general counsel that you do a Neola webinar for the district to understand Neola, the new process, invite all of our committees, SAC and SAFs, different advisory boards. This way, it's not like we're just doing it. There is some education up front to explain the process.
Ms. Bowman?
I agree with that. I think that's a really good idea.
Anyone else?
The community will appreciate that.
Anyone else on this motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Bowman, was that it?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
I just want everyone to know that Landon texted me and he said the joke was fine. So we're good, Lily.
Anyone else before I go? Mr. Cervera?
Chair, and thank you to Ms. Thompson for rattling through the Silver Night winners. Make sure those kids get their recognition. Did we notice a theme of dominance with District 6 schools, or was it just me? No? Okay.
It's just you, because
Just-
District 2 was on there a lot.
Just me, okay. Selective hearing. But thank you for naming all those. Chair, I do have a question for our General Counsel, if I may. Madam General Counsel, the referendum that will be coming to the ballot this coming November, is it appropriate for any member of this board to take a position one way or another as to whether they support the referendum or they don't support the referendum when they are out talking to members of their community in a non-official capacity, is the first part of the question. And the second part of the question is, for those of us who are on the ballot, is it appropriate when we are campaigning, not wearing our school board member hats, but when we are campaigning, is it appropriate for us to mention the referendum and stake an opinion on the referendum? I would appreciate your guidance on that, please.
So this is based on Florida Statute 106.113, which discusses expenditures by local governments with relating to political activity. If you are out as an individual person without representing that you are a member of the school board and acting on behalf of the school board, you are able to advocate. The statute explicitly says that the section does not preclude an elected official of the local government from expressing an opinion at any time. So you're able to do that. The question, and what we need to be extremely careful for, is when we start using district resources to take a particular position on the referendum. And I'll have some more conversations with Dr. Hepburn and his team with regards to that, but that's where the distinction lies. Campaigning, if you are campaigning for yourself in your individual capacity and you want to throw in there that, I support the referendum in your individual personal capacity, you're allowed to express your opinion. So there is no problem with that, so long as you're not using district resources to do so.
Anyone else? All right, I just had a quick question. I was having a conversation with General Counsel, and I think all of us have experienced, someone coming to us and making allegations about fraud, waste, and abuse. And I can't find any kind of fraud, waste, and abuse hotline on our website. Do we have anything like that? So if I'm like a member of the public or if I'm an employee and I want to report fraud, waste, and abuse, is there any way for me to do that, like some sort of...
On our website? I'm not sure, Mrs. Sullivan, are you
I
aware?
believe we have a link to the Broward OIG, but
Yeah, I saw that, but is there any way for us to collect that and also investigate that as, our own, through our own capacity? So like to direct it to the auditor or whoever?
I mean, we could, but I think...
Okay, well, so my recommendation would be that we look into doing a fraud, waste, and abuse hotline to collect those allegations. Is there any objection to that? Mr. Cervera?
I like the idea. I guess my only question is, where would the information go? Would that go directly to...
Attorney Dupree-Bruno? Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Would that information go directly to Mr. Magley's office, and would he be tasked with doing an investigation? Or are we literally just collecting information and giving it to the Broward IG's office for them to do their thing?
I would like to have an opportunity to speak with the chief auditor, to speak with our superintendent. I know there was another question that came up that we were going to kind of put our heads together as your 3 direct reports, and then come back to the board with some recommendations.
Okay. I'd be in favor. I just would obviously like that question answered eventually. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? All right.
All right, that's it, Madam Chair.
Oh, Dr. Hepburn.
Oh, yes, I just wanted to mention to the board, it is Testimonial Tuesday on social media from our schools, and if you haven't tapped in, I'm usually on Twitter, I'm not on the other platforms, but the schools that are doing their Tuesday testimonials are doing an awesome job, and testimonials from students, from parents, from teachers. If you like it, please repost, and if it's, remind parents that aren't enrolled in those schools to actually register and enroll. The registration part is the most important part, so we can collect that, and that equates to additional enrollment for that school and additional funding. So.
And District
Yes,
2 is rocking it on
yes,
social media, especially Silver Shores.
Yes, a lot of cute videos from our kids, and even our parents and our teachers are getting involved. So every Tuesday is Testimonial Tuesday, so just make sure you check it out on social media.
All right. Anyone else? All right. The scheduled order of business for the special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the special school board meeting.